So welcome ladies and gentlemen to round one of the Virtual IMSA Sports Car Championship here today at the lovely Daytona circuit in Florida. My name's James Puthram. For the first couple of hours of the race I'm going to be taking you through with Oscar Harrison. Oscar, how are you doing today?
I'm doing alright.
Awesome.
How's it going?
Yeah, no, not too bad. We've managed to get the stream going underway. We're currently on board with Daniel Protesi. Qualifying is underway for the GTE cars, so we'll take you through the standings so far. I'm also joined in the commentary booth for a bit with Tommy Wood. How you doing, Tommy?
Much better than I was, James. Thanks very much.
Yeah, so Tommy has just come back with a negative coronavirus test in the last couple of hours, so we've dragged him straight into the commentary booth, as any good recovery should start with. Before we get into the times you see on the screen right now, I'll just take you through the teams that we have taking part today. We have three categories for you here: the DPIs, the LMP2s and the GTEs, much like the real IMSA Sports Car Championship. So Oscar, before I go through the list of names we've got competing, is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to in today's race?
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Ernest Lappins. He was exciting to watch last week.
Oh, he was a great time last week for Ernest Lappins.
What
We
a
saw
thrill.
him lapping faster than the DPIs in an LMP2, which was crazy.
It was really impressive. I'm also looking forward to see how the pit strategy will work out. That'll be something interesting to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And the pit strategy over 24 hours, it'll be interesting to see who's got more drivers than other. You've got to take that into account. People with more drivers perhaps might have to make more pit stops. But if you have less, then your drivers can become more tired. So there's a lot of factors to take into account when we're thinking about how teams are going to go about tackling this race today. So taking you through the confirmed teams then for today's lineup in those three classes. In the DPIs, we have in OKM NP Racing, the 819 car is Ike Ramos, Guilherme Maresco and Guilherme Pozzi. In the Cadillac for Muget Sim Racing in the 16, Patrick Silvassi, the race winner last week at the Royal before the 24, Bence Pancote, Zolt Priebeck and Bertalan Savagna. In the Cadillac of AC Sim Motorsport, the 224 car, Martin Tabrake, Ian Longcar, Kevin van der Linde, Lucas Lipton, who had a little bit of a struggle last week in the Porsche, which they have abandoned for today's race and gone to the Cadillac instead. A wise move for anyone who was watching the stream last week. Might have noticed that Porsche was very hard to handle. In the Pin Sim Drillers Esports 21, we have James Tazuba and Jamie Tatuti. In the 360 Motorsports 36 car, we have Ten Loire, Nick Newcomb and Jesper Eriksson. And finally in the DPIs in the Mazda for Fiona Von Motorsport, the 137 car, we have Nicholas Weatherby, who struggled a little bit last week. Obviously had that big moment with Ernest Lappins that took Ernest Lappins out of the race for quite some time. Matthew Clipp, Axel Kerr and Pascal Eggert. And then on the LMP2 class, we have Deek Mugen Sim Racing 95, Murgley Martin, Bakunyavari Bentz, Sukes Roland, who is a very quick driver and has been topping the timesheets in the server all week, alongside Lucas Patrick-Attila. In the Mugen Sim Racing 22, Gabor Havesi, Sandor Langiel, Zoltan Boda and Zoltan Fakonyi. And then we move down to the GTEs in the Ferrari 488, probably the most balanced and stable of the GT cars, as we saw last week, Oscar. From what you saw, I think the Ferraris were the choice for most people who wanted to balance speed and stability.
Yes, definitely.
And in the O27 Brazil Racing 99, starting what is quite a long list of Ferraris, we have Guilherme Farias, Luciano Basula, Victor Borghi, Philip Antuens, Michael Arujo, Lucas Bernardo and Vincius Loyola. The GRG Esports cars in the 57, Daniel Patesi, who was pretty quick here last week, involved in a good battle to try and secure the last of those podium places in the GTE class. Jacob Falker, Don Bassell and John Witzeruk. In the other GRG Esports car, the 75, Ramiro Perez, Julian Vrack, Casey Sol, who also performed quite well last week in that midfield GTE battle, and Mike Travicki. Solo Sport Racing 14, Michael Vidal, Edgar Derrick, Malcolm Schneider, David Martin and Billy Eisman. And in the Random Racing 13, Luke Mader, Michael Razar, Hallam Voice, Mika Hakimi and Kagan Komerta. And in the Aston Martin Vantage, we have the Just Racing Team 96 that has Rafael Sampaio, Andre Vidani, Claudio Souza, Frank Vasconcelos, Gustavo Lacerda, Robson Gomez, and Lucas Orejo. And then the other two Mugen Racing cars taking part in the GTE class, they've got a car in each class here. In the first, the 69 car, is Ferenc Christian Kabay. Remember last week in the Aston Martin, he had a fantastic race, although he did pick up a penalty for excessive corner cutting, but before that he was right up at the front with some of the other GTE runners. And alongside him in the car will be Joseph Frederick Suto, Donat Delesna and Christoph Toff. And in the other Mugen Sim Racing 88, Adam Sarej, Martin Milatai and Christopher Kine. Christopher Kine was probably the pick of the bunch last week in the GTE class. Very fast there, and the Aston Martin knows his way around that car very well, and very well around this track. And finally, in the Chevrolet Corvette, it's good to see a Corvette because we didn't have one last week. Abstineo Force Polonia 99 car with Ernest Lappins, who's switched over from the LMP2 down into the GTE class, alongside Eric Kumadei and Chris Gitsov. So just 3 people in that car for today's race. It'll be interesting to see how they handle that. So, would you like to take us through the time so far we've got on the board here, Oscar? We've had the GTE qualifying going on now for about 20 minutes, so we can expect them to disappear pretty soon and some of the other classes to come out on the tracks. But what are we looking at in times currently?
Right now, we have Ernest Lappins in that Corvette. Lappin, like I said, very quick, with a 142.8 right off the bat. Second place is Adam Sarej in the Aston Martin Vantage. And he is 142.9, pretty close, which that's not bad.
It's not bad at all. I mean, that is a 10th, and Lappins, you know, he had that spin in the LMP2, but it's interesting to see that he can switch it down back into the GTE, and he's just as fast.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And we're on board with him now, coming through the International Hershey. Sorry, Oscar, take us through the rest of those names.
Third place, we have Daniel Bettesi with the Ferrari GTE. And he is just half a second behind, still right there with the position for pole. We have Billy Eisman in the Ferrari 488. He is 143.5. I'm sorry, just 2/10 off of Bettesi. And we have Donat Desiener, and he is just second off at 147.5. In sixth place right now we have Ramiro Perez. 144.0, and also have Kagan Kamerter with a 148.2 right now. So they're in seventh.
He'll definitely want to be improving on that time, that 148.7. If you look at his sector times, I mean, you take the sector times of Adam Sarej, 59.1 in sector 1. Kagan Kamerter is 69.8, so he's got a lot of time to make up there. Tommy, is there anything you're noticing particularly on track at the moment that you think is quite interesting?
Just how you were saying about the Ferraris being quite stable, when I've been watching them, they've been going pretty sideways round, but I don't know if it's just when they're coming round out the pits just on cold tyres. But they certainly don't look as well planted as maybe you remember.
Well, I mean, you just got to take it into the context of Daytona as a whole. Every car is a little bit unstable as they all try and find that aero balance between being fast around the oval section but also not too slidey on the infield. But I'd say compared to, if you saw what perhaps some of our Porsche colleagues and Audi colleagues were getting up to last week, you may change your mind on that one.
I was just trying to find, it's Ramiro Perez who's going round, and he's really pushing hard. But the two 488s are actually quite close together. I'm just trying, it's, is it Keegan?
Yeah.
And in fact, it's nearly like they're racing already. And he's spun.
Well, we saw that a lot.
GT qualifying has ended. GTs, please finish laps you're on and
So
return to the pit lane. DPIs and LMP2s, you are clear to line up at the exit of pit lane and wait for further instruction.
So there you go, you would have heard the voice there of race director Alex Skinner informing the GTEs that their time on the track is over and they need to come in to make way for the prototypes to go out and set their hot laps. So we'll see one more lap then from these GTE cars. Although Ernest Lappins, among others, have already making the trip back to the pits, and the DPIs will come out. And I wonder, to be honest, if there's any GTE cars who are just coming in to do their final hot lap, whether some of these prototypes might cause a little bit of an issue for them. Well, we hope not. I can see one GTE just in the background of the camera there going around the oval section. So, yeah, no, it's one of the Ferrari 488s here. And
yeah, I think he was already a bit compromised. Anyway, yeah, he's coming in.
yeah, and he's as you see, they're all over the place, even on the oval. This is something we saw last week. The GTE cars really do get a little bit sideways in all areas, and it seems that perhaps some of the setup problems that we saw last week haven't exactly been rectified coming into today's race.
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest. I am not that familiar with R Factor 2, and I don't know if it's something where they clean the track before, so that they have to wait for the rubber to get buried down, so cars might kind of
Jesper,
stabilize.
that's a warning if you're not careful.
That was the voice of God again.
Alex Skinner always coming in with a little bit of humour with his race direction. One thing that I think is important to mention is we watched some of the actually we watched one of the Aston Martins coming in here to finish a lap. He's going to come into the pits here. So one thing I think it's interesting as we watch some of the DPIs and LMPTs going around. The DPIs here will be the blue and white liveried cars. Makes it nice and easy for you there. And actually the Cadillac as well. The black Cadillac, I believe, is one of your DPIs. But yeah, keep an eye on those blue and white cars and the black Cadillac as well. Interesting to see how the Mazda gets on. Nicholas Weatherby had some issues in the Mazda last week. So Rob Gibson is going to come out and qualify in the Mazda team at Jost 20. So in the race briefing, one thing, guys, that Alex Skinner mentioned was the track limits at the bus stop. He said there appeared to be some sort of gentleman's agreement last week where teams weren't too keen to report each other because the case was basically that 99% of people were cutting the chicane at the bus stop. But he said that he is going to be a bit tougher on it today. He understands that when you're coming up to lap slower class cars that you might need to take a little
quality
bit.
is green.
So here we
And
go.
that's him off.
Quality is green.
The DPL's come out that you will need to take a little bit more, but you know you probably shouldn't be overtaking there
Prototypes, you can
anyway.
leave the pit lane.
But it'll be interesting to
You're allowed to do
see
your laps now.
how many penalties we get early on from people taking a little bit of a liberty at that corner. As we watch this very nice Kamoa liveried LMP2 come out here. Perhaps he'll get on a little bit better than Fernando Alonso did in his American adventure last weekend.
You'll see how far they can push the limits right there through the bus stop. It'll be interesting to see who can make it through there without lifting. I don't know. I mean, you have to brake before the turn, but
Yeah,
you
well,
gotta, coming out of it, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see how far they can push it.
the prototypes almost glide through that corner sometimes. You really,
Oh yeah.
it's mesmerising to watch. You know, it's just that mechanical grip and the aero just keeping them pressed right down to the floor, stopping them basically just flying off into the middle of the Florida countryside. It's pretty impressive. As we watch some of these prototypes go around here, we got our cameras focused here on the lovely Kamoa liveried car. As we see them take the bus stop for the first time, we'll get a good idea of where people stand and their interpretation of the track limits. And very good, actually. It appears the words in the briefing have got along pretty nicely. Yeah. And we'll switch forward here to watch another car go through the bus stop, just to give you a bit more of an idea of how the track limits have been interpreted. And that's a little bit more of what we saw last week. Just a little bit more track limits being taken there, and I'm sure Alex Skinner will be in his, as he said in the briefing, watching like a hawk with some of these people.
I was going to push the box. I mean, that's what you do.
Of course, it's qualifying. It's qualifying. So first corner here for the number 95 car. I believe
Hopefully
this
have some times coming up soon.
Yeah, I think so. I imagine most people would be somewhere around their flying lap now. He takes the international horseshoe nicely as he comes towards the dog leg here. This, I assume, is pretty much flat in everything GTE and up. And we'll see if he can get a good exit from this corner, because if you're not careful, you can lock up here. And he does lock up. You see that front tyre just refusing to spin.
We're going to see a lot of that today.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I believe this is perhaps Roland Sukes we are on board with here, who's been fast all week in that Areka. And we're just about to see his first sector time, as the first sector is quite a long one. It takes the majority of the lap, and Roland Sukes' first sector time is a 53.7. At the same time, Jasper Eriksson set a purple first sector of 52.9. And we have our first prototype time on the table from Peter Schumann, a 1:32.1 with a purple third sector. But let's keep on board with Roland Sukes to see if he's got any answer to that. And Roland Sukes is going to cross the line in just a minute here as he hurtles through that oval section. You want to make sure your steering angle is as little input as possible. And he's going to cross the line as we just wait for it to appear on our timing screen here. Roland Sukes is going to set fourth fastest time here, a 1:33.1. Let's have a look at Peter Schumann, 1:32.1. Dead, that may be the fastest time that we've seen.
That's quite a flyer.
Oh, it is it
Yeah, a
not?
whole lot quicker than that.
On board here with Zoltan Boda. Zoltan Boda with a 1:33.052 first time out. If he wants to get a little bit quicker, a little bit more towards the top of the time sheet, he's going to have to take a second out of Peter Schumann. But that looks like a pretty big gap to try and close down at the moment. Patrick Silvassi, obviously the winner of our Raw before the 24, 3/10, 2/10 down on Peter Schumann. So he's definitely one to watch for improvement.
Yeah, let's look at like the top 5 cars right there within a second of each other. So we'll see. Got 17 more minutes on the board right now. Let's see how many of those can improve their times.
Well, it bodes well for the race, doesn't it? If you have so many cars that are so close to each other in terms of performance. We saw that a lot last week as Zoltan Boda takes the bus stop in pretty loose fashion, shall we say. But he's going to come in now to start another flyer. He's dropped down to 5th as Lucas Lichten, abandoning that horrific Porsche of last week to join the prototype, sets a 1:32.7. But we're still waiting for someone to challenge the time of Peter Schumann. So let's hop on board with Zoltan Buda for what will be a lap here of Daytona. Cockpit view. He takes the horseshoe, kisses the apex, and you just want to get on the power as early as possible here because you've got so much road to make a great exit. You don't need to worry about going off the track there. You've got so much track. And is he going to be flat here through the dog leg? He is, and it really is a guessing game with the braking point for that corner. You can use the cones as a reference braking marker, but really it's about how late do you dare to brake. We come through to NASCAR turn 1 here. And when he kisses the apex and once again goes nice and wide to give himself the best exit to propel himself forward onto the oval section. Just look at the first sector time we should have coming through in just a moment. It is a 53.693, so not going to be challenging Peter Schumann unless he can make some magic happen here through the bus stop. And he takes the bus stop quite nicely here. Takes a few liberties with track limits, but yeah, very, very nice. I mean, he just shifts down a gear, puts the brakes on, and then powers the whole way through the chicane the way you want to do it. You almost don't want to really turn you want to almost ignore the chicane and basically just drive it a straight line as he comes towards the line. It's a 19.8 second sector, which is not too bad at all. But unfortunately, it's only going to be a 1:32.9. And he's going to go back to the pits. Probably a little bit disappointed that it wasn't more. In fact, he's going to go straight back out for another run. Have one of our DPIs here approaching the bus stop. Takes it quite nicely. That is the number 10 car. of trying to see who this is. Jesper Eriksson, 132.4. If he can find 3/10 on this lap, then he's going to find himself on pole. Let's see if he can.
I suppose there's not really much between any of them, and then like when it comes down to the race as well, like your qualification could just be completely. I don't want to say a waste of time because it never is, but if you're going a completely different strategy from somebody, you might just have to just give up that place and let them go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is with the qualifying is you do want to push it as far as possible, but these people shouldn't be too downhearted if they don't pull out the qualifying time. As you can see, the number 10 there, Jesper Eriksson, locks up so much going into the horseshoe there. That might compromise a couple of tenths in it.
I was just watching Sanatu just come into the bus stop just now. He's really pushing hard.
I was gonna say, like, every
Oh, he's bailed out. I wonder if he's just cut the corner too much.
We just continue on board with Jesper Eriksson. What's that first sector time? Look, about a 53.1 first sector. Not a bad time at all. Will he challenge? It's not purple. In fact, I don't think it's really any better for him as he takes the bus stop nicely and he comes to a stop completely and go back to the pits. 132.39. So I didn't notice he had actually crossed the line there, but 133.9 isn't going to gain him any spots, but it is going to gain him a tenth closer to Peter Schoenman. The number 16 car here of Patrick Silvassi, our race winner from last week, will be hoping to recreate some of that magic and put his DPI on pole. Such a committed and consistent runner, Silvassi. I mean, we saw last week Aidan Williams give him a good fight, but when Aidan Williams dropped off the pace or the tyres didn't seem to want to keep up with him, Silvassi was just constantly on it. That Cadillac.
Yeah, nice skin on it as well.
That Cadillac, that kind of nice low volume roar sounds almost like the F1 hybrid cars. And you can hear the electricity flowing through there, and he comes to take the bus stop and takes it nicely.
Peter could be on another fast one as well.
Well, if Peter, can improve on his time, he might be basically unbeatable. But no, Silvassi, that's purple 1 and purple 2, and as we went across the line here, it appears we could have a new provisional pole sitter. Silvassi will come round the last little grassy bit of this track, past the Daytona International Speedway sign, and across 31. The line. A 131.7 takes 4/10 out of Peter Schuman's pole time, and that's going to leave Peter with a bit of a head scratcher moment, thinking, well, what more do I need to do to beat this man? And you know what, Silvassi's not even content with that. Silvassi's coming straight back out onto the track, but I think you can see Peter Schumann behind him also coming out. So let's see if we can get on board with Schumann.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a break at the start of this lap, so he's. I don't know if he's going to come back into the pits or if he's just going to cool down this lap and then go for it again.
Well, they've got about 10 minutes left to set their best lap times here.
Do you think any of these guys are saving it for the last couple of minutes? Or are they just throwing everything out there?
I think they'll be throwing everything on there, to be honest, because, we can talk about the track being, more rubbered in when you get to the end, and more grip means usually faster lap times. We see that track evolution, but at the same time, you're going to want something on the board, aren't you? And all of these boys have put something on the board.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to wait until the last minute and then you take your lap around and then you don't even get to the start-finish line.
You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself if you do that. You are.
Oh, for sure.
Let's see if we can find the runner of Peter Schumann here, because I'll be very interested to see what he's got in response to.
Yeah, he's just back in the pits just now.
Well, we're on board now with the 99 car. I believe this is Santu Enqvist sitting on a 133.5 1:32.3, so he's got 1.5 seconds to find if he wants to get anywhere near that pole time, and he's going to come across the line to have a 1:32.8, so he gets a little bit close, but it's not going to gain him a position, unfortunately, because Lucas Lichtin is locked down that 4 spot, and if actually, Lucas Lichtin goes up a spot with a 1:32.4. Jesper Eriksson up to third with a 1:32.3, so very close lap times from those boys.
Like, not to say that the DPIs are running a little slower, but the LMP2s are running really, really quick, and they're getting right up on their butts right there.
Well, this is something that we saw last week, especially in the first few laps of the race. We saw the LMP2 cars massively challenging the DPIs for track position, even though they weren't really racing. There was a really good chance at one point, if Ernest Lappins hadn't had that early incident, that he could have taken the overall victory of the race, because there was a good hour or so where you had Ernest Lappins lapping a second faster than Silvassi, but unfortunately 3 laps down after a massive incident hitting the infield wall, trying to overtake a back marker.
So that's Rob Gibson just going a little bit faster there as well, just the 1:35. So he is slowly catching up with the rest of them.
Yeah, the 77 car of Gibson, 1:35.8 is not going to be anywhere near challenging the pole time, but it is an improvement on, I think, what was a 1:37 a couple of minutes ago. So
yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Absolutely, it is. Although it's only a 7-minute marathon left, so he is going to need to improve that time pretty rapidly.
This is what we're saying. The qualifying. This is the. I don't know if we're PG-13, but so I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
Keep it clean for the sponsors.
But yeah, a peacock contest. There we go. That's the big display.
It is easy sometimes to feel like in the context of endurance that qualifying is the case. I mean, if we want to use our own personal experience, Tommy, the iRacing Spa 24, where did we qualify? Like 40th, didn't we? And we ended up finishing 19th just by pure damage limitation and not getting wrapped up in incidents other people did.
It was all tactical. All tactical.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole 24-hour race. You gotta save your energy, keep your times consistent, and like for example, like Rob Gunson in that 77 Mazda, they're a couple seconds off like the pace of the leaders right now. But if they can keep it consistent, if all the other guys run into trouble, we could be talking about them 24 hours from now.
So boys, while we were talking there, Patrick Silvassi has gone and set a 1:31.6. I'd sort of, while we were talking, I'd glanced down at the timing and seen he'd set a purple second sector. But
and he's
gone
back out again.
A whole 10th faster. We're just riding on board here with Peter Schumann, trying to get anywhere near him. And, well, Schumann's first sector's slow. It's a 54.3. That's going to put him nowhere near where he wants to be here.
Yeah, guys seem to be running quite deep into the first corner.
Yeah.
Or not first corner, so the second corner. Just after the pit lane.
Schumann roars round towards the line here. It's going to be a 20.4 for the second section as well. We saw how much he just struggled there with the bus stop, completely missing the apex on the first part of the chicane. And that's not going to help his lap time at all, or his hunt for a Patrick Silvassi and a pole position at the Daytona 24.
Silvassi's got about 46 hundredths of a lead right now on the time board.
Yeah, Silvassi is he's really came with his A game today. We saw how well he did last week, and that would have given him a lot of confidence going in today, knowing that I could turn up here and everyone's expecting me to set the pole time, but instead of letting the pressure get to him, he's gone, yeah, I'm going to set the pole time. And here he is with a blisteringly quick time, as he said, over 4/10 faster than Schoenman, who is going for another flyer here, I think. And if the tyres hold out for him, he might have something to say about Silvassi's provisional pole.
He has 5 minutes to set that time.
52.9, it's a personal best first sector, not purple, but personal best for Schumann, so decent for him. We'll see how he takes the bus stop here. You can lose so much time or gain so much time, and he gets a little sideways. Gets a little sideways, but his run seems good. As you say, it's all about the run coming out of that corner.
It's a little bit slower, it looks like 18.9. just under 20 seconds.
And no, it's. I mean, first sector, he was really there with Silvassi, but he's lost about 5/10 in sector 2. And he's going to come into the pits there. So he was actually closer to beating Silvassi on his in lap than he was on his flyer. You see the GT cars here sitting in the pits awaiting the start of the race now, which is not too far away. Just 18 minutes now until the start of the race. We watch the number 6 car belonging to... I'll just find out for you here. Is that a number 6 car?
Is that Henrik Bieler?
Henrik Bieler.
The 6 Acura?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, 136.7. That's the apart from Leon Chambers, who's actually even a second down on himself. Henrik Bieler, one of the slower runners. We've got a lot of prototypes here today. 10 prototypes and 7 GTs. So this will be interesting because early on we're going to see probably a lot of prototypes coming through a field of lesser GTs, and it could make lapping a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's only a 5-second gap in between the slowest prototype and the fastest GT. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how they can capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's qualifying pace for Leon Chambers. So if Leon Chambers is having a bit of a slow lap and one of the GTs having a really fast lap, then it might make lapping the GTs quite difficult, and you could lose so much time on the people in front, getting bogged down on the infield behind GTs, which is the infield definitely not the optimum place to go for an overtake. Of course, you want to be doing it on that back oval section where you can just open the car up, move to the side and say, thank you very much, I'll see you later. Rob Gibson, 135.2, not challenging the top of the pack, but goes about a second faster.
It's a big improvement off of what they had before. I think it was like a 136. It was a lot closer than that to Bieler. I think if we're going to see anyone coming out for like final lap right before the start, we're going to see it in the next like minute or so. Well,
yeah, there's only 1 minute 40 left, so actually people are probably not going to have time to get round unless they really get going now. So I think we'll have probably about 10 minutes by the end of this qualifying session just to take you through the results of qualifying before we get into the race itself. 24 hours here at Daytona. It's going to be a great one, and as everyone essentially finishes their qualifying runs, the number 99 car here appears to be on a flyer, I think, actually. So we'll see what Santu Enqvist can do as he passes the first sector here. Can he improve on his 132.8? No, he can't. It's a 53.7 first sector, which is going to put him almost a second in the first sector of Patrick Silvassi. Oh, he gets super sideways coming through the bus stop, but does well to keep it together, kicking up a lot of dirt from the grassy infield behind him.
I was going to say, Peter Schumann has a really fast lap coming.
He does a 130.
Green sectors.
131.9, but it's going to be too little too late, unfortunately, and he's going to wish he could have pulled that one out maybe 5 minutes ago. There's a lot of smoke coming out the back there of Santu Enqvist's car, and he's going to say, let's just watch that and put the car back in the pits. So 10 seconds left here. Is there anyone here on a flying lap? Yeah, Henrik Bieler in the number 6 car is going to be... Oh, as we find the number 10 of Jesper Eriksson taking a very interesting route around the track. I'm not sure what happened to him there, but he's had to abandon his flyer.
He had a really slow sector 2, 23.9. Obviously, that bus stop didn't really help him.
Apologies to people there, just trying to get the overlay sorted out for you here for the race, so we can get the race standings and everything brought to you while we watch some of the action here. And all cars now return to the pits. There's one more car here, it's that Kamoa number 14. Trying to pull something together at the last minute of Leon Chambers. And he's going to take the bus stop all right here as he comes round the final part of the back oval section to cross the line. What are his sector time looking like? It's a personal best second sector, but you see the difference here between Silvassi and sector 2 alone. Silvassi 19.4, Leon Chambers 21.1. So really, it's really not gone very well for them there, unfortunately.
Congratulations to Patrick Silvassi and also Ernest Lepin's pole in their classes alongside Roland Sook's pole in LMP2. We're going to be moving to warm-up momentarily.
Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a warm-up session for you here, about 10 seconds or so, before we get into the race itself. Just to take you through the times there, and who's going to be starting where on pole. Oscar, do you want to take us through the results for that qualifying session?
I'd love to. My computer for my timing screen just shut down.
Oh, if you look at the results tab at the top, if you look at the little tab at the top, you can go over to the results for qualifying.
The whole computer shut down. I'm gonna have to pull up a different one. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Well, I could take you through it then. So, for the VISC 24 Hours of Daytona, your overall pole sitter and the man who's leading the DPI yet again out here in Daytona is Patrick Silvassi. Behind him, going to be starting on the outside of the track is Peter Schoenman. Behind him, Jesper Eriksson. Number 4, Lucas Lichten. And number 5, Roland Sooks is going to be your first LMP2. Behind him, Zoltan Boda, Sanctu Enqvist, Rob Gibson, Henrik Bieler and Leon Chambers. And your man who's going to be on pole in the GTE, replicating his pace from last week but in a different class, is going to be Ernest Lappins. Behind him, Adam Surej, Daniel Bottesi, Billy Eisman, Donat Diesner, Ramiro Perez and Kagan Kamerta. So, as we watch one of the Ferraris get really sideways there through the horseshoe, warm-up is going to be the last chance these drivers have to get used to their cars before they have to go out and do it all in race conditions. Tommy, anything you particularly noticed going through that that qualifying session you think might be interesting for the race?
I just think it's just going to be incredibly tight with the DB2s. Just and the LMPs as well. Is just I also think it'll be quite interesting when things are kind of coming round to get past as well. As just how much of a difference it's going to make.
Underscore ID.
Yeah.
Oscar
in the background trying to set your computer out here.
Underscore ID. That's equal.
Yeah, at least he's not saying his password out loud.
No, not yet. Oh dear. Oh. Very funny. Fantastic stuff. I do apologise. No, I don't apologise, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredibly
TV.
entertaining. How funny.
Oh no, that's me cracking up me 2 seconds.
Sorry, we do have to remember Tommy has only just recovered from his coronavirus scare. So we'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt here as he disappears into a coughing fit.
The worst thing is, it's probably just a cold, so it's not even that bad. It's just coughing.
So just trying to apologies for the kind of lack of camera movement going on here. I'm trying to get these overlays sorted out for you so we can have a little bit better of idea of who's where and what's going on, and you don't have to just rely on my
Okay,
voice.
drivers, just doing a whisper test. Can you please ping me on Discord, TeamSpeak, or message me on either and just let me know you can hear me. You can type in the chat in-game as well if you find that easier. Thank you very much.
So Alex Skinner, race director there, making sure all the drivers can hear him.
Jesper, I'll take that wiggling on the banking as a yes.
One of the drivers using a bit of imagination to respond to Alex Skinner's message there.
Yes, but just warm
I'm
up,
going to test
still
my
in the
whisper as well.
133.
Can people hear me? Whatever.
Yes, we can.
Alrighty, I'm back. I got my time and screen up now.
We heard you sorted it out in the background. That's definitely a clipped stream moment.
I forgot to do it. I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
I hope the stream is alright with everyone. If anyone has any questions in the stream chat, you can ping me at Twitter at twitter.com/JamesPeterMotorsport or put it in the chat and we'll get someone
Yeah, I'll
to...
dip in and out the YouTube chat now and again as well, just to...
Awesome. So Tommy will be on hand to try and keep up with your messages, and we'll try and answer any questions you have or any talking points you want as soon as we can. So just 7 minutes now to before we get into the race. And I'm excited for this one. The Raw before the 24 was such a good race. It'll be interesting to see where people, what kind of risks people are willing to take now that the race distance is up by 4 times. I mean, we saw some very close racing very early on last time, but it's going to be interesting to see whether people are a little bit less aggressive going for overtakes, or if most people, because it's a 24-hour race, you could win it basically just on pit stops.
Sorry, James, I had my mic muted there.
It's alright. I hope you're enjoying
Rookie error.
our Spinal Tap broadcast. Yeah.
That's alright, we're all rookies here. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's all about having fun.
Absolutely, it is.
Oh, for sure.
And when Christian comes on, our broadcast expert, well, I'm sure the production quality will increase.
Perfect. So I've just posted in the chat there. But if there's any questions as the night goes on, then, like I said, just please ask away, and I'll try and get that over to James as well, or whoever's broadcasting at the time. Like I said, I'm kind of a third wheel today, so I'll just be everyone's dog's body, I think.
Yeah,
unless I'm sleeping.
Yeah, sleep is very important, even in the 24 hours, even for the drivers. So, we'll make sure we do so.
We'll see how it turns out going to turn 1 on the first lap. Hopefully we can
Well,
get
I'm
clean.
interested to see how turn 1 in the first lap does go, because that's what I'm saying. I mean, you'd think, because we ride on board with Ernest Lappins here, you'd think that drivers will take less risks, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's sim racing. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone, go for glory at turn 1 and see it all blow up in their face.
I also think as well, with it being so quick after qualification as well, and there is a warm up, so like all the drivers that will be in the cars will kind of have that. They'll all be pumped up to go. So
Yeah.
I think you're possibly more likely to see incidents kind of at the start than at at your mid stages.
I think start and the end is probably when you're going to see the most.
Okay. I mean, you maybe get the kind of the sloppiness. I don't like really saying that, but there's the kind of like just drivers before they make their stops and swapping over, they'll just be, that's maybe just where you'll get your mistakes happening, and if there's somebody passing somebody, they might just not quite be on it to register. I mean, I'm speaking from my experience. I mean, that's like the...
Ooh. Sorry,
The
I
different-
watched Ernest Lappins go quite wide there at the first corner, and that'll be something that's a theme that's carried over from last week. And he's just going to do some donuts now, actually, past turn 1. Not entirely sure how this is going to help his race preparation, but he was very quick last week, so I'm not going to knock him for it.
Hey, he's gonna have a fast sector.
No, back to the pits. New tyres, please.
To go off what you were saying, Thomas, I'm gonna say like, yeah, everyone's trying to squeeze everything that they can out of their stint. They want to do as good as they can, all the way up to like coming into the pits. Gonna squeeze even like coming into the pits. You want to like hit the brakes really late. You can get the most amount of time.
Yeah, those crucial seconds.
Sure.
Now that's Lappin saying that he's been DSQ'd. So I
well,
don't know what's
they
happening there, but
do
hopefully it can
this
get sorted.
for they do this whenever there's some sort of inside. Well, could this be because of what we've just seen, the little donut incident? I'm sure if he has actually been disqualified and not a little jokey disqualification from the warm-up session, we'll hear Alex Skinner over the whisper system in just a moment to explain what has happened. That tends to generally be the case.
Maybe he just doesn't like donuts.
Who doesn't like donuts though?
Speaking of donuts, Donut Diesner yet to set a time in the Aston Martin in the warm-up session. So he's very happy with his preparation, apparently.
Yeah, that was a beautiful segue as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh dear. Jesper Eriksson actually is the fastest car out on the track at the moment, 1:33.7. So you imagine higher fuel loads coming into play now. It's the last opportunity to practice race pace, which I think most people will agree is probably a lot more important than qualifying pace in a 24
Okay, everyone
hour.
will be moving forward to the race session momentarily.
And here we go. Just moments away now from the VISC 24 hours of Daytona as Alex Skinner comes over the radio.
All non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
And we hear that incredibly jarring R-Factor 2 announcer telling
Please
us.
remember that LMP and DPI cars are allowed to leave the grid when the lights go out, but leave on the pit limiter. And GT cars, please wait for further instructions. This is so we can stagger the grid, and it also means that we can delay the GT and cancel the GT start if there is a major incident for the prototypes. Thank you.
So this is basically Alex Skinner explaining the system we have to start in the race. It's going to be a split start to stop any instance where GTs might get on the brakes a little bit late. Probably quite well needed in a track like Daytona, where the first corner is so much on feeling and you might be on cold brakes and cold tyres. So that's just going to stop any instance where the prototypes haven't had the opportunity to get away from the GTs, and we could have a massive pile-up at turn 1.
Probably makes the odds of that a little bit less.
So we're going to switch the camera over here to the front of the grid. Patrick Silvassi on pole with Peter Schumann next to him
DPs
here.
are allowed to leave the grid on their pit limiter, please.
And I'm very excited to see how this battle gets on
Patrick,
throughout the
wake up.
race.
Have you turned your engine off?
Patrick Silvassi has appeared to have turned his engine off here. And
Prototypes are allowed. Prototypes allowed to overtake Silvassi.
so Silvassi having problems here
Oh.
on the grid. Our pole sitter
Oh no.
appears to have turned his engine off, and he's going to fall back a little bit here. He does appear to have got... No, he is there now. He's still slow, so he's stalled on the grid. And
GT
Silvassi...
field is allowed to accelerate and stay on the pit limiter.
Silvassi, after what was a fantastic qualifying performance, is going to get passed by all of the GT cars here and going to find himself stuck at the back of the grid. And back
Yeah,
to the
so-
pits. It's a pit lane start for Patrick Silvassi. So Peter Schumann is going to be the pole sitter by default.
What a disaster right up there. From the
I
beginning. That's
know.
gonna be interesting to watch. See how he can come up through the field.
Yeah,
For a few hours.
absolutely. Well, he's more than capable of doing it. Patrick Silvassi has been a fantastic runner so far in this VISC series. Last week really showed his talent. And if there's any man on the track who can come back from which is going to be quite a head-shaking start for him, because that's going to really knock your preparation and confidence there. And, 2 minutes ago he wouldn't have even been
Drivers,
considering.
please be aware there will be a DPI coming through the field and will be allowed to retake its position on the grid, which will be second place. You were saying?
Pole
Yeah.
Lassie.
Okay. That's probably a bit of a relief for him. And his team, too.
He's going full beans to try and catch up.
As the
I apologise, Patrick will take all.
And there you go. As we watch Patrick Silvassi here going, excuse me. And oh gosh, he's got quite close to test some of the GT cars there, but he's going to recover.
Yeah, he's back there.
No problem for him, but it's probably just the impatience of having something like that happen. But here we go, he finds his friends and he's going to go, no, I am faster than all of you. Sorry. And he's going to take his place back at the front. So, a little bit of a scare there for Patrick Silvassi. Probably thought that he was going to have to pull out some sort of Rambo-esque montage to get back through the pack, but he's going to be able to start from the position of pole, which, yeah, I think good decision from Alex Skinner.
As a viewer, I'm quite disappointed, but
But in the name of fairness and not entertainment.
GTs, could you please just slow down a small bit and give a bigger gap? I misjudged it when we went on the formation. I'll let you know when you can pick up speed again.
Well,
Feel free to use the apron.
This is something new, a race director admitting a mistake. Wow. He really is a unique race director, our Alex Skinner. And we
Run at
appreciate him
about
for
half
it.
formation speed, please. Half formation speed, so 40 kilometers an hour.
So here we go as they come at snail's pace towards the bus stop. Last chance for them here to talk to their teams, try and sort their strategy out, think what tyres are we on, how long are we on them for, when are we switching people out of the car and switching people back in. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. What do you think is the number one thing we need to
DPIs,
look out for,
please
fellas?
maintain
And
normal
the
formation speed. Normal
skirmishes
formation
of this
speed.
race.
DPIs, only GTs are to be slow.
Here, repeat that.
What do you think are the key things we need to look out for in the opening skirmishes of this race?
Definitely turn 1. Watch out for turn 1.
GTs may now carry on under full formation speed. Full formation speed, GTs.
That's us just about ready to go.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cars to come around the final corner of this back oval, and we'll hear Alex Skinner over the radio giving the green, 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 and our 24 hours of Daytona will be underway as soon as that direction comes.
I'm just riding at the back with Leon Chambers just to kind of get an overview of the rest of the guys in front, so hopefully everyone gets away clean. Well, like you were saying, Oscar, just in the first corner is going to be pretty spicy.
Well, it was alright last week. We were okay last week. We all expected the same thing last week.
Prototypes, prepare for the green flag.
And here we go. Just the last moment's attention as these DPIs get ready to go.
Green, green, green prototype.
And it's green flag conditions here at the VISC 24 Hours of Daytona as Patrick Silvassi, after that little incident on the grid, will lead the pack away. Peter Showman is going to get blocked out a little bit there and is going to lose his second place. He's going to lose third place as well now. But Silvassi stays ahead of the pack here under a bit of pressure. Schumann's going to come round the outside towards
GT
the horseshoe. And now the GT cars are underway. And Silvassi's going to keep the lead. Schumann's going to have a little bit of a skirmish with the car behind, who's going to put a tyre down on the grass, but everyone stays nice and clean through turn 1, Tommy. So there we go, 2 weeks in a row, no incidents at turn 1.
Leon Chambers making up 2 positions at the start there. Managed to basically mug them. Right, he's ran wide there. No, he's still keeping it not too bad there.
And we come and have a look at the GT field here. Ernest Lappins leads the pack away. He's actually already got a little bit of a gap on the people behind. This is probably what, 5? Well, probably less than that. 2 or 3 tenths up, you'd say, Ernest Lappins now already on Adam Serij and Danilo Bettesi.
Do want to give credit to Jesper Eriksson getting around Peter Schumann right there in the first corner. That was an impressive pass.
Yeah, Schumann a little bit cautious on the brakes into turn one. And as a result, he let Jesper Eriksson come at the inside, and Santu Enqvist as well had a little bit of a look at the inside, but Schumann has managed to get that position back. But remember, this is a 24-hour race. We shouldn't expect to see any big skirmishes on the opening laps. It's all going to be about just getting those laps under your belt. And in a race this long, it doesn't matter whether you're first, second or third at this point. If you're on the same lap, you're going to have a chance. And even if you end up falling 2 or 3 laps down, you're going to have a good chance coming the end of the 24 hours.
Ah, definitely. I mean, that's what we're saying during qualifying as well. Is you just it's that show for the quali, but the track position, you kind of just want to find your own kind of little zone where you can just kind of like detune and become just kind of like robotic as you're going round, and just
Absolutely.
like try not like scrub the tires too much and just look after the cars going round.
Speaking of looking after the car, Silvassi, he locked up his brakes there in turn 6.
Go back here to look at Schumann. Schumann, purple first sector here. Is a second back there already on Silvassi. Jesper Eriksson, 4 tenths back on Silvassi. But these 3 runners are gonna. Schumann's probably got the best track position here coming through the oval, as he's gonna almost pick up this double slipstream of the cars in front. And you can see now that the gap in the field between the DPIs and the LMP2 starting to show a little bit here as they're going to hurtle towards the first corner. Schumann's going to come quite deep there, and he might have a little look at the inside of Jesper Eriksson. But
yeah, Eriksson was looking a bit twitchy through there as well.
Yeah, we see this quite a lot. First corner, we see some really twitchy driving sometimes, and I think it is just that you have to get your trail brake completely right through there. You can't just slam on the brakes there. Trail braking is going to be the fastest way to take that, and there might be some people who are perhaps not used to the cars they're driving, or are just getting little snaps of oversteer that we saw last week as well.
Peter Schumann just set the fastest lap already
Drive-through
with a
penalty for the number 224 AC Sim Motorsports Cadillac of Lucas Lichten for causing an avoidable collision.
So there's been a collision on the track here. Just trying to find out where that has happened. It seems to have cleared itself up, but oh, there we go. 75 going off the track there, and that looked like it was almost very nasty. So the number 2 car, Lucas Lichten, who had so many problems last week in that Porsche GTE, is going to be the first person to receive the banhammer of Alex Skinner today, and is going to have to make his way to the pits like a stop and go. Not even just the drive-through, stop and go penalty is really going to have an effect on his race at this early point. So we ride on back here of the GT field. Number 75 car here almost having a pretty nasty incident. This is Ramiro Perez with Donat Diesner down at turn 1. As we cycle ourselves back towards the prototypes, we're going to see Luke Lichten coming out of the pits after taking that penalty. So that might have been our first taste of the aggression we thought we might not see.
I was going to quickly mention Jesper Eriksson. He's ran a 19.1 through 3. He's picking up right now that he's in the lead. He just took the lead.
Jesper Eriksson getting ahead of Patrick
Drive-through
Silvassi.
penalty removal due to Lucas having served.
There we go. So we've got a new leader here, the number 10 Wayne Taylor racing car of Jesper Eriksson in the lead. Silvassi still within a tenth, so this must have been a very recent overtaking. Schumann still keeping pretty close there, but after that it's a bit far back to Zoltan Boda.
Schumann's still just kind of hanging on to the shirt tails of first and second as well, so he's Oh, but really sideways through the bus stop
Yeah,
there.
he's fallen off a little bit there. You would have seen on that camera angle, and this three-person battle has now become. Oh, as Silvassi tries to have a look around the outside, he's playing a game of wiggles as he ends up right on the bumper of Jesper Eriksson with nowhere to go. And he does lock up his tyres a little bit, and you want to be careful because so much of the strategy is going to be built around keeping your tyres in as best condition as possible for as long as you can. And if you're locking up so much this early on, that's definitely going to give you something to worry about as you come into the first round of pit stops. I'll be interested, either Tommy or Oscar, if we could perhaps find some sort of weather update in Daytona at the moment, because I know when we were commentating last week we were expecting rain that never came, and I was wondering if perhaps it might be the same story today.
Well, I think the way that it's been set today is sunny.
Sunny.
Yeah, it looks really nice out.
It does look really nice. We did have some clouds forming a little bit last week, but they don't appear to have returned today. So hurricane season in Daytona, obviously it's terrible at the moment. You know, our thoughts go out to everyone who's been affected by terrible storms there. But we're the correct conditions for our race today do look pretty sunny when we were expecting quite a bit of rain.
Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way.
It doesn't. It doesn't. The weather can change so quickly here. Absolutely. As we just ride on board here with Jesper Eriksson. Patrick Silvassi has dropped off a little bit here as Peter Schoeman puts in a fastest first sector 53.2. So is he getting any closer now? Yes, he is. He's just 2 tenths behind Patrick Silvassi, but Jesper Eriksson pulling away a little bit. Still less than a second separate Eriksson and Silvassi, but has gone up from what was only a couple of tenths.
Yeah, I just went back to have a look to see how Silvassi had lost his position, and it was an absolutely cracking overtake by Eriksson into the second corner.
Oh!
Ferrari kind of doing his best to stay out the way there.
He didn't do well enough though, unfortunately. But
It's allowed Schumann to kind of catch up a bit on Silvassi as well.
And Eriksson, Silvassi and Schumann, that two-way fight's become a three-way fight again now. And you can see Schumann seems to be dragging that slipstream of Silvassi. And actually, he might have a good opportunity to get at Silvassi onto the back oval. He's not going to be aggressive enough, probably rightfully so, to try and make any sort of move through the bus stop. But coming onto the back oval, and now Silvassi is right on the back of Eriksson.
Got a really good run out of the bus stop.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for it here. Silvassi around the side of Eriksson. Eriksson's got the inside line and appears to have the speed to keep it at bay. But now look at Schumann looking. He thought about trying to make it 3 wide, but he just didn't have the speed in a straight line. And now here we go. Silvassi thought about down the inside here, but it's well done by Eriksson. Nice and calm. And now Schumann is going to have the opportunity to get at Patrick Silvassi here. And this is fantastic racing. Just like we saw last week, the leaders so closely matched together. And this is absolutely fantastic racing, boys.
That's a really smart move there by Silvassi to not go around Eriksson right there and not push the issue.
Well, he could have easily let Schumann get back into it if that had happened.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a surprise purple second sector from Shantu Einkvist in the Eureka number 99 car. Just a little bit further back on the track. About 10 seconds behind, but he has just set the fastest second sector. And here we go, here is Jesper Eriksson takes the Aston Martin, and now you see how that traffic has played into it here, and Schumann's going to have a nice run onto Silvassi coming towards the bus stop, but he's just going to calm him behind there. I really thought he was going to try and go for it there, but he thought better of it, and just look at the lap traffic they're having to deal with here. And it's added even more spice to this battle.
This is going to help him get the slipstream coming up onto turn 1 right here.
Absolutely.
He's really pushing hard now.
Schumann is going to look up the inside of him. It's the first corner here, and surely Silvassi's going to be able to do anything about it. Oh! So close there. And
Silvassi was doing well to try and just stay wide. just to carry the speed in a little bit more. But it's a hellish bit to catch all these cars.
Absolutely, but yeah, I think it's well played there by Silvassi. Doesn't need to do anything drastic early on. Schumann had that inside line there, just let him take it, and now actually, you know, Silvassi is going to be able to collect the slipstream off Schumann once they've cleared this lap traffic. But what, it's only taken us 9 laps of this race for us to see our first round of laps. So it will be interesting to see how they all deal with it. The DPIs do appear to have done a pretty good job of displacing these GTs without incident. We ride on board here with... Oh! Big spin! Big spin and crash into the wall behind! We get back to that.
Drive-through penalty for car number 22 of Boda for causing an avoidable collision.
And there we go, that's Sam to Engvis. We've just been talking about how good his second sector lap time was, setting the purple. And there he goes, you would have caught on the back of the camera, just spins around and puts it into the wall. And now he's been rewarded with a very crumpled front end on that, yeah, very sad looking 99 Oreca 7.
He was running some really good laps right there. I was watching his times on the board. He was catching Boda really, really quick. And I guess they must have made contact or something happened there.
I'm just having a wee look at it just now, just to kind of see what's happened. They were really racing really tight. And just try and skip forward a bit. Oh, they're catching up with the lapped cars, and he's just swung across the front. It's not intentional. He's just forgot he was there, by the looks of it, coming up to a lap car. So no malice, but drive-through penalties definitely well deserved.
Curse of the commentator there saying how well everyone was dealing with the lap traffic, and then that incident happens almost instantaneously. It's like if anyone was around last week, you would have remembered every time that Christian went to conduct an interview, a major incident would happen.
Penalty removed due to serving.
So penalty removed due to 7 there for Zoltan Boda, who has now dropped down the order a little bit. Sam to Aintvist, however, still probably come out worse than that incident. He's going to have to spend a little bit of time in the pits as we ride on board with Jasper Eriksson, our race leader. Pulled away a little bit from the pack behind, 1.3 seconds separate him and Peter Schumann. Schumann and Silvassi, now they've cleared the lap traffic, are quite close together again now actually, just 3/10 separate Schumann and Silvassi.
I do want to mention Lucas Lichten. He is running 133.8. He's been running some really fast laps the last few laps, and he's moved up into 6th place. He's gotten around Boda and also Enquist, who had the incident together.
Well, Silvassi showing probably slower pace than he did last week. If we have a look at the top of the lap time board, last lap you had Jesper Eriksson with a 133.3, Peter Schumann with a 133.7, Silvassi 134.3. I don't know, perhaps if Silvassi's had a bit of a confidence knock, or if he's struggling a little bit with the tyres or the setup of the car. But yeah, no, he's kind of dropped back a little bit in terms of pace since he got overtaken pretty early on for the lead. So if we take some time now to go back and have a look at the GT field, our leader at the moment in the GTs is Ernest Lappins. Of course, remember he was the fastest man on track last week for a good portion of the race in the LMP2, and he drives that lovely Chevy Corvette here in what a fantastic red livery. And he's really pulled away from the pack here actually. 8 seconds separate him in the second place GT of Adam Serrej, and I'm just trying to see if there is anyone, any battle in the GT that we can focus on. It appears Batesi and Eisman are pretty close together.
Who's that just ran wide? Is that the 06 car? No, it's the 77 of
yeah, a little bit
Rob
of run wide there from Rob Gibson. And if we look back here, we can see 2 GT cars here very close together, with 2 prototypes trying their best to get round as quick as possible, and the GTs do a good job. But here we go, we've got 2, I believe, 488s here, very close together.
We've Sorry, James, just to interrupt there. I think we've got a bit. Santu is just leaving the pits, and it looks like his engine's smoking a bit still. So,
Let's see if we can find that for you on the stream here.
yeah, he's just. So he was in the pits for a while, getting repairs by the looks of it, and it's.
Yeah, a little bit.
He might need to go
Oh,
back
no.
in.
A little bit of smoke for him, but yeah, we do see that, you know, a fair amount on our Factor 2 tends to just be engine trouble that isn't too serious. Maybe something like just oil or water temperatures running a little bit too high, and it'll probably calm itself down.
Yeah.
Tommy, you were mentioning as someone who isn't a particular R Factor 2 regular, how when you you tuned into the stream last week, the first thing you mentioned was how brutal the engine problems were that people were experiencing.
Yes, it seemed to be pretty harsh, but then I suppose if you're crashing into walls at over 100 miles an hour, then you would be expected to get a bit of damage in the real life.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. Have a look at the timing sheet here. Who's setting the fastest times? Jesper Eriksson will be pulling a little bit of a gap away to Peter Schumann. In fact, the whole three leaders of our prototype race, a lot actually separates them now compared to what did before.
Lucas Lichten picked up another spot. He's up to 5th place now.
5th place for
224
Lucas
car.
Lichten, so after he had that drive-through penalty, Lichten doing a little bit better here. And as we have a look at the front of the field, you can see Jesper Eriksson going down this infield section. Schumann dropped back by 2 seconds, but last lap, Schumann only 2/10 slower than Eriksson. Silvassi 1 second behind Schumann here. So, as Jesper Eriksson takes one of the Ferraris very nicely for what is a pretty simple lapping procedure, we'll take you through the order of the race so far. Leading at the moment, Jesper Eriksson in the DPI, down to Peter Schumann, Patrick Silvassi. Number 4 in the race is Roland Sux, ahead of Lucas Lichten, Henrik Biela and Zoltan Boda. Leon Chambers in 8th, Rob Gibson in 9th, and then in our GT race, Ernest Lappins, who started on pole in the GTs, still leading the field in the Corvette C7 GTE, ahead of Adam Suresh in 2nd, Danilo Patesi, Billy Eisman, Ramiro Perez, Donat Diesler, Kagan Kamerta and Santu Enquist in last place after those unfortunate amount of repairs after his incident with Zoltan Boda going for an overtake in the middle of lap traffic.
Yeah, down into the GT3s, we've got Billy Eisman and Danilo Batesi just having a good battle. Now it looks like Billy Eisman's going to get it in front of him into the bus stop.
So, while we've been talking, Silvassi has actually overtaken Schumann. He's coming quite far back to get that position, but Schumann is going to have another look at it again, and he almost thought about going to the inside on the horseshoe there, and that would be a very interesting move to see, but he thinks better of it, and I think that's probably the right decision, Peter.
Interesting to see if he can get the slipstream coming up here to the bus stop.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. I mean, if there's a place to go for the overtake, it's when you get that slipstream coming up there. It'll be interesting to see. I'd love to know what the aero setup is between these two boys here, because you know, we were talking so much last week about finding that balance between performance on the infield and on the oval. These two, their setups seem to be pretty close together because they're lapping so close to each other. But actually, I say that, Schumann last lap 135.1, Silvassi 133.9.
Ericsson will be quite happy. The more these guys keep battling, the more that he'll be able just to get just that little bit further away into clean air.
Well, yeah, I mean, having said that, Jesper Eriksson, the gap to Silvassi was 2 seconds, now 3.7, as we see Eriksson just ahead coming up to a bit of lap traffic here. Shouldn't slow him down too much, though. So, yeah, Eriksson kind of putting in the performance we saw from Silvassi last week, where Silvassi was probably matched by pace by Aidan Williams, but Aidan Williams couldn't keep the consistent lap times, while Silvassi was a little bit better, and Silvassi actually locks up a little bit into the horseshoe there.
That's him coming up to some of the LMP2s as well. That's the Rob Gibson that the Silvassi will be coming up to as well.
Yeah, and you'll see if the DPIs this week have the speed to go for those lapping moves on the LMP2s. We didn't see too much of that last week, to be honest, but we might see a bit more of it today. And Billy Eisman and Danilo Battesi, as you mentioned earlier, I've just had a look down at the timing screen and they're so close together. I think there's just a second between them. So we'll go down and have a look, see if we can find that battle for you.
Yeah, there's just so much going on. The battle's over.
Oh!
for the moment. But there's just so much going on at the early stage.
It's hard to keep up sometimes with what is happening. And I do apologise for the camera operation here at today's race. This is camera operating is definitely not my forte.
We've got a spinner. Leon's just one at the hairpin there.
Leon Chambers, number 8.
He's back going again. So
here we go. Schumann on Silvassi. They get so close together, and Schumann's going to push him out wide. And Schumann's going to... Oh, they're side by side going towards the NASCAR turns. And Schumann and Silvassi so close together through the dog leg. And round the second...
Oh my God, side by side.
Schumann, they hit.
To the lap car.
Schumann is ahead, though, after that little skirmish. But wow, that is very risky, boys. This early on in the race. And Silvassi's going to go up the inside again. This is fantastic racing. And Schumann is going to take the position, but Silvassi's going to be all over the back of him.
Oh, they'll be desperate to try and get that toe.
Yeah, definitely. And he's going to have that toe. And this lap car... Oh! What's happened there? Schumann almost gone straight into the back of the lap car there. And a fantastic reaction times from him to make sure that incident didn't turn pretty nasty.
I wonder if I think it's Gibson. Yeah, I wonder if he just came off the power just a little bit just before the bus stop to let them by. But they certainly seem to catch up on him very, very quickly.
Oh, it was too quickly. As Silvassi again is going to try and go side by side towards turn 1. Schumann's going to defend the inside. Silvassi has a little bit of a better run coming out. Oh, they hit!
That was a lot of contact.
They hit. And Silvassi's going to try and go around the outside, but he's going to run out of road there as Schumann blocks the inside. And Schumann's going to keep the second place at the moment. And Jesper Eriksson will probably be being told by his teammates, just drive that car nice and safely, don't take any risks. These two behind are out for blood with each other.
Yeah, definitely. If he's able to stay out a little bit longer just by taking it a little bit easier as well, that's going to help the rest of the drivers when they come to take over as well. Just with these two guys battling, they'll be using more of their tyres, more of the fuel, and by all accounts, more door panels.
Well, we haven't seen anything.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, here we go. It's one of the Ferraris. It's slow on the apron of the oval section.
3, 2, 1.
And it's the 61 car. So code 80 here is essentially the full course yellow. All drivers must slow down and go round the track on the limiter. And the car's going to stop there. That's the 51 car. Can we identify who that is?
That's Kagan.
Kagan Komerta running in last place. Right. You can see we can get a better angle. I mean, the car, there doesn't appear to be any damage on it. Can we see if we can get a replay on that, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm just having a wee look just now. I think coming into the bus stop and it's just like it's just the engines died coming through the bus stop. It was as simple as that. No smoke, no fire. And he's just back in the
pits now. So is that it? I think we might have our first casualty of the Daytona 24 hours in the first half an hour. Kagan Komerta. Ernest Lappins is also in the pits currently. My timing screen lets me know. As he comes up, perhaps that was just a routine tyre change. And he had a very big gap on the field actually, so I'm not too surprised. If you're gonna take, pit stop, what a great time to do it, because he's kept his position ahead of Adam Surej, who was so far back because of the code 80, and he's got a fresh pair of boots to go around on now.
A good strategy call there.
Yeah, very
Take advantage of that gap that you pulled out.
And actually, we're seeing a few GT cars in the pits here. And that is the 88 car of Adam Serridge. So Serridge and Lappins both choosing to pit at the same time.
Yeah, I think you've got to make the most of the opportunities like this, because even if it's just taking on a little bit more fuel just to run a little bit longer, because you're just, if you, like you said, if you time it right, you're just going to get nearly round the first corner by the time the other car's going to come by anyway. So, you know, you're not going to lose too much time. I think it'll be driver swaps would be a little bit harder.
Yeah, and
how much
too
how much
early.
time do they take in R Factor?
Well, we're about to see actually who comes out, and Silvassi came into the pits behind Schoenman, and Schoenman is actually going to swap out for Axel Kerr. So they have done a driver swap.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
So Axel Kerr in the car that was being driven by Schoenman.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
So that driver swap has robbed us of what was a pretty tasty battle. But we'll see how Axel Kerr gets on in that car. As you see him in the background there. A GT splits him and Silvassi currently.
That's it, and Ericsson seems to have done pretty well out of that as well. Now 22 seconds, and he came into the pits as well.
Did he? Well.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
I did have to rewind to check.
We'll take your word for it, Tommy, don't worry. Ericsson, yeah, he'd be running in cloud cuckoo land at the moment. He'll be on cloud 9 dreaming about, well, it's probably too early to be thinking about the win, actually, but he's given himself a good advantage in the early stage. There's nothing to lose by having 22 seconds on your opponents, even if it is only 18 laps in.
Like, we've got a comment from Tom Dillon in the YouTube chat just saying people respecting the track limits at the chicane, impossible.
Yeah. Well, this is something Alex Skinner did mention in the briefing. He said, look, you know, I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I understand, you know, I'm not going to be unfair with it, because it's one of those things where if you see someone else doing it and they keep doing it, you're going to be more inclined to do it yourself. Oh, you see actually here, Jesper Eriksson getting a little bit stuck behind one of the Vantages here. And I feel like the Vantage is fighting him a little bit too much there, but it's alright. Incident?
No, I just had a little bit of lag, and it looked like he had slammed right into the side of the Vantage there. So
Well, it looks really close on my screen as well, actually. I was wondering whether we were going to see another Code 80, but we haven't seen anything quite as extreme as Adam Gray's spectacular loss of rear wing early on in last week's race, but there's been a couple of big incidents already so far.
it's been incredible so far. It's been relatively clean. I think there's just been a couple of errors, really, just small ones, and you're always going to get a little bit of coming together now and again, but it seems to all be pretty good.
Right, it's such a tight track. Like the width of like the infield section, it's so narrow.
Yeah.
Not that much.
Yeah.
There's not much room for error.
And here we go, a great battle going on here between Batesi and Serrej. I had a little look down at my timing screen and saw that the gap was less than 3/10, and here we go as Adam Serrej, who was in second place, and he's fallen down a little bit after his pit stop. He's going to try and take Batesi here. He's got a great slipstream. He's going to look to the outside. Probably a little bit too far back, but there's plenty of time before the first corner for him to make that move stick, and it's going to absolutely be battle of the late breakers as they hurtle towards the line and towards turn 1. And Batesi is going to keep the inside, but he's completely outbroken by Serrej, who takes the position very easily.
Some really good brake control there, going through turn 1.
So there we go, as a few prototypes line up in the background to lap them. Adam Serrej does a very nice job of displacing Batesi and sets his personal best lap time in the process. And here we go, we'll see Silvassi now coming through the field to take these two. And we'll hope this is nice and clean, and Silvassi has no problem displacing those cars and putting himself in a bit of clean air.
Yeah, now it looks like I could be wrong, but Ericsson looks like he's lost a bit of time, or
He has.
Salvassi's been caught up on him. So I'm just gonna have a wee look just to kind of see.
Yes, but Ericsson,
something's
yeah,
happened.
he's lost 10 seconds. Jesper Ericsson. Now, unless our timing screen just hadn't updated after his pit stop, that would mean he's lost 10 seconds in not a very long amount of time. I mean, he looks fine. He's in pretty clean air. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him, but I've been watching him a fair bit, and there doesn't appear to be that much in his way.
I wonder if maybe he's just spun somewhere.
Well, perhaps that would. I mean, that would make sense rather than it being some sort of gradual lap time issue as he comes up behind Ernest Lappins here, making it very difficult for Jesper Ericsson. But Jesper Ericsson gets it done here. Actually, hang on, Ernest Lappins is going to come back at the inside of him here. This is not. You're not racing for the same class.
The two leaders right there, aren't they?
They are the two. They are our two leaders, and our LMP2 leader was Roland Sukes. Well, he's fallen down a little bit now.
Right.
So, all quiet on the Ericsson front. Apart
Looks like
from
a. Go ahead.
potential spin.
Looks like Bolton Boda. He took the lead in the LP2 class. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe he did. And we're going to ride on board now with Sanctu Enqvist, who, after that unfortunate incident early on, is now making his way through the GT field for position.
I can't see anything with Ericsson. I don't know, maybe he's just been a little bit compromised with some of the back markers, but not. It didn't look like anything excessive. But Silvassi's definitely catching. He's got up another 2 seconds, so unless Silvassi's just got absolute super chops at the moment, and he's just getting that hammer right down. Who's still got the fastest lap at the moment?
Fastest lap is still Jesper Ericsson, 1:32.7, but last lap Silvassi, 1:33.2, compared to Jesper Ericsson, 1:35.
That might be part of it right there.
Yeah, definitely. It's like diagnosing a problem and just diving in at the deep end. Like, oh, just change that engine. Oh no, wait, their tyres are flat.
So Jesper Ericsson perhaps struggling a little bit. You said he came in for a pit stop, so maybe he's just, feeling a little bit of the looseness of the cold tyres, not getting up to temperature yet.
Yeah, I'm sure he came in for a pit stop. Now I'm questioning myself. I'm going to have to go back and double check again.
Well, if he hasn't, he might want to consider it. But interested to see a driver change that early on for Axel Kerr coming into the car.
Yeah, he definitely came in. I've just found that again.
10 seconds now, the difference. So, I mean, if we had AWS insights, thank God we don't, within a few laps' time, we'd probably be seeing some sort of on-track battle between Silvassi and Ericsson, unless Ericsson, I don't know. I'm not sure if, we have a look at the sector times here, actually.
Yeah, Silvassi, he just ran a little bit slower of a time through second one. He ran a 54.1 compared to a 54.0 of Jesper.
But he's taken a couple of tenths out of Ericsson in Sector 2, though he was a little bit slower in Sector 1.
Right.
As we ride on board here with Sanctu Enqvist, who has basically taken the entire GT field without any real problem. And we'll hop on board for a lap with Patrick Silvassi to see how he's getting on in his pursuit of Jesper Ericsson, and we can see it's under 10 seconds now, the time. So, yeah, this is very impressive from
that, and he's pulling away from Axel Kerr as well.
Yeah, so this is a bit of the Silvassi we saw last week, who once he gets his lap times down, he gets into that rhythm. Like, it's almost like autopilot for him. You can just put the laps in and punch them in over and over and over, and he's taking real chunks out of Jesper Ericsson, who will have his team in the ear going, "You need to hurry up a little bit, Jesper."
But then if somebody's saying that, do you put them under pressure? Do they start making mistakes? Or do you just kind of keep that information for them?
A la Pierre Gasly last year. You know what I mean? It's difficult. It's a difficult conversation, isn't it? Do you tell your driver he needs to speed up so they get the result, or do you tell him he's doing well so he has a bit of confidence? I'm sure there's psychologists all over the world queuing up to tell us what the correct answer to that is.
I know. I can see his eyes in my rearview mirror. No, it's fine. Just keep going. Sorry.
Silvassi just ran half a second quicker in Sector 2.
Yeah, and if we come to see what his lap time was this lap as he crosses the line, it was a 1:33.5, so really consistent. He was on 1:35 last lap as well, 1:33.5. But Jesper Eriksson 1:34.1, but the gap has stayed at about 9.7 seconds here, so not those big chinks of time being taken out of Eriksson like we saw before. Looking a little bit further down the field here, are any battles that are going on particularly? Everyone is kind of spaced out a little bit more now. Axel Kerr, especially as you mentioned, back a fair way away after that driver change. I mean, they would have lost a fair bit of time doing that driver change, I imagine. Anyway.
It's Nick Newcomb's just letting us know that Ericsson is fine. They pitted.
Ah, well there you go. It's just a problem with the timing screen, I imagine then.
Yeah. So that's just I don't know how long ago that was, but it was just in the YouTube chat, so I'm just trying to flick between the screens.
That's just a couple minutes ago.
Julian, we're trying to get the overlay sorted. It'll probably be something that's on later on.
It is, yeah. When Christian comes on for his shift, we'll have all the overlays sorted. Don't worry. We'll try our best to keep you up to date with what's going on at the moment, but the overlays will be coming.
Something to look forward to.
It is a reason to come back. For the time being, I'd suggest having the timing screen up, just on your phone or on a spare bit of screen or whatever. And well, I tell you what, you can make your own. You can make your own overlay. Send us in your best overlays to twitter.com/JamesPuthra Motorsport, and we can show them on the stream.
You're hoping for some sort of Lando Norris helmet design coming out?
Yeah, it's a little helmet design competition. Yeah. If we look at the front of the field now, Jesper Eriksson to Silvassi 8.4 seconds. So while we've been talking about the fact that Jesper Eriksson is fine, another second has gone there. But it's just 3 tenths in lap time separate them here. So it's not the big 1.5 second gaps that we were seeing before. Oh, Ferrari on the infield struggling here, not entirely sure what's happened. He seems to be getting a bit squiggly. It's the 51 car.
Alright. Yeah, going really slow again.
And
that's the same car that stalled
I think
earlier,
that could
right?
be his engine again.
Kagan Komerta perhaps having engine trouble or just getting a little bit wide out of the corner. But yeah, we've switched over to him and he was sliding around the infield, mowing the grass. So I'm not entirely sure what's happened to him there. As Zoltan Boda coming into the pits, perhaps for a driver change.
It's getting to be about that time because you got the pit stops going to be coming up for the people that didn't come in during the Code 80.
Wow, yeah. I mean, we're almost 2 hours in here. Sorry, an hour in. We're almost an hour in here. So if those teams where there's perhaps less drivers, we'll be thinking, right, we're going me to you to me to you to me to you, you know, to try and keep them focused and make sure that they don't sort of drain themselves by doing too much without a rest. And then we watch, Kagan Komerta come into the pits after that incident. We'll ride on board a little bit here with the 69 car. that is currently being driven by Donat Diesner, one position away from Kagan Komerta. He hasn't got a car behind at the moment to worry about, which will be happy news for him and his team. At 3 seconds separate him and Daniele Bettesi. Daniele Bettesi then about 5 seconds behind Adam Serij, and then a big gap ahead to Billy Eisman of 15 seconds.
Yeah, just had a wee look back at Keegan as well. He's just overshot the corner a couple of times, so I don't know whether he's got a problem with the car or whether it's just he's not having a lot of fun with the 488 today. As I said, during qualifying as well, they did look a little bit skittish. Very similar to what the Porsche was doing the week before. So maybe they've just inherited that curse.
Has Jesper Eriksson just come out of the pits? I'm not entirely sure. I switched over to him and it looked like there's a big lock up there from Patrick Silvassi on the horseshoe. That seems to be the place to lock up if you're going to today. Everyone's locking up on the horseshoe.
Was it literally just 2 seconds ago that you switched over to him? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I was if I was focused
do you know
on
what
the
it
wrong
was?
car.
There was I think it's Leon was coming out the pits at the same time, so it might have just picked up.
Oh, I see. Yes. No, I knew someone had come out of the pits.
All right, yeah, definitely someone.
There has been a pit stop in the race. There has been a pit stop. We have sort of got to that point in the race that we thought we'd probably get to, where people are spacing out a little bit. But I'm sure there is plenty of action to find, and here we go. It's a little bit of an interesting lapping attempt there as they get very close actually coming out of the horseshoe, but everything ends okay. Is that Netrex Grand Prix-esque livery of the Ferrari 488 behind lets the faster prototype go into some clean air.
Some furious typing going on in the background as well.
Now the tiny screen here is telling me that Roland Sukes and Henrik Bieler are incredibly close together, but we're on board here with Roland Sukes and there's not a soul around. Seems to be a very lonely race for him.
Oh, that's not too bad. He's still at a decent pace. He's a minute behind. All it takes is just a little slip up from the guys in front. And if Silvassi does catch up on Ericsson, then it just heightens that kind of chance that somebody might benefit from.
Absolutely.
Benefit from chaos, unfortunately, but they don't want to see that, especially the guys that are driving really, really well today.
Absolutely. Looking a little bit further back, Leon Chambers in the pits at the moment, perhaps going for a driver change. Kagan Komerta now 6 laps down. He hasn't moved from the pit since we saw that incident a couple of seconds ago.
I would just check to make sure you're racing live, James.
Pardon?
I'd just make sure that you've not knocked your bar for racing live, just in case you've rewound a little bit.
Oh no, I don't think so. I haven't touched it.
Unless it's me.
I don't know what's.
Looks like Zoltan Boda, he had a slow last lap. He had a 208, and he also had a slow second. He actually, now that I think about it, he probably came in the pits. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I
surrounded
believe
by
Zoltan
that
Boda
time.
did come into the pits actually. I'll
Okay.
assume for a driver change or maybe just a tyre change. That gap between Ericsson and Silvassi, 8.2 seconds now, hasn't moved in a fair few laps' time, as Ericsson gets a little bit wobbly on the oval there. And the aero compromises that people are making could perhaps make the cars a little bit unstable in a straight line. I'd probably even more so in the corners, but he's handling it well, Ericsson, and he's actually keeping a pretty good gap to Silvassi now. They're lapping within 2/10 of each other, so Ericsson seems to have recovered from that kind of cold tyre issue that he was having for a few laps after his pit stop.
Yeah,
So Vassi's still on the charge though. I mean, he still looks like he's taking time out of him every lap.
Yeah,
Right.
and over time it'll build up and it will be enough. But right now, it's okay. And it's not a surprise actually that Ericsson was having problems with his tyres. Track temperature 29 degrees Celsius, so it will take a little bit of time to get your tyres up to temperature.
Yeah,
It's
ambient's
not-
gone up a bit as well. Well, that's sitting at 30, so.
It's not a boiling track. It's not cold by any means, but it's not a boiling track.
Hey, if it was, ugh, I'll try and say that again. If I was in 29 degrees, I would be quite happy.
Yeah. Wouldn't we all?
So I just got to take it virtually at the moment. Just try and pretend simulation hot weather. Oh yeah,
Simulation
feeling
hot
it.
weather. And here we go. That number 14 Kamoa livery. Oh, that was a very nice lapping move there on the 57 of Daniele Bettesi, who has he's racing fairly close to where we saw him last week, sort of in that GT midfield. He's got a lot more time this week though to try and make something happen. So remember, this is 24 hours, this 24 hours of Daytona. We're just 53 minutes in here, and there's so much more that can happen now before the end of this race. I mean, we've barely, if this is a 100 metre sprint, we're still lacing our trainers up.
And Bode just going by laps there. Well, that's 2. Yes, it is.
Ericsson to Silvassi now 7.5 seconds. So as we were saying, how well that Ericsson was doing now that his tyres had warmed up a little bit, it does seem to be the case that Silvassi is consistently taking 2/10 out of Ericsson. And yeah, just 7.5 seconds the gap now. So it'll be interesting to see how long it is then before Silvassi and Ericsson are fighting on track again, or will they even bother to fight on track again? I don't know if it's beneficial for either of them to try and get into a scrap and give Axel Kerr the chance to get his car back in the mix.
Well, that's another thing as well. Is Silvassi's not having to fight with anyone at the moment, so he's kind of just able to just focus and just like get around the track as quickly as he can, rather than defending from is it Stroman before? I got that name wrong, and if I have, I do apologise.
It's okay. We had Eastern European name corner last week. Christian having some fun trying to pronounce some of those names, and there were a lot of apologies.
Yeah.
Probably have more of those later.
Yeah, a lot of apologies going out to whoever's name we butchered. We tried our best.
What's your favourite name this week so far, then, James?
It's for me. It's obvious. It's got to be Donut Diesner, 100%. It's
A smooth transition earlier.
yeah, just for the fact that he gave me that transition. So Donut, whenever you get out of the car, come and listen. We'd love to interview you find out your thoughts on the race so far. And yeah, he's got a lot of gap behind him to Kagan Komerta, who's 4 laps down now on Donut Diesner. So yeah, still on the same lap as the rest of the GT runners. 3 laps down from the leads at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that GT field. And yeah, the difference between everyone now as the pit stops come in, and you see the difference in strategy, who's on an alternate strategy. You see that the field has the gap has widened a little bit, but there's always things to be focusing on and looking at. But yeah, we're sort of getting into the rhythm of the race now, and it's been quite clean so far. We've had a couple of avoidable incidents, but nothing horrific.
Oh, Axel Kerr having to go the long way round of 448.
Oh, I see, yeah, you just jumped on board with him now, actually, and yeah, he has got it done, though, thankfully, and what a great livery it is on that Axel Kerr's car. That is fantastic on that Mazda, and what a great noise that Mazda makes as well. We were saying last week that it's really good to see that Mazda in action, and doing quite well. Nicholas Weatherby had some problems with it last week and eventually had to retire, actually, but it seems Axel Kerr has got to grips with it here, and lap times he's a little bit slower.
We've got... Oh, it's just a big lock-up from Ericsson into the first corner there.
That
Oh.
could be bad. There has been some differences made in track layout. Here there is a big tyre wall at the first corner that's been put in place to stop people going straight on into the oval circuit. So a big lock-up in turn 1 could end in some pretty nasty incident.
I think my timing borders, it's like a little bit slower right now, but Silvassi, the last time I updated, he had picked up 7/10 right there on Ericsson. And I was about to.
So just to take you through the order once again, here as we ride on board with Axel Kerr, Jasper Eriksson here still leads the race, but 6.5 seconds now all that separates him and Patrick Silvassi. Silvassi basically consistently 0.3 faster than Eriksson. Axel Kerr sitting in 3rd, Roland Sukes in 4th, Lucas Lichten in 5th, Zoltan Boda in 6th, Henrik Buehler in 7th, Rob Gibson in 8th, Leon Chambers in 9th, Ernest Lappins leads the GTs, behind him Billy Eisman, Adam Staric, Danielo Bettesi, Ramiro Perez, Donat Diesner, Santo Enqvist and Kagan Komerta. He's out the pits again and back on the track, but finds himself 3 laps down on the rest of his GT counterparts.
Did something happen to Santu? Because he was up in, he made his way through the GT field pretty easily.
He had that crunch.
Yeah, he's had
on.
the engine problems and he's been in the pits again as well. So
Oh, he's okay.
yeah, so he's not having a great time at the moment, but you know it's still, we're just about an hour in, and equally somebody else could have those sort of issues, if not worse. And you know he could quite easily gain those 3 laps back, but
yeah,
it's it is a bit of a shame how sometimes it does come a bit of a lottery. And there's a huge amount of luck in trying to get through one of these events, but also a huge amount of skill. And it does look like Silvassi did it looked like he backed off a little bit, or Ericsson had started pushing harder, but that's Silvassi now under 5 seconds to Ericsson. So
yeah, it's getting so close between them here. And in fact, I think it will not be very long at all before we see those two very close to each other on the track. But you know what? It's the last second can sometimes be the hardest. Even after you've you know taken the time to just keep taking little bits of time out of it, that last bit of time when you're in the dirty air. You know, in some places you want the slipstream, other places you're running in dirty air and you can lose a bit of grip. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, or maybe Ericsson will sort of look in his mirror, see Silvassi and get a bit of a jog on. But Jesper Eriksson actually quicker by 0.2 than Silvassi on the last lap.
yeah, I think he has been pushing harder. Just like I caught him a couple of times locking up into the first corner, so I think he is just kind of pushing a bit deeper in there, and just kind of giving it what for. But then, you know, the harder he's pushing, the more chance there is of a mistake. He might gain a little bit of time now and again, but there's a huge potential to just lose those precious seconds.
Yeah, but how precious are the seconds really in a 24-hour race this early on? I mean, obviously you don't want to lose them if you can avoid it, but they got to remember it's not the end of the world.
But at the time it is.
It
'Cause
is.
you want to hand over to your other driver and say, you know, I've put in the best shift that I have
Yeah,
possibly
absolutely.
could have done.
But you want that
but-
balance, don't you, between pushing and not pushing too hard, I
Yeah.
think.
Right.
But equally, if it's me handing over, it's usually, oh, sorry, do you mind getting that position
Well,
back?
isn't that us all? Isn't that us all?
Whoops.
Yeah, 4.8 seconds now separate Silvassi and Ericsson.
Axel Kerr just ran the
Oh!
just ran the fastest.
Silvassi! Silvassi has an incident there with the GT. A GT goes into the back of Silvassi.
Oh yeah, and GT's off.
The GT is off. I'm not sure what's happened
I'll
there.
have a look and see what's happened.
Well, it looked like he just broke too late and locked up and went straight into him. You could hear it on the stream. It just into the back of Silvassi.
Donassi, yeah, he's just missed his breaking point. It's hard to tell because it's obviously they break at different points.
Well, Silvassi though seems to have been okay coming out of that. He hasn't got any damage.
Yeah, I don't know if the Aston's maybe do a pit stop or something like that, and its tyres are a wee bit. I mean, I'm making excuses for him. I mean, but I think ultimately he's just made a bit of a hash of it and hit the back end. But hopefully they're not too bad. Just trying to see if he's going again. So yeah. Just check and see if he comes into the pitch. Yeah, it was Donut Deisner.
Yeah, Donut Deisner. Yeah. Well, I
We'll just see
mean,
if he comes into the pitch just now if he's got a problem. But
you'd think he probably would though. To be fair, because you know this early on, you don't want to be doing loads of running if your car's not completely up to standard, because you're only just going to lose time in the long run by pretending there isn't an issue.
yeah, well, he's staying out, so it could just be that with the car cutting in front of him, it might have just kind of made him lose his braking point a little bit. But
Yeah.
it certainly helped Ericsson out.
Well,
So Vassi's still under 5 seconds, so you know he's still within that kind of point where he can push and catch up. So we need to keep an eye on that, which we are already.
Silvassi has been doing a fantastic job. I mean, yeah, he was a second slower that lap, obviously just down to that instant, but Silvassi's done a fantastic job. It was funny, we were saying at the start when it looked like he might lose his pole position, if there was any man who'd be able to come through the field, then it was Silvassi, and he's come out of his pit stop, found himself 22 seconds behind, and he's just taken time out and time out and time out, and obviously helped by Ericsson having that pit stop, and now finds himself under 5 seconds behind and on the verge of retaking his lead.
He's made up, what is that? Seconds behind. It's 17 seconds there within about 20 laps or so. That's about a second per lap on average.
Mm.
That's not everyone can do that. That's props to him.
Yeah, like I said, when we first kind of noticed it, we actually thought there had been a problem. So why is he going so slow?
But, no,
but we hadn't thought about somebody going so fast.
and
Axel Kerr just ran his fastest lap.
do you know what the problem? Sorry, what? Who's that?
Axel Kerr.
Axel Kerr.
I'm sorry. He just ran the first two sectors were faster. It wasn't his fastest lap. It was close though.
Yeah, PB's there for him in lap 1 and 2.
Right.
Yeah.
So Donut Deisner's just gone into the pits just now, so maybe he did have a wee problem, or I don't know if they're maybe just a little bit tired and getting a driver swap done.
He could have been
Keep an eye
testing
on
it
it.
out. I mean, he could have thought, okay, let's see what my pace is like if I stay out, and then he might have seen the times and thought, no, I'm okay. I'll tell you what might be an issue here for Ericsson. If you have a look over on Ericsson's onboard, you'll see he has been running a bit of traffic. He's kind of sandwiched between two prototypes. And prototypes that he's not basically got enough speed that he can just easily displace them.
Yeah, there's a couple guys in the like the lower end of the prototype field. They're running pretty fast.
Yeah.
A lot of GT3s coming into the pits just now, so
Oh really?
yeah.
See if we've had some driver changes here. No, our only driver change is Axel Kerr into the 137 car. That's still all we've got.
Give a shout out to Rob Gibson finding his pace a little bit. His last lap was a 134.4.
So
That was his fastest lap so far
very
today.
fast lap.
Perfect.
He's just a few tenths off of the leaders right now. he's back in 8th, and he has a lot of time to make up. But
So,
Oh, got a couple of cars leaving the pit lane at the same time as somebody's coming round, so that could be quite tight.
something to watch. There's just so many cars coming into the pits now. It's Ernest Lappens appears to be staying out though. Remember, he made that tactical pit stop under the code 80, and as a result lost very little time at all. Especially because his rivals also decided to pit at the same time. And Ernest Lappens will be under a little pressure to get out of the way for this prototype behind here, but almost every incident of lapping we've had today has been fairly non-notable. And
Yeah. It was a little bit. Salvasi didn't really want to. Or sorry, it was Stroman didn't really want to give the position up to Salvasi earlier on, so. So there was a bit of argy-bargy, but it's yeah, it was racing.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. We've seen, obviously we saw that incident with Salvasi a couple of laps back, but there hasn't been anyone who's gone. You're not coming past me, basically.
Yeah.
Which is how it is, and this was expressed in the drivers' briefing. Like, look, you are gonna have to find a way around. There will be blue flags for multi-class or whatever, but sometimes the issue can be in the confusion of whose prerogative it is to get out of the way and whose it is to find a way around. So it's good that was clarified before, because I think we've avoided a lot of incidents because of it.
Yeah, Santu was really unlucky that he got taken out by Boda near the start there, just coming up to the first group of lapped cars. And Boda just pulled into the side of him. And it was again he got his penalty, served it, and unfortunately just with having a wee bit more damage.
Yes, but Ericsson in the pits.
Yep, both of them in the pit. So this
Salvasi and
Ericsson. Is there
Ericsson.
going to be a driver swap?
It could be, but it'll be interesting to see who gets out first. And I'll tell you what, a slow pit stop for either of these two guys could have big implications for the race lead.
oh, for sure.
And Jesper Eriksson's away, and it isn't a driver change.
Oh,
he
he's
stays
just
in.
back. Yep, both of them staying in the cars.
And is Salvasi out of his pit box?
Yep.
Salvasi's out of his pit stop, so we're going to get the battle we've been waiting for now for a fair few laps, as really under probably 3 seconds, probably even less than that. 2 seconds is going to separate Salvasi and Ericsson. Obviously, Ericsson is going to have the ability to get away a little faster, and he's going to absolutely gun it down it to try and put as much space between him and Salvasi as possible while he still can.
Yeah, well, there's not just that. There's also Kerr's just got by.
Right.
So
he's a little bit further down the road. He must be due to come into the pits as well.
So the race lead now is in the hands of Axel Kerr, but remember he swapped into that car not too long ago. So he might, still have the opportunity to go on those tyres for a few more laps before he has to think about coming in and making a change.
So, and he'll just be getting the fuels for the car now, so he'll maybe be a little bit kind of zoned in, whereas the other guys might just be a little bit fatigued.
Yeah, Axel Kerr, he's on the off strategy. Was there? Who else was on the off strategy? I'm trying to remember. Was he the only one?
Axel Kerr was the only. Well, Axel Kerr has still been our only driver change so far.
Right. Well, there was who all pitted during that code 80.
Oh, Ernest Lappens came in as well.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
quite
okay.
a lot of them came in just.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the G. Yeah.
So Ericsson and Salvasi gap now 1.3 seconds as we just watch. Axel Kerr, as we were speaking, is now in the pits. So
Yeah.
Jesper Ericsson will retake the race lead when he comes around the final corner, unless there's some sort of godly unknown pit stop here from Axel Kerr. The lead is Jesper Eriksson's to retake. Oh, and we have a spin. Number 14 Kamoa car.
Oh, Leon Chambers.
If Leon
Yeah.
Chambers has gone round, but he's
Yeah.
got it together well, and he's back on the track with the avoiding incident with any other cars.
Yeah, he did well to just keep it off there.
So, Patrick Silvassi, 3 seconds behind Jesper Eriksson currently. That gap has come down 1 second after the round of pit stops. And now Axel Kerr exits the pits as we speak, and he will drop down, I think, behind Lucas Lichten. No, sorry, never mind. He's okay. The car that went past him there, I believe, was a lap down on him. No, sorry, yes, Lucas Lichten has now got ahead of Axel Kerr, so Axel Kerr, just like that, has gone from the lead to 4th, but he should retake that 3rd place when Lichten comes in to make a stop, probably not too long in the future.
So Ericsson just ran the fastest first sector at a 53.1. That's a flyer.
Yeah, there you go. Ericsson's first sector time.
Oof.
6/10 up on what Silvassi's producing, and now they're basically on equal machinery, equal tyres. It'll be interesting to see where the pace does lie now.
Thing is, though, with Silvassi being a bit closer to him now, he's kind of got that. He's got that target to kind of chase down, and like, I mean, this is why I'm never in first place, because I always like to chase people. Not that I'm rubbish and slow. I just always like to have somebody to chase. So, like, with that in mind, maybe Silvassi will kind of just, I don't know, sometimes I just feel like you're not under as much pressure when you're behind.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80, 10 seconds.
So code 80 here now. We'll try and find the incident for you.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
that looks a little
Code
bit
80.
battered, doesn't it? The 51 car there. Who does that belong to?
That's Keegan.
Keegan, yeah. Just look on the left-hand side of that car there. Or perhaps there is an incident somewhere else we've not seen. Everyone seems pretty, seems okay. So perhaps it was Keegan who had that incident there.
Just. Oh no! Wait, there was another car beside him.
So
Poor
it'll be
guy, he's had
interesting
a
now.
rough race so far.
Let's watch these cars coming towards the pits, and some of these runners will be kicking themselves for not waiting to pit a couple of laps. But will anyone come in?
Santu coming through the bus stop.
What
let's have
happened
a
to
wee-
it?
Oh my god! It has absolutely killed his car.
So is he still going, Santu?
Yeah, so he comes into the bus stop,
He's in the pits.
and he just takes an unfortunate bounce, and it kind of looks like he's. It kind of looks like he's just glitched a little bit, going over it. Like he looks like he's gone wide to the inside of the curb, and it's like he's just caught something, and it's just ripped his car a bit. So
Oh dear.
hopefully it's repairable, because he's crabbing down the street when he starts going again.
Ernest Lappin's in the pits at the moment. It's worth mentioning as well. So Ernest Lappin's the king of the Code 80 pit stops. Comes in for another one.
That's a shame for that's the second time he came through the GT field. Now he's gonna have to do it all over again.
Yeah. Oh, he's not
Well, if he
having
can keep
much luck
going.
today, unfortunately.
Yeah, no kidding. On the other hand, they're gonna have this restart coming up. Ericsson's gonna be feeling the pressure because, like, I mean, they all just came right into the pits, and when you see the guy right behind you coming into the pits, he's stopping right behind you. You're gonna definitely feel that pressure for coming to the restart right here.
And just riding on board with Ericsson here, you can see Silvassi just in the background, a little far back. But that gap, if I mean, they were literally within hundredths of each other on the last lap before this Code 80. So, as I said, now they're a bit... In fact, the gap's actually gone to 9.5 seconds now. I'm not quite sure how that's happened.
So I'll just have a quick sketch at the YouTube chat. At the moment, everything seems to be quite
Fine.
quiet.
Yeah. So, just riding on board here with Jesper Eriksson, your race leader, who is just taking things very nicely under the Code 80 conditions. It's a good opportunity to save a bit of tyres here. However, you want to be careful
We
to
will
make
come
sure you
back
still
to
have...
green in 10 seconds.
So there you go, green in 10 seconds. You want to make sure you still have a bit of temperature.
5, 4,
Let's ride on board
3,
with
2,
Silvassi for
1.
the restart.
Green flag.
And Silvassi gets up to speed nice and quickly, and the chase down of the leader Jesper Eriksson begins.
Got that corner really, really well.
He's been so consistent all afternoon, Patrick Silvassi, and he's probably a little bit unlucky to not actually be leading the race after what was quite an unfortunate start. We saw him get blocked out a little bit. We saw the car now being driven by Axel Kerr coming up through the field at the first corner to block him off, and Silvassi sort of dropped down a little bit because of that. But he's doing so well now, and whoever takes the car off him should probably feel a little bit of pressure because Silvassi's driven so flawlessly this entire time.
Right.
Oh, a little bit of mix-up with Boda and the GT3 cars. I think it might have been... Sorry. Rewind and just see exactly what happened there. We have the technology.
Just have a look at the live timings here, see if there are any battles forming anywhere. I
think this is the closest battle on track right now.
Yeah, Silvassi. It is Silvassi and Eriksson 5.8 seconds. See at the lap times. Now it's interesting under those Code 80 conditions. I mean, we can't actually take much notice of those but we'll have a first sector time, to match Eriksson's from Silvassi in just a second. So there you go, first sector Eriksson 53.5, Patrick Silvassi 54.0.
It looks like we've had a couple of drivers changes as well.
Right.
So we have Henrik Biel has come in.
He was in that car already.
Sorry, Henrik Biel has not come in. Michael Wozniak's come in.
Yep. Ian Longcar.
Ian Longcar, he's a fast driver. He was fast last week.
And I think that's it for now.
Interesting to look at the tyre choices here. Yeah, Jesper Eriksson and Patrick Silvassi currently on different compounds.
Oh, you're able to see more information than me.
So it'll be interesting to see how that affects things. And in fact, Eriksson is a little bit faster than... but it's still so close. Eriksson and Silvassi last lap, 133.3, 133.4. So incredibly close between them.
Could be that tire warming up. It's helping Eriksson out just a little bit. So Ernest Lappins, he just ran his fastest lap so far with the 142.4.
He seems to be very, very comfortable with the Corvette today.
Six seconds the gap now to Eriksson to Silvassi. We'll see how Kagan Komerta is getting on here, because he did have a couple of pretty high profile incidents so far in this race. But it's nice to see if he has recovered, and here he is with prototype knocking the doors. Didn't let him go through, no problem. Last lap was a 157.1 though for him. And that car I think has seen better days. Ian Longcar now actually less than 3 seconds behind Roland Sukes in the LMP2 category. If we can find that battle for you, that might be an interesting one for us to look at.
Hmm.
And the number
Sorry.
19 car. Sorry, it's the 224 we were looking for. There it is. Ian Longcar, fast driver. Roland Sukes as well, also a very fast driver. And as you can see from that behind shot of Ian Longcar's car, Roland Sukes is not too far up the road here.
It looks like Silvassi's dropping back a little bit from Ericsson as well.
Yeah, Silvassi.
Oh no, he's not. He's just got up half a second just as soon as I said that.
Curse to the commentator. Silvassi will be open for more comments like that.
Oh, we've got Ian Longcar in the pits as well. Along with Kagan as well. So I wonder if they've maybe picked up a problem. No, it must just be a schedule one. Let's see if there's any changes to them. Ian Longcar back out on track now as well. I suppose this is when things start getting a little bit out of sync as well, because we've got Boda in the pits. I'm just trying to think if that's a scheduled one or not, because there is also Leon Chambers coming in, so they might have pitted when there was the first Code 80, and this is them just kind of slowly catching up again.
I think my timing screen's a little bit behind yours. It hasn't updated for a lap or two, I think.
Alright. Just trying to see where the kind of packs are at the moment.
There aren't really a whole lot. I think everyone, for the most part, is spread out. It looks like a donut catching up to Michael Wozniak. Actually, Wozniak's in the prototype car. He's the one that's got had some trouble so far on.
Apologies all, just grabbing some water. Have I missed anything, fellas?
No, it's actually, you've timed that perfectly. It was a very, very nice point where everyone was kind of in their own clean air.
We might have seen the lap times go a little bit up there. Have we? Yeah, as I say that, I think Ernest Lappins has set his personal fastest lap of the race, 1:42.48. So, yeah, very quick there in the GTEs. If you consider, really, we're seeing most people at GTE probably running in 43s to 44s. Lappins bringing out party mode very early on here. So here we are on board with the number 22 car of who is this?
22 car. That's Zoltan Boda.
Zoltan Boda, who obviously had that drive-through penalty early on after that incident that put sorry, I can't remember his name.
That was a teammate to Wozniak.
Yeah.
Hey, Santu.
Santu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
put Santu in the wall, and Santu since then has had more issues, but now Wozniak's in the car, hoping to right some wrongs. And I think, those incidents are going to happen. I think you're going to have a 24-hour race. During that, you can't expect to run cleanly all the way to the end without having some sort of incident that you're going to have to deal with. I mean, for instance, we'll take the Spa 24 on iRacing, Tommy. I mean, you've basically ended up after 24 hours, cars finishing in 15th place out of 50 starters who are 70 laps down.
Yeah. It was definitely a great experience, and like definitely something I want to do again with doing a 24-hour event. But it does kind of take its toll. Not at the time, but like a couple of days after, you're kind of still like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Why am I so tired?
Well, yeah. After that race, I went downstairs. I lay on the sofa. I passed out for about 9 hours. And I hadn't watched the Grand Prix on purpose, and I didn't actually. It was the Styrian Grand Prix I think was on. And didn't watch it till about midnight. I hadn't been on my phone all day. And no, it wasn't the best race in the world, was it? Anyway, but I had a nice
You could have
sleep.
slept through that one as well.
Silvassi and Ericsson gap 8.4 seconds now.
Yeah, definitely. That Ericsson's lead is kind of growing a little bit. Not quite a whole pit stop yet, but Ian Lonecar pushing really, really hard, just running slightly wide into the first corner there.
Actually, look at this traffic coming through T1. A couple of the GTs getting mixed up with a couple of the prototypes here, and there's the car of Axel Kerr trying to make his way through. And this poor 75 car has just been double overtaken here by a Mazda and the car of Axel Kerr. So that could have been that's probably a pretty scary moment for him. I mean, I've got to be honest, when you're doing any multi-class racing and there's a faster class coming to overtake you, if you're me at least, I do panic in those situations. I think, right, am I on the right line here? Could I slow down to let him through? Should I just let him make the move? There's a lot of stuff going through your head, and to get that right consistently over 24 hours is quite a skill, and it's something you have to learn.
To go off what you're saying a little bit, I'm sorry, Thomas, go ahead.
I say, just even coming up to the slower cars when you're like coming through, because sometimes if you catch them at the wrong part of the track, you know that you've got the speed to get by. If there's somebody catching up behind you, you don't want to waste that time, but at the same time, you've just got to be respectful to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I was going to mention, Tommy, going off what you were saying a little bit ago about the 99 car, like making their way back up through the field. I remember there's a 2019 version of this race, and in real life, the Acura cars, they had a bunch of issues throughout that race, and they ended up coming back. I think both of them did, all the way back up to a podium finish.
It's 24-hour races are so unique because it's almost like, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, your pace doesn't matter, because obviously pace matters always in a race car, but there's probably the form of racing where pace matters the least, and just instant avoidance is the number one skill you have to learn.
Oh, you can definitely get that Disney finish.
Absolutely, yeah. Those three cars across the line at the end, all in formation, and will it be Ericsson, Silvassi and Kerr? Right now, they're doing pretty well. Kerr quite far back, but obviously on that alternate strategy there. Sukes, at the moment, lap time's a little slow compared to Zoltan Boda, for example.
Yeah.
Zoltan Boda 1:33.7 last lap. Sukes 1:35.6. Perhaps he had a bit of a lock-up or some issue somewhere along.
How is Ian Lonecar getting on with these cars? Oh, just a GTE car just in front of him going into the bus stop, and he had to brake really hard. Lucky to keep it pointing mostly the same way.
And here we are on board here with Ernest Lappins. I think the car behind the number 75 of Ramiro Perez trying to unlap himself here. Lappins has had absolutely none of it.
Say Perez, he's pretty decent laps right there.
well, Perez was a strong contender last weekend, and he seems to have brought that fire back with him here. And you know, as we were saying, like, he might be a lap down on the rest of the GT field, but really a lap at this point, you know, someone's going to lose that if they pit at the wrong time and a code 80 comes out or whatever, for example, or the other way around. If you miss your pit under code 80, you're going to probably lose a lap then pitting and doing a driver change. So it'll be interesting to see. And also, as we mentioned earlier, you've got to factor in the entire strategy of how many drivers you've got and when you're going to switch people out. Do you want your drivers to be fresher and faster, or do you want them to perhaps drain a little bit but save the time you would lose otherwise by pitting them out?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that little challenge from Perez on Lappins seems to have died down a little bit. Lappins has pulled away just slightly from Ramiro Perez.
I want to do like an update on the battle for the lead. Ericsson's pulled out another couple seconds. It's a 8.5 second gap right now.
And it seems since Ericsson swapped onto that other compound of tyres, that he's perhaps going for a faster, shorter run. So maybe it's the case that they've gone, right, Jesper, you're coming out of the car soon. This is a perfect opportunity to put, you know, a pair of softs on and go out there and try and increase the gap for the next guy.
Right, and like experience how well he can drive with that. Experiment, I'm sorry. How well he can drive with that compound on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And clearly that's worked out for him a little bit.
So only 3 cars on the lead lap of the first 3 DPIs here of Jesper Eriksson, Patrick Silvassi and Axel Kerr. Axel Kerr about 58 seconds back now, though, on Silvassi. And lapping though, well, you have a look at this though. I'll tell you what, last lap, those 3 top DPIs as Axel Kerr actually sets a purple second sector on the last lap. 133.4 for Ericsson, 133.3 for Silvassi, 133.7 for Kerr. So super competitive front of the field now. So when if they do end up for any point in this race closing up a bit, we're going to see a really, really tough battle as one of the GTE cars in the background there goes a little wide but rejoins with little problem. I think he actually just went a bit wide there to let Ericsson through.
Right, I think that the each of the top 3 own one of those sectors in the purple section.
Yeah, it's.
Who's the closest further down the field?
What was that? I'm sorry.
What's the is it competitive further down the field? Sorry, I can't see all the full lap times from him.
Wozniak is about 3.8 seconds behind Billy Eisman's Ferrari. Wozniak obviously in a faster car, but because of those incidents, he is coming up in position on Eisman and should have him very soon. As we stay on board here with Ericsson for a little bit as he tries to make his way through the GT field and does so very. He touches the wall actually. Ericsson gets a little bit of a snap of oversteer coming out onto NASCAR turn 1 as he pulled out to overtake the GTE and gives a little kiss to the wall for good measure before he continues on towards the bus stop.
That could have been pretty catastrophic.
Towards the line, sorry. Yeah, well, this is what we're talking about. You've got when you're in those faster cars, it's almost at this point every 20 or 30 seconds you're having to get past some traffic.
So Vassi's not actually all that far behind. There's only really just like a long turn.
Well, he's taken about a second out of Ericsson after that little incident that Ericsson had there.
Yeah. Oh, really, really caught up with the back markers there as well. Sorry, Silvassi is, just in case you're wondering if I'm doing something completely different from you guys.
No, yeah, he's right there. You can see him right there in the background.
It's...
He's about to get by that lap car.
So Axel Kerr 6 seconds behind now. He's falling back a little bit. Look at the times from the last lap. Yeah, so Kerr had quite a slow lap there. He kind of fell off the pace quite a lot. But as you were saying, Tommy Silvassi is not that far behind and the gap is getting a bit smaller. He's lapping about 4 tenths faster than Ericsson at the moment.
Warning for car number 224, Ian Longcuff and dangerous driving. Do not brake check another car in the fast left-hander.
So that might have been a case, I imagine, of Ian Longcar trying to let a faster car through and going about it completely the wrong way. Oh, a little bit of a squeeze there between Kargan Kometa and the 22 car of Zoltan Boda. And, you know, it's so important to get these lap overtakes right. And we're seeing in the kind of last 5 laps or so, perhaps, people getting a little bit impatient or kind of going about things in a way that's causing a few more hairy moments for some of the faster cars on track. Oh, spin! Big spin for Kargan Kometa down into turn 1. And it looked like he almost saved it there, and he goes straight on into that fancy new tyre wall that we were mentioning earlier. So he might have to come into the pits to repair some damage. But yeah, just completely lost it under brake in first corner.
Is that enough to call a code 80?
No, he's back on track and he's going out now. But the front of that Ferrari very crumpled, and he's taking the horseshoe quite slowly. But it's one of those things. The braking into turn 1, you have to be so gentle with it and so precise. And, you know, it's one of those things where you might have to sacrifice a bit of front brake bias to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Right, because once you get out of that racing line, or just outside of it, like, you have to keep 2 tires in that racing line, because then you lose all that grip.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's these GT cars can be... Remember, these GTEs do not have any assists. Your GT3 cars have traction control and ABS. Once you go to the GTE, you're on your own. You're controlling traction yourself. You've got to make sure you're using the grip on the track as well as the grip from those bedded in tyres and ABS as well. If you lock up going into turn 1 and you try and turn at the same time, you can end up having an incident like we've just seen from Kargan Kometa, who is very lucky actually to get out of that incident without more damage than he has. As we skip back through the field, we'll join the 95 of Roland Sukes, who's making his way through a bit of traffic at the moment. As his next target.
So Vassi just getting held up a wee bit there by one of the GTs, just cut across his front end. He's moved out the way now, but
we might hear Alex Skinner on the radio again mentioning that.
yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I think a appropriate change of underpants when he comes in to stop.
Yeah, driver swap straight. Well, actually, funnily enough, when we come into the pit stop, you'll see the lovely labelled toilets of male and female in the background that someone making this track has taken the time to put in, and I imagine Silvassi will be making a run for those when that driver swap does come, which we imagine. I mean, I know Silvassi last week, I think he did the Royal Before the 24 solo, but I can't imagine that the 24 Hours of Daytona solo is something on his radar today.
I don't know if it would be a nutcase or a hero if he did it 24 hours.
You mentioned Roland Sukes. He's moved up into 4th place.
Yeah, he's displaced Zoltan Boda there, and Roland Sukes still fairly far back from Axel Kerr.
Right.
Actually on separate laps. Sukes a lap down on Kerr. Silvassi, funny enough, even with that incident, hasn't really lost any time on Jesper Eriksson. Although Jesper Eriksson was lapping about 5 tenths faster in the last lap.
I say it doesn't matter when you get on in that first position off the lap, because if you can cycle around the pit strategies right there, you can get back on the lead lap. You have a chance to compete for the win.
So on board here with Patrick Silvassi as he continues the hunt down the Jesper Eriksson. Separate tyre compounds though, important to mention, but as you said, Tommy, just one swooping left-hander separates them here as we're almost 2 hours into the 24-hour race. It's still infancy time here in Daytona. Really, things are only just getting started, but we've seen some great battles so far anyway.
I didn't realise that's a technical term now.
well, infancy time.
And
in-
then, yeah, we've got sort of kilometres, miles, swooping left corner.
Well, that's more testament to the size of the sweeping left corner of the oval section, more than Silvassi closing the gap, particularly on Jesper Eriksson.
Ian Longcar in the pits again. I don't know if that was a...
It was only a warning he got from Alex Skinner for the dangerous driving, so that'll be a strategic pit stop rather than a penalty.
It looks like it's a drive-through.
Penalties removed from Ian Longcar due to having served the ones he was given by the game.
Oh, so it's an automatic penalty given.
So there you go. It is a bit like Alex is God.
Silvassi actually dropped off quite a lot. No, he's consistently lapping 5 seconds slower than Jesper Eriksson, and he now finds himself 10 seconds back. What was it, 7 seconds? It felt like 2 laps ago. 9.7 now the gap between Silvassi and Eriksson.
Might have had to slip up through one of the corners or something.
Well, you'd have to think so, because, I mean, I know, Eriksson's a little bit faster, but he's not that much faster.
Penalties removed from Kagan
should be happening.
for serving.
Alright, Silvassi's been so consistent all race so far. All 61, 62 laps or so.
That's really confusing. My timings jumped, so it looked like everyone was on the same lap. I was like, what's happened here? Yeah, so Vassi's still dropping the lap back a little bit from Ericsson.
Just for the people watching the stream, I think we might be able to bring you some live timing on the screen now. So just gonna give me a second to switch the stream over to Christian Bakisi as well. Oscar, if you want to, if I close down my my window that's feeding the stream to you, and we switch over to Christian Bakisi, who will be taking over in just a bit alongside Matthew St. Mars to take you a little bit further into the night British time, or into the afternoon to evening if you're in America. Obviously, Tommy, yeah, feel free to stay in the game and sweep around. But Christian McKeesey is providing a bit of timing at the moment, so I will switch over to that screen for you now, and we will have some live timing now going forward for the rest of the race.
That was awesome to be on here for the start of the race. I'll be back just a few hours or so.
No problem. And I'll find out who else is going to be on. Because if there's 2 other people on, then I might take a break.
A well-deserved one after finding out that your life is
That's it.
isn't in danger.
I
Currently.
think that means I can have a bourbon just to kind of, like, help the throat.
I believe the other Tom, he was gonna get on here in just a minute, just for a few minutes.
Fantastic. So I think there's people in the wings waiting to go. So
Sorry for the black screen, folks, at the moment. We'll have it sorted out for you in just a moment. Okay, folks. So, apologies.
User joined your channel.
We'll try and zoom in a
User
little bit for you
disconnected
here.
from your channel.
Hello?
Oh, we are joined here now by Tom Dillon, who is going to be taking us forward for a little bit while we wait for Matthew Sinkmars and Christian McKinney to come on to take this evening. How you doing this afternoon, Tom?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Have you caught much of the race so far?
I have watched all of it so far.
It's been a good race so far. The little bit of a gap now forming at the front, but it's still very early days here. Obviously, it's important to mention.
Yes, I was just before my stint, I was talking to the Val team, who are currently running 7th overall.
Yeah.
They've got a 30-second gap to the guy ahead, and they've just put Jeff close in the car, and he seemed to be struggling a little bit with the rear brakes early on into his stint.
Well, we've seen a little bit of that issue some people are having with the brakes. I mean, we were saying, especially down at the first corner, we saw an incident with I believe it was Komerta, who locked up and went into a spin down there, and it's definitely someone I have to keep an eye on. I wonder if some teams preferring to run a car with a bit more front brake bias are struggling a little bit in that category.
I know from experience doing the Raw last week that a lot of these cars are running 60-40 brake bias, purely because specifically the LMP2s, their rear brakes are really easy to lock up. You can you have to be really gentle with how you brake, even on 60-40 brake bias.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where, as well as like the balancing act you've got in that case, you've also got to think about how you're going to set up your car based on the infield and also the oval section, because you're going to have to sacrifice yourself in at least one of those areas.
Sorry guys, I'm just going to interrupt. We've just Ericsson's out the car, and we've got Nick Newcomb is just came in.
So Nick Newcomb now in the car, replacing Ericsson. Ericsson having a fantastic run, actually, as both Newcomb and Silvassi come into the pits.
Very close there, actually, on the pit exit between a lapped DPI, I think that was, of Rob Gibson. Almost collecting each other as Newcomb exited the pits.
Well, yeah, it's definitely something we need to watch out for, is the lapping of the cars, because we've seen so far a few close calls, and of course early on we saw the car now being driven by Wozniak get all sorts of tangled while...
Oh dear.
Who was that spun there?
Gibson. Rob Gibson.
Gibson's had a spin. And as we watch...
An unusual bit of the track to spin it as well. It didn't...
Well, this is what Tom was saying just a few seconds ago, is that the brakes really catching a lot of people out here today, and just another example there of that happening.
It's very easy to lose it at the corner, but I've never actually seen much oversteer in that part of the corner. On the exit, you get quite a bit of oversteer as you enter the horseshoe, but a lot of the time with that corner, you're kind of battling the understeer on the entry. After code 80s, it's very easy to sort of lock up your front brakes because of how cold they get, and go straight into that title wall.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think one of the key things is with this car is battling the oversteer or the understeer, and once again that'll always come down to the way the car is set up. So, for instance, you've got your first kind of corner of the first couple of corners of the track can be very oversteery, but as you go through the track, yeah, you'd be more worried about understeer going into the horseshoe, as we have a yellow in sector 1 here. That seems to have cleared fairly quickly as we're on.
Oh no, he's still there. Just
it's come back. It went and came back again.
Just trying to see who it was. I think it was Adam Serge that spun there.
Adam Serge, who started off second behind Ernest Lappins, or was at least running there for a long time, and has found his way back up there, because for a while he dropped down a little bit.
Also had another driver change as well. Martin Margully is in.
Martin Margully, yeah.
Yeah, Margully, thanks. So we'll see how he gets on. See if we can get some time back on board it.
I think Ernest is actually running this race mostly solo. I think he's been having calls to try and find people to get stints specifically at 4 a.m. he said, but I think he's very much trying to back the championship points for the 6-hourly points run.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one doing most of this race solo, obviously, because you are going to want little periods where you can have a rest and be able to get out the car and just have a stretch around, even if you're not sleeping. But obviously, I hope that he can find someone to do that, because we were just talking about how Silvassi did the Raw Before the 24 solo last week, and how we thought it would be a little bit. It wouldn't be a fantastic decision for him to try and do that again today, which I doubt he is.
I know last week, Ernest, I think the maximum he did as a stint was 2.5 hours in the Raw.
Yeah.
He was getting pretty tired, it seemed, towards the end of that.
It's what you'd imagine would happen after a while. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where in a certain way you do kind of want to go into a bit of an autopilot mode where you can just use your muscle memory to get the corners and hit the apexes and that. But you've got to be careful that even if you are running in sort of that autopilot mode, that you don't let your brain fade too much, because if you do, then you're going to end up making mistakes that you wouldn't have made if you were really concentrating. But it's hard to keep that concentration up over such a large amount of time, especially a 24-hour race.
Especially with... Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, plus if you've not got your teammates there to like recognise that you're like sort of dipping off at corners, or they're maybe asking you like a couple of questions to make sure that you are kind of responding, you are there. If you've not got that, then you know it's just going to make it even tougher.
Especially with Ernest, where he was only actually driving this car today, so all of his muscle memory is as he almost spins it. Brilliant save, actually, from him.
Showboating.
He's got a nice 52-second gap, actually, to the next LMP2. Well, that's ahead, sorry, a 24-second gap behind, which is an LMP2. I wonder how that's happened. Anyway, all of his muscle memory is actually for the LMP2, and they drive a little bit different, as you would imagine.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, Tom, actually, that we saw last week early on in the race, for probably the first 2 hours, Ernest Lappins in an LMP2 last week was lapping faster than the two leading DPIs for a good amount of time. Could you offer maybe any insight into why that would be the case? It literally the case that the DPIs and the LMP2s are not as far apart on this track as we'd perhaps expect.
Well, I think it was purely, firstly, his driver skill.
Yeah.
He's a very talented driver, but I think as well, it was that we'd planned our sort of our race. We'd been planning it for quite a couple, for about a month actually, before. And so we had Jeff, who had some very nice setups, and I think the setup really helped us sort of get that gap back to the DPIs. But I don't think setup can take pure credit, considering my lap times during the race.
Yeah, well, we were saying both last night, Ernest Lappins was showing some great skill throughout the race, and it was unfortunate, actually, during that stint for Lappins that he had that incident so early on. As Matthew Sinkmars, thank you for reminding me of the timing screen, as Patrick Silvassi is on a purple lap at the moment, and he sets a 1:32.751, his best lap of the race, and not the fastest lap of the race so far. That is Axel Kerr with a 1:32.9, but that's a new purple first sector for Silvassi.
It must have been the chat with us saying that he was falling asleep.
Well, that's given some motivation to push on and put a pretty impressive lap in, and he's lapping a second faster now than Nick Newcomb, but 10 seconds behind. Silvassi, I imagine, must have come into the pit same time as Newcomb. We were saying earlier, Tom, that trying to find that balance of setup, I imagine you can find a clue as to where people have taken concessions by the fact, for instance, Patrick Silvassi, purple in Sector 1, you'd probably expect him to be a little bit slower in Sector 2 and 3, for example.
I mean, before we worked on a setup as a team, I was running the Le Mans setup for the LMP2.
Yeah.
And to be honest, a Le Mans setup surprisingly works really well on this track.
Do you know what? I'd taken part in a league a few months ago where not a different title to our Factor 2, but we had Daytona followed by Le Mans, and I did exactly the same thing. Brought my Daytona set to Le Mans, and it worked. It works perfectly. They're very, very similarly matched tracks in terms of fast corners and slow corners, and where you need speed and where you need a little bit tighter control.
I think the trouble with this race is going to be, though, that we can clearly see who's the fastest drivers on this track from qualifying and from the early stages of the race. But I think the trouble's really going to be getting into that night stint because, with no disrespect to the league, there's not that many cars on track. And I know from the Raw, where there was even less cars on track, you can really, you sort of get into this mindset where you're basically doing, you're doing hot laps pretty much.
Yeah.
Especially for the guys ahead, where they're kind of in their own world, with an 8-second gap, Nick, actually. I think once you get to those sort of 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. stints, you're going to start to have to really focus.
Massive accident! Massive accident! Ernest Lappins has a massive crash down at the bus stop with one of the Ferraris, and one of those cars has lost a tyre. Keegan's lost a tyre. Or is it Lappin? Lappins again! 2 weeks on a row now. Lappins, I think, now driving around with 3 tyres.
Oh my
he's so unlucky.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to... I want to say it's a racing as well. I think I'm going to have to pin the blame on, actually, Lappins there. The Corvette
his
spins.
pit box as well, yeah.
The Corvette spins, and Ernest he just doesn't see him. It's very much his responsibility to see him in that position. So I am going to have to pin the blame on him, but I think the spinning car there has come off very lucky in the end.
Well, as the race goes on, Tom, and we see kind of these faster cars, lapping cars almost every sort of 30 to 40 seconds, is it the possibility, even this early on in the race, that your concentration can wander, or you can have a little bit of overconfidence in lapping these cars?
Your concentration can easily get away from you. All it takes is, like, you're in your rhythm, and all it takes is a little snap of oversteer that you aren't expecting, and suddenly you're just drawn away from the game. Or something as silly as someone walks into your room or asks you what you want for tea, and you can suddenly, you look around your room, and suddenly you're just drawn away from this rhythm and the game itself, and that's when you can start making mistakes.
And it's a massive mistake there for Ernest Lappin. So unlucky.
Yeah, well, I thought it was the Ferrari that had lost the wheel, but it was actually Lappins that's lost the wheel. So he's in the pits getting repaired at the moment. So
and now Adam Surej is leading the GT class.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Sink Mars is in the building here. What an entrance that is from Matthew. How are you doing tonight? So it's
excellent.
Today. Still
today.
For
me.
It's still today. It's not. It is getting a bit colder here, but the sun is still just about out
same
in the
here,
sky.
actually. It's a rainy day here as well.
Another yellow in Sector 1, actually. You can try and see what is happening there for you. Yeah, I think it was Michael Wozniak in that car that has been battered and bruised all day so far.
Yeah, he had a bit of a spin there into turn 1.
And from how much of the race you've seen so far, Matthew, what do you think the main talking points are so far? I mean, obviously...
Well, right now, I guess Lappin's having crashed heavily, and now he's down to, like, 5th in his class.
Yeah, he's lost a lap on everyone else, and you'd imagine he'd lose another.
And since Nick Newcomb's got in the car, Silvassi's been catching him by seconds per lap. Now he's got the gap down as 5 seconds now. And it was at 8. It feels almost moments ago. Now it's down to 5, so it should be interesting to see if Silvassi can take the lead back.
Well, I mean, this has been the story of the afternoon so far, is Silvassi chasing down Nick Newcomb. The start was quite interesting for Silvassi, wasn't he? He kind of got blocked out a little bit on turn 1, and
yeah, because who started in the car for Newcomb?
It was Ericsson. Ericsson did fantastic off the line, actually, to put himself in a position where he can be leading the race right now.
It's not like Nick Newcomb's not putting in excellent laps either. He's lapping so quickly. It's just Silvassi is so consistent.
Yeah, and he's really pushing at the moment. The time's just coming down so quickly.
Well, do you remember, if we take a little view back to last weekend, Matt, when we were watching the race together and we saw the lap times of Aiden Williams compared to Silvassi, they were pretty close together, but Silvassi was just doing them more often than Aiden Williams.
Exactly, yeah. He was just every lap is a quick lap, and then an off lap for him still seems quick. So it's a challenge. It's interesting that since he's lost the lead, he's been really chasing for a while. So this might be his best chance to get it back and try to get some time.
Well, he did. He was on them for that purple lap before. I think he compromised a bit of speed in sector 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
But he's about 2/10 slower than Nick Newcomb at the moment, which isn't massive, and that can easily switch around to 2 seconds for Silvassi on Newcomb. 2/10 on Silvassi for Newcomb. So it's definitely an interesting battle to watch as Martin Mergeli, who had a decent race last week, takes that 95 Raker car. And puts in a 1:35.7.
Silvassi's gone faster in the first sector, so see here.
By 6/10 as well.
Yeah.
I think these two are very much in a race of their own. It's a lap from second place to third place being an LMP2. Mergley seems to really have that LMP2 in tune, actually.
I think
beating out a load of the DPI guys.
Next lap or the lap after, we'll see a Silvassi challenge for the lead.
But I wonder if you want to be battling this early on in the race, or whether you want to just kind of work with the guy ahead to sort of build up that gap and then battle a little bit later on.
It's almost like the IndyCar tactic in that way, isn't it? Or NASCAR, where it's not going to be beneficial for you to be out in front in that category of racing, and so you do want to work with the guy around you. But absolutely, if they're battling this early on, all that's going to do is compromise their lap times and give people like Martin Mergli and Gabor Havesi a chance to get a little bit closer to the front.
And especially with the slipstream, I find if you run in the slipstream too long in these cars, you can very easily overheat your engine, and you don't want to be overheating the engine too much in a 24-hour race, otherwise it will come back to bite you.
Well, we saw that last week, didn't we? We saw a few instances where people were letting water temperature run a little bit too high, and when that happened, we saw some unfortunate smoke popping out the back of some of those cars, and we actually saw a couple of retirements quite early on.
That was definitely something I noticed from just watching the stream last week, was just how sensitive the engines can be.
And
I just feel in the day sectors you want to be doing, I guess, most of the race, because when the night comes, it's a different animal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, massive jump
Drive-through
taken out of
penalty for
Newcomb
car
there.
number 22, avoidable contact with a faster class car.
so we're trying to see where that is.
22
It would be lovely if half these cars had numbers on the side of them.
They do. You've just got to look very closely to find them.
22 is Havesi in the Orica.
So that car's been involved in a couple of incidents throughout the day so far.
Silvassi's now only 2.7 behind Newcomb, so
It's
next
getting
lap
so
might
close
be.
now. They're both appearing on the same screen.
And the gap from Havesi to Mergulli is only 6 seconds as well, from third and fourth. So the top class might have some close battles coming up.
There's a pretty interesting gap in GTLM, I believe, is the lower class. I might be getting that wrong.
Yeah. Between Batesti there and Perez?
Yes, I think I've got GTD and GTLM mixed up. Should have read about that before the race. But no, that's a much more interesting battle than what I was thinking about. 1 second between those two cars.
Yeah, switch to your stream. Yeah, battle them first.
Some information there for Christian Kesey, who is bringing you the lovely live timing we've been missing so badly the past 3 hours. But Slappins here appears to have got underway again, but it's going to be difficult for him to get up when there are other GTE cars who are putting in such good lap times.
Yeah. I wonder if Silvassi's going to get a move this lap or next lap, but they must be about due for pit stops as well.
Yeah, no, it's got to be getting pretty close, and this battle for the lead is gonna be occurring just now. So I'm going to see if we can abandon the live timing for a second and bring you back over to.
Yeah, so Vanassi is on the gearbox now, going into the start of the NASCAR turns. So this is going to be interesting in the bus stop.
If I'm not mistaken, they are actually on the same team here. So whether these two are going to be actually allowed to battle is going to be.
Well, this
gonna
is
be
what this
interesting.
makes it so much more interesting about why they need to work together.
Let them race. Let them race.
But at the same time, there's one thing contact with teammates, and then there's another thing having contact with teammates 2 hours into a 24-hour race.
Well, yeah, there is that. But also, is you don't have to physically see them in the pit lane after. So, you know, it's getting by him quite cleanly there.
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh, maybe not that cleanly.
So, folks, we are trying to get this battle to you on stream at the moment.
It doesn't look like they're under team orders at the moment because they're not really wanting to give up positions.
They seem to be kind of content as Perez actually commits to a pit stop at the end of this lap. According to my screen, in fact, both of them look to be wanting to pit at the end of this lap.
I think that's what
It's
they've
up,
been doing.
James.
They have been coming in the same laps. Newcomb, hard to tell if you let him by there.
Penalty removed from Lappins due to serving.
Huh?
So here we go. We have got the battle here for the lead now being streamed to you, and as you can see,
Just in queue for them to go into the pits, James.
it's all right. We'll get the last couple of corners, but you can see there's not too much separating them, and actually, they're going to stay out. So, interesting call from both of them, staying out a little bit longer. Silvassi has managed to get ahead here, and it's
Yeah.
actually quite a nasty lockup.
Do you think that was a bluff?
Well, I mean, are they going to bluff as teammates? I'm not entirely sure, but it very
They
well
never
could have been.
Could be like Mercedes with the Rosberg Lewis. The garage is split.
So, what rumours do you want to start? Like, what's...
That lap is there.
Oh no, not Lappins again! Oh! Little Tokyo Drift around the corner, but Lappins keeps it together nicely. But now he's getting a little bit close to Nick Newcomb, but Nick Newcomb makes his way through, and Lappins seeing red a little bit after that incident with Pagan Komerta.
I am so glad he isn't driving my car this week, because I think my heart might be in need of some surgery after this.
So we've got another new driver, Casey Saul in the Ferrari.
He's fast. He's a fast driver. He was in the race last week, the Raw before the 24, part of that kind of front-end GT battle, so he's definitely one to look out for, and he's definitely capable of putting in some good lap times. They're a little bit far down the order at the moment. In fact, actually, no, they're not. That's not true. They're doing all right in the. I think they're third at the moment in the GT3 GTE category. So they are on for a podium currently. But John Vixarek, who's also another new driver, will be looking at that podium position, and Ernest Lappins as well, if he can pull a couple of laps back, will also be. In fact, there, Ernest Lappins takes John Vixarek, because John Vixarek has come into the pits, and now Lappins is on the same lap as all the GT runners apart from Adam Surridge in the Aston Martin, who's leading the class. So here we are on board with Ernest Lappins. I have to say, they seem to get that damage sorted out in not too much time at all. So a good pit stop from those boys to make sure that he has the opportunity to try and hunt down those podium places once again.
I would not run it past Ernest to bring this back and get a podium in this race.
Well, it's put him in a very similar position to where he was last week, where he had the pace of right be up the front and he was leading in this race for so long, but he needs to just battle his way back there now.
Yeah. The Corvette does seem to get a little bit loose now and again. Even when he's just been by himself, it's like when I've been watching him, it does sometimes just get a little bit out of shape. So if he's pushing hard, then it might just it might actually hinder him just a little bit. But he's definitely got the chops to get it. If he can get the head down and just get on with it, then definitely he'll be up there. That's a long, long way to go. Long way to go.
I wonder if perhaps from that incident, having lost a wheel, I wonder if Ernest is having actually has got any permanent damage, as I know someone has already retired due to having irreparable damage.
So there we go. We've now got the stream in full size view here. Make it a little bit easier to see what's happening as we're on board with Ernest Lappens here, who has 178 seconds back. But he's taking a nice little chunk out there, and he gets easily passed by, I believe that is Volta in LMP2.
Someone in live stream chat has told us that Casey is a she, which so I do apologise for making that mistake.
I do apologise. Well, either way, Casey Sol, she's a fantastically fast driver, as we saw last week, and we're definitely a good driver to have in a position to try and take one of those GTE podiums.
It's just about now that the drivers start to feel and start to realise how long a 24-hour race actually is, because I don't think in your head when you prepare for these races and practice you quite understand what it's like to be this far into a race. You've already got your driver swaps. In any normal race you're about halfway through now, and suddenly you realise that 20 hours or 21 hours and 45 minutes is a very long time, and you are actually going to get very little sleep tonight.
Yeah, well, and it's how much do you think sleep is a factor in a race like this? Do you think it's something you can't avoid it? I mean, surely you're going to have a bit of a sleep at some point. Otherwise, when you get to your later stints, you're not going to be in, let's say, the best condition to be driving at full speed around Daytona.
When we would do 24-hour races, that being said, we haven't actually done one that's gone successfully yet. but I can never sleep when it comes to this kind of thing. I think it's because I imagine it's a little bit different when it's your car, because you just feel like you can't really settle knowing that the car's still going around the track, and that you could wake up in the morning and your car could not be running anymore.
Oh, we've had a disqualification there.
Is that Comerta? No, Comerta's in the pits. No, DQ's for Hevesy, but I wonder if that's one of those things where he's got a penalty or he's had some damage and they're having to DQ him to, it's almost like an in-game fix for the penalty system.
I remember having... Sorry,
we had that a couple of times last week, so I think perhaps it might not be... although he does appear to not be getting undQ'd, although I would wonder perhaps we probably would have heard Alex Skinner over the radio announcing that disqualification.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's going through the pits to serve something, or has it been a change? Oh, I don't know what's happened.
Eversy's engine is off. Usually if you're...
Although he does appear to not be getting undQ'd, although I would wonder perhaps we probably would have heard Alex Skinner over the radio announcing that disqualification.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's going through the pits to serve something, or has it been a change? Oh, I don't know what's happened.
Eversy's engine is off. Usually if you're...
Although he does appear to not be getting undQ'd, although I would wonder perhaps we probably would have heard Alex Skinner over the radio announcing that disqualification.
Well, it looks like he's going fixed the reserves, or has it been a change? Oh, I don't know what's happening.
Everything's engine is off. Usually,
No, it does appear to not be getting anything heat, although I would wonder perhaps we probably would have heard Alex Skinner over the radio.
Yeah. It's, oh. Fixed the oh, I don't know what's happening.
everything's engine is off. Usually,
No, it does appear to not be getting anything heat, although I would wonder perhaps we probably would have heard Alex Skinner over the radio.
Yeah. It's, oh.
everything's engine is off. Usually,
Yeah, and he's been slowly losing time to Silvassi as the laps go on now. Just love it.
We just have a look at the timing.
Oh,
screen
big
here.
spin. As Axel Kerr runs into the back of Murder in the Ferrari.
Komerta has been a magnet for incidents today.
I know, big incident there too. That's good. That's not good. Do you, if the stewards have anything to say about it?
I'm just going back to look at it again.
to me, that looks like a simple. Actually, I don't know what is that
I think that
GT
might-
doing. It's almost as if he brake checks him. I can't see a reason why the GT would have to brake that early.
Especially with it's right in the middle of the road by the looks of it.
Situations where it's acceptable to do that at the bus stop, but I think you've got to be careful in this situation because you can very easily spin it and end up on that sort of banking, and that can end pretty nasty with how fast that corner is.
I was just trying to work out who's kind of at fault because, to be fair, the Ferrari in front of Hagan is kind of starting to brake at the same point. And I think maybe it might have just been a misjudgment from Axel.
I'd probably have to put it down to a racing incident, actually.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen plenty of those today. Alex Skinner has been pretty lenient with penalties so far. We've only seen a couple. I'll tell you what we haven't seen, though, that we saw quite a lot of by this point last week, is penalties for corner cutting. And
Yeah.
it was mentioned in the driver's briefing that he would be keeping a watchful eye on the bus stop. But we haven't actually seen any penalty connected to the bus stop so far.
Well, that's Axel coming at the pitch now, so hopefully it's
The
just
not so
routine.
watchful eye.
I think Alex has realised that if he's too strict on the bus stop, everyone's going to end up disqualified by hour 12 with how easy it is to cut that chicane. It's one of those corners where you don't even intend to cut it, but the car kind of just decides that it wants to cut that chicane.
And you don't know how much of it is just a little bit of sort of net code as well coming through to our side of the cameras as well.
21 hours and 40 minutes left.
David Martin is in the car now, in one of those Ferrari 488 GTEs. He was a man who was also involved in that GTE battle last week in the Raw before the 24, and I think he'll be hoping to keep that lead there for
Adam Surge, I think, is right on his tail though for the lead, right behind him. Yeah, that's a good battle right there.
There you go. David Martin and Adam Surge, very close together right now.
Yeah.
So I believe what's happening right now is that we're going to do a switch over of stream. So my good friend Christian here is going to take over providing the stream, and we'll come back to you in just a few moments' time when that is done. And we'll just confirm that with Christian.
Yes, that's what he said in Discord, I believe.
Okay, awesome. Well, it's the end of the road for me then. I've had a fantastic time watching this afternoon, and I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Matt Sinkmars, Christian McKesey, and I'm not sure what the two Toms are doing, but I'm sure they'll be in and out as the night progresses.
The Tom will stay on, and the Tommy will have a break.
Well, it's been a fantastic few hours of racing, and there's so much more to come from here at the VISC 24 Hours of Daytona. I'm in James Puthra, and this will be Matt Sinkmars, Christian McKesey, and Tom Dillon.
Cheers, lads. It was a pleasure listening to your commentary this morning.
It was. It's been very good, actually.
Pleasure listening to your commentary this morning.
It was. It's been very good, actually.
Not a problem at all. Thank you very much, boys. I'll catch you later.
See you later, boys. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
User disconnected from your channel.
I think he will have to quite literally catch us later. He's meant to be on with me at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. Gonna have some food, probably. Oh, it looks like Comertor is out with engine issues.
The engine issues can be so punishing in this...
In this circuit, oh yeah. We saw, last weekend, we saw like 3 cars of engine and 2 of suspension out in the Roar.
User disconnected from your channel.
And actually, I wonder if we're going to see anyone doing the old pulling of the Ethernet cable trick that was so prominent in VSRA Spa 24 Hours. A massive talking point from that race actually was the disconnect.
I'm against that trick. I feel like if you have an engine issue, that's racing, right?
Pardon? What was that? Sorry, I was checking.
I just feel like if your car has an engine issue, you shouldn't get to come back in. It should be race over.
I've always been on the fence about this because part of me thinks it should be race over, but then the more I think about it, and I'm probably going to be a bit unpopular in saying this, there comes a point when, whilst it is very serious, and everyone, I'm not doubting the skill and how serious everyone does take these kind of events, but I think there comes a point when you've planned your weekend around this 24-hour race, and you're not doing it for money, you are doing it for fun. I feel like it's a bit unfair to those people who have almost a flaw in the game bite them to suddenly say that's all that planning you've done, all that month of practice, that's out. But then again, I do think that's how it would work in real life.
Yeah, like if you plan all that, you plan your whole weekend, and then that's what happens. Sometimes it ends in tragedy.
But then again, in real life, you have a pretty fat paycheck to console yourself with.
Very true. I think Lappins came together with Don Bassell.
Oh, dear.
And who's that? That's Ian Loncaire. Having a huge off at the bus stop. Looks like he hit the wall. But I'm pretty sure that Ernest Lappins and Don Bassell came together in one of the horseshoes while we were chatting about...
Oh dear, I think that looks like a wheel disconnect actually from
Ian?
That DPI. Oh. Yeah, he just seems to come to a stop randomly in the middle of the corner.
But
then again,
sucks.
Either that or just his engine seemed to cut out because he seems to still control the car.
Maybe
I don't know what happened there.
Maybe he has a button he hit on his
So I don't know if you guys missed it, but Adam Sergey, who was second in GTE, had a crash in turn
Missed it.
1.
Oh.
So he's been in the pits for a long stop. And I don't know if it was seen earlier. Oh, geez, big lock by long car. I don't know if it was seen earlier, but when I was just in the broadcast setup, Lappins had a big crash in the bus stop when he was leading and lost the wheel.
Yeah, he actually didn't lose a wheel. It was Comerter who he smashed into his wheel, fell off, right?
No, it's definitely Lappins.
That's rough.
So he's been doing a recovery to come back from that.
He's second now in his class, or yeah, third actually. That's not bad. And he just needs to get on another lap. Oh, I think they're all on the lead lap. They're all on the same lap actually. So that's pretty good.
24 hours is a very long time, and it proves that if you have these little mistakes, it's worth carrying on because you can still get something out of the race. Of course, the race can also still turn even more sour for the Latvian.
Well, it's also worth noting this is 24 hours. We're less than 3 hours in. There's a really long time to go.
I mean, and to lose a wheel and then get back onto the lead lap is pretty impressive in 3 hours, I think.
For sure. So...
I battle the GTE class has some pretty questionable standards.
We got David Martin, he's leading the GTEs currently, and Casey Soul, she's second.
Casey Soul, I believe she's the only American that's driving on home soil, at least virtually.
So she's just gone through the Western Horseshoe, and Ernest Lappins is currently entering the International Horseshoe, so that'll be interesting.
Big off for Casey Soul.
Oh,
just
no.
about to get onto NASCAR 1. So that's going to really close that
curse.
up. I know! Good work, Matt. Good work.
I know.
Trying to have a look at this off. It looks like it's just going to be a very simple mistake. Oh dear, I've made that mistake so much in practice. It's unbelievable. And she was very lucky to not hit that tyre barrier and be able to keep going.
Yeah,
albeit with probably flat spotted tyres.
Got the big American flag on the front of the car. That's awesome. Wow, Patrick Silvassi does his fastest lap at the race was the 132.3, getting purple in the first 2 sectors.
And there's a massive pool of traffic here. A couple of 3 prototypes and 2 GTEs.
Yeah, like Nick Newcomb there. Gonna get through all this traffic here. Oh my god.
All on different laps as well. That's, as a +1 lap adjustment has been added to Zoltan Boda.
Corrected for the number 22 Mugen car due to an admin error.
Confirmation there from Alex Skinner, who I believe is doing all 24 of these hours. Jimmy Allison style. He's hanging out in the Val Esports number 6 chat, which I think should actually bring us on to Justin, who was supposed to be my teammate today for VSR right before that was cancelled. They actually only entered the race during qualifying. Their sign-up was completed, so no practice from these drivers, and they're 6th overall.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Jump right in. Keep an eye on Ernest Lappins, Casey Soul, but it looks like she's doing pretty good at lapping times, even though a bit of an off.
Number 22 Mugen now has correct laps.
I think he really wants to get across to us that that car has now got the correct laps.
That'd take away 2 laps then, or add 2 laps?
I don't know, but I do know that there can be issues occasionally. I was driving an R Factor 1 race once, where I made a slight mistake or something happened which lost me an entire lap that I built up to the 2 cars behind. So I had to spend the final hour of the race absolutely pushing as hard as I can to gain that lap back. So running on a very similar game engine, I imagine these kind of little bugs can carry over, and you can just...
Sound muted. Sound resumed.
Hey.
Hello there.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
My world is
Yeah.
slowly coming back together. Oh my god, it's
yeah,
stream
how
morning.
you
can't hear
feeling?
us. The stream can't hear us, so we weren't able to commentate.
Really?
Yeah, there's no audio coming through for us.
Huh, OBS says there should be.
Are you sure you haven't got anything muted?
Let me check my volume. Where's commentary team coming? See, the thing is the headset earphone.
It does hear us now. It does hear us now.
Hooray! Apologies everyone for the issues with the broadcast. We are fixing it.
We're able to.
I'm like, it says it should be work. Oh, you know what it was? It's because I muted it so I could take the phone call from the doctor.
Right. So,
Yeah.
welcome back everyone. Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Daytona here at the Virtual Limited Sports Car Championship. You've not missed much. Been a couple of position changes. Patrick Silvassi now leads from Nick Newcomb.
What was your look on the contact between Comerter in the Ferrari and Axel Kerr in the LMP2?
I've spoken to both of them, and I'm actually in Discord with Axel at the moment because he's been having TeamSpeak issues. His TeamSpeak crashed on him, so I made the deal that I said I'd hop into their TeamSpeak.
He's going really slow right now on track.
Is he? Oh god.
Yeah, really slow right now, Axel Kerr is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call a code 80 for that, I think. It depends.
See him there, limping around? What's happening?
Yeah, give me a moment. Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds. I will leave you guys to it. I'll be back soon.
User left your
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
You would
How you
deliver
doing,
past the code 80 speed. I've been having a day. I don't know. I think things are have been sorted out now, so they should be all right. But yeah, I'm sorry for the pain
Oh, don't
I've
worry.
caused people with my madness.
Don't worry, you're fired.
That's okay. Well, y'all have a good one.
It's just
Adios. Yeah.
That was interesting. I don't know what happened there because Axel Kerr's going so slow, and now suddenly he was going up to speed, but they called the code 80, so
Yeah.
get it out.
He's probably gonna go and suss out what was going on, is my guess.
Yeah, why were you going? He was getting passed by the GT cars there for a second, so.
Yeah.
Newcomb's in the pits.
Yeah, it's gonna be
This
a massive win for
good
Nick
time
Newcomb
for him.
there. Yeah.
That was a good move.
That should really that'll give him a big jump on Silvassi because he's gonna gain a pit stop basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Won't give him a gain. It will catch him up because there was quite a gap going into the code
A bunch
80.
of people right behind Silvassi there, but Comerter has been involved in a lot of incidents there. He's 17th. He's right between all these guys in LMP2s, so should be interesting.
Yeah.
And Lappins is trying to slowly catch Soul, but Soul has been lapping really well, so not an easy task for him to get back up to the 1-2 range. He's currently running third in his class. He had a big off earlier,
Yeah.
crashed hard and lost a tire. So
It's
Casey Soul's in the pits.
That's
so
really
is
gonna
it-
help
I don't know.
Soul as well there. Anyone who can get a pit stop in quickly is gonna gain time in their battles for sure. It's gonna give them.
Yeah, he's the only American running right now. They said so.
She is, yeah. Yeah. Good outing from CRG there to be in second.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Though I am impressed by David Martin in the solo Ferrari there.
He's soloing it, eh? Wow.
Is David Martin actually? Is that what the solo means? Is David Martin actually soloing it?
That'd be horrible.
Hello, I am back. Sorry about that.
Oh hi.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
I went to get a glass of water, filled up the glass of water, and then spilled the glass of water everywhere. So I've had to go and clean
no.
it. Glass is smashed, glass everywhere, but everything's okay now, and we can commentate again.
No, he's
Oh, no.
not soloing. He's got Edgar Rick, Malcolm Schneider, Billy Eisman, and Michael Vidal are technically all supposed to be in that car. And the thing is, because VSRA had some issues, I feel like a lot of these teams that felt like they might not have drivers are actually going to
Now
end
do.
up having drivers today. Yeah.
I can attest to that. Actually, we were meant to be racing in this race as a team. We actually showed really good pace last week, as we mentioned on the stream. As Suto actually is taking the apron, I have missed the code 80, so I wonder if he's the one with the damage. But taking that,
it was Kerr who was going very slow on track, but
sorry.
But then suddenly was going quicker, but the code 80 had already been called. So who knows? I don't. We're trying to figure.
Taking the apron rather than the banking.
Penalty removed from Axel Kerr. We were sorting an issue out. We will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Taking that apron just off the side of the banking, I believe it's called.
5,
you actually gain time.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
As we do go to green. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. We were supposed to win this race, obviously, and it was only around 1 o'clock this afternoon that I realised I could have probably put a car together. But then I saw the rain, and I was like, I might as well commentate now, rather than getting someone to cover the stints.
Yeah. Well, we actually have a decent field, at least, in terms of like what the real DPI and GTE count is. Who is it?
Close.
Evan Muller has had a little incident. He's got off lucky there. Ernest Lappins is going to have to really watch this.
Oh yeah, that's okay. He got out of the way.
Oh dear.
The closest gaps right now are Smithson to Longcar, and then Lappins to Casey's Soul. That's the closest we have people, I guess, and Wozniak to Mueller. Since the spin there, that's give him a chance to try to get that.
Yeah, Soul almost gained 20 seconds since I last checked, just because of how the Code 80 worked with David Martin.
Believe it or not, you can actually gain under Code 80.
Yeah, I think you were kind of mentioning that if you go use the apron on Code 80s, you'll gain some time.
Lappins, they're knocking out of the way of the element. He's racing Mueller here into the horseshoes. Not really ideal to be in classes.
I think as well, if you get it perfectly, you can just be on the limiter at the limit, just as the Code 80 is actually called, whereas some people like to be a bit more
I think Mueller has a lot of
conservative
damage.
with it. Mueller did take quite a big hit, so I would imagine he's got
the wheel
damage.
is a little bit angled to the left on the straights.
Would make sense. It was the rear of his car, the rear right actually, I believe, that took quite a bit of a pounding with that GT car. So it wouldn't surprise me, as he does commit to a pit stop. It looks like from 9th position, it looks pretty bleak for that car at this stage.
Yeah, it's wobbling all over the place in the braking zone there.
It looked like at first he got away with that.
Wozniak now is going to take another position. That's good for him. That means that Mueller will go last in the class. But still the points, 10th overall. Oh yeah,
in the,
very slow into the pits.
In the previous few minutes, Alex has actually confirmed that using the apron is not allowed. So
there you go.
I was correct to call that one out.
I wonder if he was thinking of taking a pit stop and then the Code 80 ended, though.
I still don't understand why, even if you were going to take a pit stop, why you'd use the apron for the entire 2 horseshoes.
Yep, that's a that's a good point. Hadn't considered that.
Warning from Michal Wozniak for blocking a faster car that is lapping him. Warning from Michal Wozniak for blocking.
I feel like in the next 21 hours and 11 minutes, we're going to slowly see the just the loss of sanity in Alex's voice. He always starts off the race really excited. Remember ERC Hockenheim, when he starts off the race, first Code 80, it's like, drivers, we have come to Code 80, as if it's an honour for him to be saying that.
Yeah.
By the 3rd Code 80, which 2 of which were caused by me, I think his exact tone was, okay drivers, we have come to Code 80. He sounded like he had died inside quite a fair bit.
Like,
just in the course of that 2 hours.
My favorite thing about ERC Hockenheim was how frustrated he was by the time, because I came in second into the car, and by then there'd been like 7 or 8 Code 80s. Just the complete like exasperation he had with the entire grid was hilarious.
He was surprisingly calm with me after my 2 accidents in the same place. I believe the commentator on that race said, "We should put up a tally for how many times he's crashed there."
Was it the first corner with the death curbs?
Yes, some genius put death curbs in, and I was really new to RFX2. I'd only driven 1 race in it, at Hockenheim, believe it or not. Done not much practice, and I only got the mod, not the mod, sorry, the DLC that week, and all of a sudden, I'm in this 6-hour race, and on no sleep as well, which is my excuse. And it didn't go particularly well. My driver ended up retiring without telling me, because there was a thunderstorm in his local area.
I remember I did that race, and I'm sorry to be talking about ERC Hockenheim, but it seems like it's a point we share some common history on. I remember I did that race. It was the first time I did a league race in R Factor. It was ERC Hockenheim. And the guy who was in before me was a 14-year-old kid who was driving R Factor for the first time, pretty much, and he put the car 7 laps down in 3 hours before I even got into it. I
thought I did badly. Wow.
I somehow recovered to finish 9th out of, I think, almost 20 GT3 cars, just by surviving. But because those death curbs killed a lot of people. But yeah, that was my Hockenheim.
Yay!
So
I like to image Alex just watching the stream now and just slowly putting his head in his hands at his computer screen.
So to bring it back on topic, this is an interesting note
Lappin's
I
a
looked
lot
at.
closer, by the way, right now to Casey's Soul.
I'm going to refresh the overlay because it still has his pit timer on there. Hopefully will give us the actual gap. 15 seconds, yeah. The gap at GTE is actually pretty close all around for the top few positions.
This is endurance racing. Nothing is on topic.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true.
Vassi's going by Soul right now. He's just past Lappins as well, so the fight for second place is about to, and GT is about to be on.
If Lappins does end up winning this race, which, to be honest, the fact that he is the only person signed up in his car, I cannot see him winning this race. In fact, I can't see him getting to the end of this race, as a matter of fact.
If Lappins wins this race, he's going... I don't know if you've ever watched IndyCar. But you know...
Yes, I do watch IndyCar quite a lot, actually.
So you know how the commentators simp over Ferrucci?
They do, yes.
Lappins will become Visk's Ferrucci, I think.
We do want to stop talking about it because he was my driver up until 2 days ago. I feel like I'm going to get called out on bias. I remember there was one race I commentated on, and this person... There was no battles on this track at all for the entire race, apart from the battle for the podium with my driver.
Yeah.
And someone who'd never got a podium before. So naturally, I spent the entire race watching this battle, because nothing else was happening. And then I got called bias at the end of the race. It's like, what am I going to focus on? The battle?
Lappins is 1 second now. The first corner they go. To the International Horseshoe, we'll see how the braking goes, because they're getting lapped right now, too, by Nick Newcomb.
I think you're looking at a different battle, because Lappins and Soul should be 16 seconds apart.
They are 8 tenths apart on my screen as well, actually.
Yeah, they're actually right on top of each other, so you should go right to that.
That's curious.
On live timing, that's what I'm looking at.
Have you got...
Oh, you know what it is? That's to the leader. That is a gap to the leader for I Am Dumb. Yes, it is 1 second apart. There you go.
Tisk.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm operating on like 2.5 hours of sleep. It's not been good.
I feel like sleep deprivation is a massive topic in endurance racing.
Both for the commentators and the drivers.
I think I'm on from about 10 PM tonight to 1 AM in the morning, so I'm going to eat. And then 7 hours of sleep and on at 8 a.m, which is going to be very fun.
Oof. But, yeah. The thing I was going to note that I
6.
find interesting is there's 2 leading DPIs. Then immediately we go to LMP2s, the 2 leading LMP2s. Then it's the 3 next DPIs. 2 more LMP2s.
Is the closest he's
Oh,
been
geez,
out of the
he's
bus
going
stop. He's
for
going
it.
for it on the NASCAR turn 3 and 4.
On the outside of Casey Soul.
This is gonna be an interesting turn 1. See if how far ahead he is, because they're both Ferrari powered, aren't there? As Lappin's in the Corvette.
No, he's in a Corvette, so that's
yeah.
Chevrolet. The Ferrari-powered Chevrolet. It's going to have the preferred line for the braking zone there.
And that LMP2, that's very precarious there, actually.
Yeah. Casey Soul a little bit squirrely beside the LMP2. Oof. So Lappins is not going to be able to take the Apex into the International Horseshoe because of that LMP2. At least he took it late. LMP2 got out of the way quick enough. So will Casey Soul come back at Lappins? Let me see if I can bring up...
Nick Newcomb behind them? No, that's Zoltan Boda. Casey's given him the space.
Yeah.
And we'll see how he goes on Lappins.
That's the responsible thing to do at this point in the race. There's so many. There's 21 hours left. Who's off in Sector 1, though, there?
These 2 battling would be a very stupid thing to do at this stage in the race.
Yeah.
Because the harder you battle, the more likely there is to be an accident. And accidents lose you about 2 laps on this track, depending on, well, as Ernest actually found out.
Yeah. So I'm curious. Is Lappins in... So what's interesting is Lappins is the furthest forward Corvette.
The other one had a massive
Ah,
Lappins. They hit each other. Pretty sure.
that would do it. That
For
would do it.
someone who, about an hour and a half ago, was driving around the track with 3 wheels, I think I'd call it a successful recovery so far.
That's very true.
So here's something I just want to blow your minds with. So Casey Soul, running second, is doing about 144s, high 144s regularly. Lappins in that Corvette is doing 143s and 142s regularly.
That's 1 to 2 seconds faster than Martin in the lead as well.
Yeah.
That is, he is showing his class, without sounding too biased towards him.
Yeah.
I promise there isn't actually a bias there. We only ever drove 1 race together.
So
They're just best friends.
the other thing that's going down now is if you look at Boda, Zoltan Boda, slowly closing in on Mergully for the LMP2 lead.
Yeah, he's lapping a couple. He's lapping 3/10 faster.
Yeah.
I feel like in these early stints, though, you do want a gap to chase down, because otherwise you just kind of focus on getting the mileage in, and not only is it boring, but that's when the complacent mistakes get in. If you've
Boda's
got
had a first sector. Boda's gone faster in the first sector now, and gone slower in the second by 2 100ths.
if you have a sole focus ahead and a gap that you can slowly bring down every lap, then I find that a lot better psychologically.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially in a race this long, when you're doing like very long stints. If there's not something in the distance you're chasing, you start missing braking zones or having offs. Which at Daytona, the offs can be quite aggressive given the speeds you're carrying into some of these corners.
Although I do find it very difficult to have a bad accident at Daytona, unless other cars are involved.
That is true.
I always
Go ahead, sorry, don't listen.
Sorry, I always recommend people who are sort of just starting out to do something like Daytona, as it's such a simple track that you can push the car, but there's not really many mistakes to be made apart from the bus stop. But once you sort of get in tune with the car, as long as you know what you're doing, you can kind of get into your rhythm quite nicely. It's just very difficult to stay in that rhythm. A little bit of oversteer can, as I said, drag you out of it quite easy.
And Martins and Lappins are so close through the sectors, though. Lappins went faster last lap, but he's getting closer now to first again and is losing a wheel.
Zoltan Boda in second place in LMP2 is pitting there.
Maybe try an undercut.
Maybe. Depends on when Mergully last pit.
I wonder what kind of engine modes these people are running, because I know you can get away with running mode 4 for quite a bit in your stint, as long as you fuel save towards the end. So I wonder if people are really wanting to catch, if they are just going to go all out mode 4, or whether you want to do that at this stage in the race.
That's an interesting question. I don't know. Depends on the delta you lose from running in a lower engine mode, and I really couldn't know that, unfortunately.
From my experience, it's not much, but it's certainly enough to gain that sort of extra tenth or two that you need a lap.
Axel Kerr's moved up to second in the LMP2 class, right? Or is he DPI? He's DPI, isn't he?
He's DPI, so he just overtook
Bessie.
There is a slow Corvette. No, never mind. It's not a Corvette, it is a Ferrari. And it wasn't slow, it was just being lapped. I swear the Corvette and Ferrari look pretty similar. Especially from the TV cameras.
That is very true. So here's a curious thing. It looks like every GTE except Comerter is on the lead lap right now. That is impressive 4 hours or 3 hours in.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh dear, the Valley Sports car of Justin. That was an intense moment for him. A massive drift. He basically cuts the entire chicane and barely makes it through. I'm just having a look at what happened here, but I feel like he just locked his rears a little bit.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't find it as easy to lock the rears in the DPI. I find the LMB2s, it's very difficult not to lock the rears.
On 60-40, you end up locking the rears if you go 100% brake force.
Yeah.
And Lappins is in the pits right now.
As you would be, exactly almost on the hour mark, with 21 hours to go in this race now.
So that will really help Sol because she managed to pit during that code 80. Yeah, so that will gain her a lot of time.
I wonder, could we get one of these team managers in for a 3-hour mark interview or something?
Let me go fishing for a second. Let's see who I can bring up. Who is around that I do see?
I feel like Henrik, even though he's not a team manager, I could probably poke him and get him to do an interview.
Do it. Do it. That's in the car we're following, actually, the Valley Sports Acura. I'm very excited to have an Acura in this race. I think it's my favorite DPI. Don't at me, Mazda fans. I just love the aesthetic of that Acura.
Very disappointing that the Valley Sports can't run their normal livery.
Yeah.
First reason is because my logo's on it, and second reason, because they put some really nice cars out. I don't know if you've seen any of them on Twitter, but Valley Sports are like, they have the best looking liveries around.
I believe that. Oh, jeez. Let me quickly do something here. So we're looking at this race. Oh,
Max Chambers just went off the track a little bit there into the Western Horseshoe.
Muller has had a bit of an incident. He's
not moving still. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Maybe stalled.
So that will be a code 80. That's going to suck for. He's.
Oh.
In a terrible spot too.
That's not where you. Right on the 8.
Slow car on the inside of T1. Slow car on the inside of T1.
Oh boy.
Track is clear.
good work there from Alex to just notify everyone rather than slowing the entire field.
Yeah. That would have very much messed up some people's races. Or at least early stages. It's hard to tell at this point.
Well, I think no matter what the hour, if you lose 3 laps, then it's a pretty bleak outcome.
Very true. So, out front, Silvassi is very much closing in on Newcomb. That was a name I can't believe I messed up.
Yeah, there's some close cars.
Suto's closing in. White That looks like a white Shrek, right? I'm not Polish, but it looks like white Shrek.
That's on you. I'll let you.
I'll let you make that mistake. You figure that out.
Yeah.
I actually believe, looking at the time, I should be getting off in a minute to get ready for my next stint.
Go have yourself a break, get a snack, rest yourself.
Yes, I think I might as well take that break now, actually.
Alright.
I will be back in 3 hours' time then for the 9 PM slot.
Perfect.
Awesome, man.
Thank you very much, man.
Alright.
Appreciated having you.
Bye.
So then,
left your
there
channel.
were 2. The most attractive 2, I dare say. But 2
The Canadians.
nonetheless. Oh, yes.
The best in the world.
The best. The absolute best.
We have Villeneuve.
We have Villeneuve. We have great drivers, guys, like Villeneuve,
Like the
Stroll, Hinchcliffe. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We had Wickens, and then that didn't work out. And we had
Yeah.
yeah, it's just got a tendency to not have things work
We
out.
have Latifi. Oh.
We got Latifi. Oh no. Here's the thing. We lost Gilles, we lost Greg Moore, Robert Wickens in a big accident. Like, it's like our greats just are cursed.
Yeah, that's very true. Yay.
Yay. But, nonetheless, we persevere by watching people who are better at racing than us.
And
do
there are
the
many
racing.
of them.
Yeah, there are many of them. As we're on board right now, Josef Frederick Suto. That's such an extra name, and I love it.
That's a good name.
Josef Frederick Suto. Closing in on Weitzercheck in GTE. Only about 4 seconds between them. You can just see Weitzercheck up the road.
Lappin's the 142.2. That's the fastest in his class.
Yeah, she's got a lot of daylight between him and Seoul, unfortunately, at this juncture.
Yeah.
Mostly
Yes.
a product of
Code 80.
strategy. I think there's yeah.
Savassi
and
goes the
Code 80s.
fastest of the race with a 132.17.
So here's a curious thing as we bring up Silvassi. Silvassi was lost 10 seconds somewhere.
I think he pit.
You don't pit for 10 seconds though, unless he already crunched up like another 15 or 18 or 20.
Oh,
We
look.
weren't looking.
And there's no damage.
Because you headed
Oh.
the gap down to almost 8 seconds when I last was looking.
It's, yeah. I don't know.
Let me see if he had a slow lap quickly. Man, we were going to have somebody in the commentator box, and we didn't have the chance. So I'm going to find that out, and then I will see.
Yeah, he had a 203, and then he had a 148.
Yes, that 203 was it. That was, he must have messed something up. When was the
And then he
203?
had 2 laps ago.
Okay, so yeah, he'd off 2 laps ago then. So, I'm going to act on Tom's advice and see that we figured out the Silvassi mystery. Let's see if we can pull someone up here. You know who I'm feeling like? Let's try and get... This will be a Jasper Eriksson.
He's running in the Nick Newcomb's car, right? The first place?
Yeah. Let's pull him up. See how that goes. Maybe so, maybe not. Some people like to be tight-lipped, others don't. It's always good to know what the leading crew is, how the leading crew is feeling after about 3 hours
With a
and 10 minutes.
20-second lead.
Which isn't a lot in well, endurance racing, but it is certainly...
Silvassi is kind of being held up right now by Einkvist. Sent to Einkvist, who's not really moving out of the way of the DPI.
Was it Einkvist who had, or I think it was that car that had a warning. Oh, he's going up the track now.
Now he's moving out of the way.
Came down a bit. That spooked the heck out of me.
Yeah, you don't want to lose it. That's always half the danger of letting somebody by, too.
Yeah.
That's Casey's Soul. Yeah, letting them through, though, nicely.
Oof. All kinds of out of shape there, all through the grass. Oh, geez, contact! Big contact! Oh, my goodness! We've got an LMP2 off! Who was that? The red LMP2 there you were talking about?
That's Einkvist. And Einkvist hit Soul as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Soul, too. Oh, my God, another... Yeah, not good.
That
Einkvist
is
all over the place.
massive. That is definitely going to have to be a code 80 for that. Oh, geez, yeah, he's all over the top
Oh, my...
of NASCAR
What's he doing?
3.
Yeah. Oh,
that was a massive shunt.
Well, because Silvassi lost it big time, and he hit the back of Silvassi, so that was Silvassi really, and then he went all over the place. And Soul tried to avoid, but came down the track, and he came down the track and hit Soul. So I feel really like Silvassi messed the bus stop up and came across the track, and there was nowhere for Einkvist to go.
Yeah, that is absolutely
so
frustrating.
terrible.
That has to be so frustrating.
Yeah.
Nothing that Einkvist could do.
No, because as soon as you touch the back of all that dirty air, you touch the back of Silvassi, it's just... And on the NASCAR turns out of the bus stop, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Casey Soul, though, now has lost the position to Ernest Lappins because she's been forced to pit.
Yeah.
I mean, she got
There
smashed
you go.
into it.
That's endurance racing, though. Certainly, at least for that GTE fight. Sometimes the ball falls your way, sometimes it doesn't. But that...
Tragic.
Absolutely tragic. It was funny, I was watching them go into the bus stop, and I said, that is so dangerous, trying to get around Soul at the bus stop. But Soul gave the space, but forced Silvassi to go so late into the brakes, so deep into the braking zone. Just didn't have the grip to make it happen. So we'll keep an eye on how long Soul's pit stop is. I'll tell you a lot about how bad the damage was. But that was the leading... That was the leading car for that team. GRG or CRG there. So that's...
that is terrible.
That's really unfortunate.
Without a wing. After that.
Amazing
first
that
wing,
there wasn't
wing of the day.
That can't be the first wing.
I think it's the first wing. There was a tire flying off. Ernest Lappins lost a tire.
But no wing.
Now Adam Surridge has passed Casey Soul as well, and Suto. So Soul...
That puts the Mugans past Soul there.
Third last, sorry.
And Ernst Lappin's continued trek back to the front continues. And when the real journeyman drive, yeah, that's bad damage for Soul if she's still in the pits.
She's now away.
She's just getting it. Oh, and she hits the car on the way out! Oh
my
no!
Goodness. She hits Santo Eickfist.
Oh,
that is not good.
Just fix that car, because that will definitely be damaged. I don't know if it'll affect the steering.
You can see it, visual damage. I
Stop
can see it.
and go 30 seconds for Patrick Silvassi, the number 16.
Oh, there you go.
No.
For an unsafe rejoin causing major damage.
Yep.
That is Patrick Silvassi, the number 16. Stop and go 30. Major collision due to an unsafe rejoin.
I figured the stewards there would give him a penalty for that because that was pretty bad. So now now Nick Newcomb and is it Eriksson there have a
Jasper Eriksson's about to get into that car.
Huge advantage now.
Yeah, that completely changes that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks for Soul, because that will definitely
But
put...
Soul's quick.
She's quick, but she's going to have to pit, like... Can
I
you
know.
check in that car and see what the damage is? Because I think that car has to be damaged after that
I'm
exit.
looking at it right now, and the front left looks crunch, but I don't know that there's any... Yeah, oh, there's a lot of... It looks like it could be cosmetic damage, honestly. It's very bad, though, on the hood. It might be bad for Aero.
Yeah, we'll see what her top
The
speed
splitter,
is.
oh, the splitter is damaged a little bit on the left front.
Yeah. So let's see, getting up to about 270, we'll say 271, 272.
We'll see what her lap times get to, you know? That was Santos Eichfist leaving the pits now, but with no wing.
Really?
No wing.
There's no wing on that car.
Oh my god, and now he's all on the grass. Ooh,
He mustn't have selected repair damage on the pit exit.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
so he's gonna have to do
Code
a
8.
whole. Yeah, it's gonna have to be code 80. He's gonna have to do a lap.
Not good.
Yeah, he's all over the place. Man, that. Yeah, he's stopping that car. That sucks. That's that really. Silvassi just
now in
creating all sorts of chaos there.
Silvassi missed his pit stop, has to reverse. Now he's in for the penalty.
Eichfist hit the wall on pit exit.
Oh no, this is not good.
This is everything is falling apart through hour 4, man. That hurts.
Oh, Soul almost has contact there with Mueller going into the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah.
Eichfist now smoking.
There's got to be something wrong with that. Yeah.
Oh my.
He's stuck.
Furzo made it by Silvassi, so
They're gonna have to
Silvassi.
reset that car. He's blocking pit exit.
Yeah, long car in. Oh my god, here comes Silvassi.
This is
long
just
car now in
tragic.
for a pit stop. Newcomb is now coming around the bus stop, and Silvassi is just leaving the pit lane. And
drive-through penalty for Justin van der Schmissen.
Oh.
Drive-through penalty for Justin van der Schmissen for causing an avoidable collision.
I don't know who that was with.
That must have been with Soul, perhaps?
No, because that was Eichfest who had. Oh, that was Mueller. Miller. No, it's Mueller. There wasn't Smithson. And Santu Eichfest's suspension out of the race, and Silvassi luckily got out in time, and Newcomb's taking the chance to pit now, so that's smart of him.
Yeah.
Pit now.
Taking advantage of the chaos.
Although he's not really in a pit box. I don't know, is the pit happening for him?
It is. It looked like it.
Oh, okay, good. He's away now, so yeah, that is such an advantage. Oh, and Jesper Eriksson is in the car.
There you go.
But Newcomb's out now.
That was a scheduled stop, I would believe.
That seems like things are going very well for that Wayne Taylor Racing team. Number 10. Bassie's in the bus stop now, but Ericsson's away out of the pit lane, so good.
So that will keep that fight close, depending on pit strategy.
We'll keep an eye on Eichfist because they're currently suspended. They might be out of the race indefinitely, but we'll see. They can get if their engineers can get that repaired, we'll see if they can get back on the track.
Yeah. The thing is, there's only 4 LMP2 cars, so if you can at least come third, you just need to beat one person to be on the podium. You need to chip not one person, one car.
Yeah. Or Casey Soul is not lapping as fast as the cars in front of her currently.
Yeah.
After the tragedy, but there could have been damage to that front left with the splitter damage, and who don't know what kind of... She smoked Eichfist, so... I wonder if that affected his pit stop.
Yeah. Some chat in the Discord about that crash. That was that affected 3 cars races. Really.
Or was the chat in the steward decision chat?
No, it's in the general chat there between the drivers.
A lot of anger.
Yeah. A lot of stuff. Yeah, just real.
Oh, when Eichfist was hit from behind, it canceled the damage repair.
Oh,
Yep.
that sucks.
So when Casey Soul hit Einkvist, it stopped their repair. I didn't know that happened.
It's just a series
That
of
definitely.
unfortunate
I don't think
events
that
for
was
car.
intentional either. That was just
Yeah,
tragedy on top of tragedy.
that is an accurate way to describe that entire chain of events. As the third place LMP2 car is in now.
Chambers.
Yep.
Udo is lapping a tenth faster than Suraj at the moment, so that could be, and they're on the same, trying to catch up, but Bessie's pretty close too to Mergully with 6-second gap, and he is lapping faster than Mergully at the moment. So 2 Orcas there, both Mugen cars. Yeah, so Santu Einkvist out of the race after a tragic crash out of the bus stop.
Yeah, it really has to hurt. Really has to hurt. As Ericsson goes past Casey Soul.
Ericsson with 132.2, so that's pretty quick. That's pretty quick. If you can lap those consistent, that'll be hard to catch. And third place in the Kerrs in the. Oh,
Axel Kerr.
well, here comes Mergully then to take third place in the race.
Not bad.
And Havesi now will take fourth.
Which I think after pit strategy that makes sense because we were going 2 DPIs, 2 LMP2s.
Yeah.
So it will be
Yeah,
an
they're it's a very offset strategy.
Yeah, because the cars have different fuel numbers. So it's actually a very interesting fight then for who will get the third step of the overall podium between the DPIs and the LMP2s.
Because based on strategy, at the end of the race, it could be either way.
It could be either way.
Oh,
Strategies, dramas. We're only 4 hours in.
In the middle of pits, not in a pit box at all.
Yeah, that was it's been a rough race for that Ferrari.
Yeah, they got smashed in hard by. Well, they spun at the bus stop, and then Ernest Lappins hit them with all his gusto.
That's who Ernest hit.
And then his tire went flying like 100 meters in the air.
Yeah.
It is amazing that all the GT on the same.
Yeah, given how
take.
much tragedy there's been, that's pretty amazing.
Look at the gaps here, though. I think Havesi is close to Mergully right now, and with a 5-second gap.
Yeah.
4 or 5 seconds. It's that.
Drive-through penalty removed from Van der Schmissen for serving them.
Uto has a 6-second gap, almost 7 though to Suraj, and then Casey Soul is 7 seconds behind.
So it says Casey's 46 seconds behind the next car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just unfortunate for her.
He was running so well, I know.
Yeah,
That's
the whole
that's
CRG
terrible.
team, I feel. That's really been unfortunate.
It's good for the viewers, though. That was a serious crash. I mean, wow.
Okay. Alright. So, here we are. About
On
3.5
board with Casey
hours
Soul.
in. On board with Casey Soul. And has...
She's flying right now.
Yeah, she's doing her best. I'm shocked that car did not get more damage from... They must have been going slow enough it wasn't serious.
I think she smashed the brakes and then, get the front damage to the front of the car, and they repaired that. But then in the pit lane, I don't know if they're just used to, because I know in Assetto Corsa you can go through the cars in the pit lane. But maybe she's used to that because she's in GT, so maybe she thought that she was going to go through him, and then did go through him, sort of.
Yeah.
But not in the way that was... No.
Drama all around in this field. It's been a very busy race.
Yeah. Let's see if Gabor Vessi can build. At the end of this lap here, we'll see how they're both doing. 135 for Mergully and a 1. Vessi here. 135.8. So Vessi goes slower than Mergully, so Mergully's keeping that 5-second gap. This podium position. Third place. Overall podium, anyway. I think he's in a LMP2 car. Owned by Casey Stoll currently, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Whew. That was an attempt. Now, who was that? Which LMP, which DPI was that?
Vessi!
So Vessi. Vessi's in an LMP2. So that would have had to have been... That was Patrick Silvassi.
That's what I said.
Somewhat frustrating. Oh, I thought you said Vessi. Yeah, you're right. Silvassi. So here's the interesting thing I've noticed with the DPIs. Is they lock up the frontal. I've seen a lot of front lockups from the DPIs. So you've got to wonder if they're nursing some blocked up tires.
That move was dangerous.
That was a dangerous move. That was unnecessary this early into the race. But Silvassi just wants to get back on, I imagine.
So yeah, he's 30 seconds behind.
Stop there. Couldn't tell you who.
I don't know.
Not know.
It could have been Comerter in the Ferrari, but I'm not sure.
When someone's 13 laps down, it is very easy to say that was probably them who messed up.
Well, they were just in that section at that time. I was looking around, you know. Sector 2. Let's look around here.
User joined your channel.
Hello, hello.
Hi guys.
How's it going?
How's it going?
It's good. It's obviously there was some stint that it changed a bit with myself and Patrick. The first stint that I didn't have any luck whatsoever with the traffic. It was killing me. But not to worry. And then the second stint, it came together a little bit more. I was a bit more fortunate with the traffic. And then I took a chance with the Code 80 and went for track position, even though it meant coming out further behind Patrick.
Yeah.
But that's where it worked. And yeah, the guys were pleased. And by the time I was due the pit stop, I was basically 18, 19 seconds behind Patrick. So yeah, it worked out well. Worked out really well. So I knew when I came out, and then it was time for Patrick to go in. I passed him actually while he was still stationary, so that really worked out well. So,
yeah.
And
Nick, there was a massive incident between Einkvist and Silvassi and Casey Stoll, who's GTE, where there was a huge crash in the bus stop, which led to Silvassi getting that penalty.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. He's chasing, obviously knowing that by then, obviously, he'd worked out that I'd done the pit stop, and obviously the advantage was coming. But you know, you've got to be careful between chasing and obviously minding the traffic around you and being sure that you make the pass cleanly, because the less time you spend in the pits, the better it is for you and your team. And that's the main thing. But he's been driving well. Obviously, I'm not sure if the times he's spent in the car, he could be a little bit slow in his decision making. So it might be worth him jumping out the car and getting himself a rest, ready for his next stint.
So that's a big thing, is sort of the fatigue that sets in.
Yeah.
So
you don't understand. It creeps up on you. Obviously, it's a 24-hour race as well. How many stints is he down for? Because if he runs a long stint now and doesn't get much rest, it might come back to haunt him a bit later on. So it's always best to try and get as much rest in between your stints as well, just to relax just step away even, and just basically chill out, and then come back refreshed. He's done a long stint. He's done really well. His times are excellent. But I'd be looking, if I was his teammates, I'd be looking to try and take over the car a little bit.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Yeah, but we're doing all right. Qualification was a bit strange for us. down at P3. That was a strange one.
Yeah.
But we didn't do any testing with low fuel. We did everything with race pace in mind, and it looks like it's paying off. So that's the way we went, and hopefully we'll stick at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you're.
You know what I mean? This is my second 24-hour race in 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
I hope. Yeah.
Your strategy today seems to be on point too, with the tires and the fuel and stuff. So
yeah, we'll
gotta be happy.
Yeah, we're doing. I'm doing a little bit of the engineering for the guys as well, so we're all sorted. We're ready to go. Jesper's going to do a couple of stints, and then Turn's going to get in, and then we've got our stint plans. We've got a good stint plan with plenty of rest in between each, so it's looking good. Hopefully we'll stay clean and just take it through the night. That's the main thing, as it drops down from daylight through to dusk. That's when things could change.
So do you have any... oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
Yeah, go on.
Do you have any people... Are you guys all Europeans in that car, or do you have any people from Australia or North America to help you through the night?
All Europeans. Oof. But that's fine. It was a full European team last week. There was only 3 of us in the car last week, and we managed. You know what I mean? So it all depends how you run your stints and rest. That's the main thing. It's not just about being in the car. It's about actually resting and getting your strength back and relax, get some sleep, and then jump back in the car. Obviously, don't do too many stints through the night. Just be careful, and you should be fine. You know what I mean? We've got one guy having a real good rest, and then he's going to be taking it on in the morning, our finish, and then take it at the end of the race. So after a good rest again, so our stint plan's really, really good, I think. So it should work. It's just up to us now not to be silly on track.
That's the tough thing.
Yeah, not be silly. Give plenty of room. Learn which cars assist in the overtake, which cars are a little bit tight, and just be careful, especially in the bus stops. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Been a lot of chaos in there.
I'm gonna finish my nice bit of Yorkshire tea, as we say. And, I'm only a few miles from Yorkshire anyway, so I'm allowed. And that's it. Keep going, guys. I'm gonna have a listen to the stream, and I'll be back in the car in about 4 hours, I think, something like that.
Well, good luck, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Forward to watching you racing.
Yeah, cheers, man. Have a good time. Have a good one.
Well.
Cheers, bud.
User left your channel.
Well, that was Nick Newcomb, driver of the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car, who's currently leading the race at the moment in their DPI.
That's actually a Mugen, I think. Is it? Oh, it's a Wayne Taylor. You're right. You're correct. I'm looking at the wrong car. I'm done.
I know I'm correct.
So here's the funny thing I found with that. Guy basically interviews himself.
That was nice. He did like Lewis Hamilton. He interviewed himself.
Yeah, that was really.
He knows what we needed to ask, and it was appreciated.
Yes.
We talked about, they may have not known so much about the crash going on, right? So
that's very true.
When you're driving, there was an incident. You don't really get all the information always, because if your team missed it, then you just I don't know what happened there, and we'll learn after the race.
So that's the Fien Avant Motorsports car, I think. Is it? Nope, I'm looking at the wrong car. Look, I can't do my job apparently. It's the 360 Motorsports car. It's a 360 Motorsports car, using a Wayne Taylor livery.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
360 Motorsports using a Wayne Taylor livery.
So, closest battle on track is actually for LMP2 lead. That's been between Miller, Gully, and Hevesi, which you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, just Mergully seems to be actually losing time to Hevesi. He's lapping slower, and Hevesi is almost a second per lap up right now in Mergully, so see how that goes. But also with, with like they were saying, the mental fatigue that really happens on a mistake anywhere could change the course of the race. So
Yeah.
like we saw with Einqvist.
So, here's an interesting thing I've been considering, or wondering as we're watching this. So there's a discussion about, well, we built the car for the race.
Yeah.
So you have to wonder with some of the people who've had offs or moments, if they'd built the car a little bit too loose for qualifying. Especially because Nick was saying he was the engineer seems to have really had a mind for that. Something you really have to consider with endurance racing is it's great to have an outright fast car. You need something drivable, especially when you were just talking about fatigue.
Because we did see overheating issues in the Roar.
Yes, that was an interesting thing.
A lot of people had set up things up for the qualifying, you could tell, but then as they got like 10, 20 laps into the race, the car started spewing some smoke. And there was a lot of people who just full-on had engines die on them.
Somebody was off in Sector 1. Don't know who, unfortunately. It would be great if the R-Factor 2 overlay gave you like an off notification somewhere. You'd really jump to something.
Ericsson is not making it easy for Silvassi at all to get any kind of gains here because he's lapping quicker so far per lap.
Well, temporarily, I am solo, so it's time for me to drop my new mixtape on you guys. Jokes. But yeah, it's been a very... It's tragic. I didn't get the chance to see qualifying. I've gotten to enjoy this last hour of racing. Very exciting. For those of you who just joined us, this has been probably the most dramatic hour of sim racing I've watched. Oh, geez, we got a car stopped on the track there. That's Michael Rosasa. It's been a very cursed Ferrari this race. If you don't know, they were had all sorts of incidents, had a big crash with Ernst Lappens, which put them behind the 8-ball. A lot of damage on that car. The wheel is connected, so the engine must have blown. That's my only guess. That would have to be my guess. What car is that?
Stopped car on the left-hand side of the pit exit. Stopped car on the left-hand side of the pit exit.
So that's the random
not
racing.
Moving, but just beware.
That's the random racing car there. And Luke Mader, Michael Rosasa, who's in there right now, Hallam Voice, Mika Hakimi, and Kagan Comerter. Kagan Comerter was the person who was in before and just had an absolutely horrid last few hours. Now that car's way off the pace. Our only DNF has been the Einqvist in the LMP2 car. But they're currently, we currently got a car stopped on track, so that might change. Until recently, we had almost all the GTE cars on the lead lap, but some strategy fortunes have changed that. Very amazing to see Lappens back in second after the big accident with Rosasa. So, that car will continue to be stopped right outside of pit exit. Unfortunately, it's a rather safe place. I see a lot of cars come off there.
Yeah, I see the car stopped there.
So yeah, I mean, engine. That is such a cursed Ferrari. It's just been a tragic race for those guys.
Yeah, it has been a tragic race.
See Matthew Clip trying to get around the gully here. This is a race for position, for those of you curious. So, Gully has no need to get out of the way. It's for 3rd overall.
Side by side now through the NASCAR corner. Are they coming to the bus stop or the start finish?
Coming up to the bus stop now.
Side by side of the bus stop.
The inside, but yeah, that DPI's got it.
Alright, wait, the straight line speed was there.
Yeah. That's the thing is, all things going normally, the DPIs should be faster over lap than the LMP2s. But now there you go. Top 3 positions, all DPIs. That good move from Matthew Clip. Shit.
Who did Matthew Clip take over for?
Let me check quickly. There are means of finding this information. That would have been for Alex Kerr. Axel Kerr.
Well, it's been a good race for them too, then.
Yeah. 2 laps down, but they are 3rd overall. Not much more you can ask for. Casey Soul pitting from 5th. Is that scheduled? I can't imagine that's a scheduled stop because she pit recent. She was one of the more recent GT pit stops. So that's curious.
Driver swap, maybe.
Maybe. We'll see if Casey Soul is the one leaving the pits. Yeah, it was not a scheduled stop. Patrick Silvassi. Silvassi coming in now from 2nd in DPI.
Oh, let's see. Ericsson's in the just leaving the intersection. Now the NASCAR turn, so we'll see how close he comes to something Silvassi here.
Yeah, because Ericsson just got in that car. We're just talking to Nick Newcomb, so that would just shows you how much pitting under Code 80 helps you. So Hank Kotai Bentz getting in to that for Silvassi in the 2nd place DPI. That's a Mugen DPI for those of you who are curious, as we have Patrick Martin, I believe that is. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. David Martin, pitting from 1st in GTE. So it looks like a scheduled set of stops there, for at least for him. And Lappin's continued charge to the front.
Yeah, he's still pushing hard.
Still, I think he's in NASCAR 4, so he might actually overtake Martin. Yeah, he's from NASCAR 4, so it may only be temporary, but Ernst Lappin's from a massive shunt about 2 hours ago.
Back to 1st.
Back to 1st. Somebody put this man with the proper crew together, man. It's not fair with this guy running solo.
Handed the car over to Ramiro Perez.
Maybe we can get Casey Soul in here for an interview. You never know. I know the team boss is protective of the GRG guys. But hey, Derek McCord in another Discord, in another TeamSpeak call, so maybe. It's the leader of the GRG squad. But here we are, with a fight for 1st. Lappin's just getting out in front of Martin. They're just coming out to NASCAR 1 now. Lappin's a little bit squiggly.
Yeah, because Lappin's has got Perez behind. And Martin's now going now getting onto the NASCARs.
Okay. So that
they just were fighting him.
No, that's Martin. Yeah, that is Martin a bit further back, you're correct. So that is following Lappin's right now.
It's Perez.
It's Perez?
Who was Casey Soul's car.
Okay, so Perez must have lost some time there, because that's a... Oh, no, he didn't. That gap looked bigger to me than it was. I was incorrect. Can anyone stop Ernst Lappens? This guy's been crazy. I, like, hate to be so...
He's doing really
positive
well.
about one person, but this has just been an impressive drive, considering he's been in the car since the start. I'm not aware. I'll have to check.
Heinrich Byler is in the number 6 Acura now.
Alright.
I think he took over for Suresh.
It was, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I know who it was. When I see it, I will know. Speak to me, magic list of names. Who is it that was in that car? It was Justin Vandersmissen. He took over for.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeff Close, who he drove the 24 Hours of Spa with, is also in that car.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Be cool to see him on the track then.
The driver from Germany. 4 laps down, but you never know.
Matthew Klipp gets the purple second sector.
Ah. Yeah, Klipp overtook, I think it was Mergully to take control of third
Mergully's
position.
been passed by Hevesi now. Because Mergully's in the pits.
Yep. So we have a new leader, Gabor Hevesi in LMP2. So some lead changes on this hour. Ernst Lappens and GTE.
Oh,
Gabor
and
Hevesi.
Silvesti's out of the car. And Pankoiloi Bentz is in the car now for him.
Yeah. So a lot of changes. Penkotai Pence.
Penkotai, it's a T, thank you.
Yeah. I can't do much, but apparently pronouncing Penkotai, suggesting I'm saying that correctly. I might be saying it wrong. Maybe the P is silent wherever it's from its name.
Yeah, we're just totally offending him.
Yeah, we're just offending the poor man. Suggesting it's a
Oh,
man
no.
even. Wow, I'm just being...
Oh! Oh,
Who's that?
contact!
Where?
Between Penkotai. And, I don't know who else there.
That
Penkotai.
Acura seems way out of line. Who's in an Acura? That was one of the... That... Nope. That was Rob Gibson? No, Rob Gibson's in a Mazda.
It was Rob Gibson, I think he came together with, yeah. They hit.
Huh. Well. There's quite a gap between those two cars. That was a Mazda, not an Acura. I believe the only Mazda in this race. Mazdas have not done well, but I feel like that's...
We'll see if the stewards have anything to say about that.
Yeah. Mazdas have not been strong thus far. I feel like that more has to do with driver error than the pace of the Mazda.
Yeah.
But we will see. Well, we won't. Actually, they're 6 laps down. They'll need some tragedy to do much at this point.
Who was in the car for Ericsson? Is that the first car, Benz? Pekatoy Benz? Did they switch for them? Because there's no, I don't see Silvestri, but I can't remember.
So
I don't know who
Benz-
took over
so
for
yeah,
Silvestri.
yeah, it was Penkotai Benz took over.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I thought you were saying who's in the car for Ericsson. Well, Ericsson's first, so.
No, I was silly.
So Patrick Silvassi trying to apologize for the incident in the chat. So on that, I think, oh geez, big wide there for Rob Gibson in the Mazda. Yeah, I think that wasn't as bad as it might have seemed on his part. Like, it caused a lot of chaos. Like, you had to penalize him for that. But as I said, he was just trying to get past. The gap was, he was given the gap by the GTE. He took the gap, braked too late, went through the grass, And once you're on the grass, there's nothing you can do anymore. If you slam
You're
on the
just
brakes,
skating.
you're just skating. And he came out, and then that was it. So, chaos ensued that, but I would accept the apology. But then again, I'm not in the car. I'm not in one of the cars whose races was greatly affected by that. I'm not Perez or who was the LMP2 involved. I can't remember at this point. But
it was Einqvist. Remember, he's out of the race.
yes, it was Einqvist. Yeah, I'm not Einqvist or Perez, but
Well, it's Casey Salt at the time.
yes.
Yep, that's pretty bad. She almost got. Her and Einqvist got the worst of it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the CRG squad, really. So who is the leading CRG car, though, as a product of that? I'm just satisfying my own curiosity.
Currently it's Lappin's. No.
Yeah, Lappin's CRG.
It's John
Could be the
Whitetrick.
Yeah, correct. So 5th and 6th now for the CRG squad.
They were up in second.
Yeah. That's how much it hurts. The lead car getting taken out. But you know what? Still lots of time here left to go at Daytona. I want to thank everyone for joining us who's been following the stream. 24 people watching. You know, I will take that. I will take that. Really appreciate everyone tuning in to the VISC for this race. The first VISC 24 hours of Daytona. You know we are crazy when we decide to start the league with a 24-hour race, but here we are. With a pretty healthy field of DPIs and GTEs and LMP2. Well, it's right around where real life IMSA is in terms of LMP2 participation. Ramiro Perez. I believe that was Jesper Eriksson who just overtook him for NASCAR 4. Is that Jesper Eriksson going for a pit stop? Yes, it is. That will tighten up the battle between them and Penkotai Benz.
Yeah, Penkotai is just entering the infield now.
So, big gap still, but it will close it down, depending on, of course, on their pit strategies.
What they're going for. Can you double stint tires here? Probably depends, I guess.
You can, but in IMSA there's no point, because in IMSA they refuel the car and do tires at the same time. They wait on the fuel, as they say, because that takes longer than doing the tires. So there's no point to double stint tires. It's
So now-
European equivalents.
For Eriksson's on the pit exit now. Bence is just into the NASCAR turns before the bus stop. Getting by Lappin's there.
So that's Miller, 4th in DPI. Not 4th overall, but 4th in DPI. That is 6th overall. Found. It's a lap down on Mergully. And LMP2. David Martin's actually losing time to Ernst Lappins
Oh, yeah.
since the pit stop. I don't think Ernst Lappins will open up a pit stop's advantage, but he's definitely opening that gap up. I really hope he has someone else to get in that car. Ernst Lappins, because this is a drive that deserves to be seen through to the finish, I feel. I don't say that out of particular love for Ernst Lappins, but just that it's just Jesper Eriksson, for example, definitely has other people to share that car
that's true.
with.
He has a whole team.
Yeah, or Havesi
Ernst seems to be on his lonesome right now.
Or David Martin has someone to share that car with. So it's not particular love for Lappins, it's just Lappins is particularly maligned in terms of team composition, as far as we are currently aware.
I'm looking in to see if he has a teammate, but I don't think
Gotta be some bored VSRA driver who's got nothing to do today who's willing to step into that car.
Race for the better Visk. Oh, he seems to have somebody actually in the...
Team speak with him?
Yeah.
Oh!
Gustave. Where's Gustave? So maybe he will have a teammate, hopefully. They could just be doing very long stints because there's only 2 of them.
Yeah.
As Pankatoy Bence goes purple in the Sector 2. 19.5. Fastest of the day for the bus stop.
Let's do a lap on board Pankatoy Bence in that number 16 Mugen Cadillac BPI.
Yeah, he's just entering the International Horseshoe here, so he's just really started his lap. We'll see how it goes.
So that's always a sketchy exit of the International Horseshoe.
Every
here
time.
we are going through the dog leg. This could be easy flat out in a DPI. And then just before you see that little off track there to the left end, you're going to get hard onto the brakes. Late apex, and this is a very hard corner exit to get right because the car wants to go to the grass. Now another hard braking zone just before we get onto NASCAR 1. Very easy to go wide and pick up an off track. And here we are onto the NASCAR banking. Gonna be all the way up to the top gears of the DPI, which I believe is 6th. Let's go through NASCAR 1 and 2. Don't ask
Going
why.
300, almost going 300 kilometers an hour now. Now going 300.
Yeah, this is really
Flying
fast
towards the bus stop.
DPIs.
Yeah. Oh.
Bus stop. Very
Beautiful.
liberal with the use of the curbing and the grass in these cars. Here we are. That was Sector 2, done and dusted. Real quick sector now.
Yeah.
We're catching up on a another...
Quicker than the leader.
That is big. That is a gap that could definitely come down in 20 hours. But here we are, going to catch the start-finish line, and that is a lap of Daytona, brought to you by Pankatoy Bence.
A 1:33.5. That's pretty quick. A little slower on the 3rd sector.
So what was the qualifying time like? I'm curious.
131s. 131 for, I think Silvassi got a 131, and then it was Zoltan Boda got a 132.3 and for the LMP2 leader. And then it was Lappins who qualified first GTE, and then Luca Gray for GT3, but he's not currently in the race right now, or even took place in the race, I don't think.
So qualified but didn't get to race?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The qualifier was Silvassi first, then Schoonman in the RSDI, and then it was Matthew Klipp, and then Ericsson qualified 4th. So from 4th to 1st, went very well for Ericsson.
Did Chambers just get into that car?
Yep. Oh no, Max Chambers been in the car for a while. How's Lappin's doing now for time?
Martin brought that gap in a bit.
Yeah. 14 seconds now. Yeah, I think Chambers just pit.
Okay. So let's see what's in. It's going to take some time this morning to make a cheat sheet of stuff, but life really got in the way of me doing this the way I planned to do it.
Yeah, very fair. Oh man. The on-track temperature is 29, and the ambient temperature is 32 degrees. That's a hot day to be driving around.
Well, it is Florida in
Yeah, that's
August. True. You ever been to Florida in August? Never go to Florida in August.
It's just the surface of the sun.
Pretty much. David Martin there. I think that's Perez. He's going past.
Oh, it's CRG, not GRG.
CRG, yeah.
Yeah, not G.
If we keep doing that, I swear we're going to have a long talking from Derek McCord about getting his team name wrong.
Yep.
The American manager with one American driver. That was Casey Soul. Got out of the car. Now
Matthew
it's
Klipp,
Perez.
3rd in the race right now, is pitting, so Vesey is now coming onto the NASCAR turn 3, so let's see or turn 1, sorry, and let's see if Hevesi can.
Wow, that's a massive gap.
Yeah.
Clip built up over Hevesi.
Yeah,
That's
let's see if Hevesi can try to get the position back. But that's a far way to go.
That's a far way to go.
The bus stop goes. Liberal bus stop.
Yeah.
Oh, and clips away.
Yeah.
So Hevesi really needs to. I don't know. He has it right now.
Purple there through the bus stop, though.
Hmm.
Best LMP.
Ericsson just got a purple first sector with a 52.9. So he got under the 53s.
Wow. Jesper Eriksson really pushing that DPI around. And,
Flip now. Still on the pit limiter.
it's gonna be close.
And away.
Yep.
Head of Hevesi.
Yeah, it can be. It's just flying in that DPI clip is. So, 4 hours done and dusted. Can you believe it?
Only 20 more to go.
Well, let's take the moment. Wow, that commentators list is short and incorrect. I forgot to update that, but you know what? We'll just tell you who it is. It's me, it's Christian, alongside friend, pal, and former Starbucks team member, mate, Matthew Sankmars, commentating to you live.
Hello.
From Ottawa, but this race is in Daytona.
Yeah, that's true.
Exciting few hours, so let's take this moment to run you through the field as it stands 4 hours in. So we'll start off the top with the current situation in DPI. You've been here longer than I, Matt. Why don't you talk us through it?
The current DPI situation right now is Ericsson already started 4th in the race, is up to 1st. And him and Nick Combe both have been racing consistent lap times when they get into the car. I think they have another person coming in soon. So that'll be interesting. And then Patrick Silvassi raced a long stint at the start of the race, but right now Pankatoy Benz is in the car and also lapping really quickly as well. Keeping that, and they're 2 laps up on the rest of the field.
Yeah.
So Matthew Clip, though, once getting in the car, now has been lapping faster, but being 2 laps down is very difficult to get back on the lead lap.
It should be noted, when we're talking about Matthew Clip, that he just took 3rd overall back from Gabor Hevesi in the LMP2.
Yeah, they're close on track, but I think Gabor's losing time right now.
Yeah.
Then we have Harrison Miller in the car currently. And Heinrich
Oh, go ahead.
Weiler. I'm just trying to think. Heinrich Weiler and Rob Gibson. They've all had multiple changes of drivers so far, and they're running pretty well. Some of those guys are lapping so quick.
Yeah. Sometimes you're put behind the 8 ball before you even get in the car.
Yeah.
So, let's take it to LMP2 then. We've got Gabor Hevesi leading. That's a Mugen right now. As far as I am aware, let me just think back to where we started, when I came on at least. So, Martin Reguli has been in that car basically since I came on. As has Hevesi, so they've been doing fairly long stints.
Sorry to cut you off. Lappins has traded the car over to Chris gets off now, and David Martin is now 1st place in the GT category by quite a while.
Just leave the LMP2 category on the thought that Gabor Hevesi was running 3rd overall until quite recently, until Matthew Clip took over that spot from him. So the LMP2s have had some
And they're all
pace.
different, and all the rest of them are on different laps right now.
Santu Einkvist, of course, our only DNF, part of a massive shunt brought on by a DPI doing an off-track. That was, if I do remember correctly, Patrick
Matthew Clip goes
Silvassi
purple.
in the second place DPI.
Matthew Clip goes purple in the first sector and his fastest second sector.
So, actually, let me just go back and bring that up for just another second, for I am silly. But yes, so if we go now to GTE, David Martin leading in GTE for solo. Then Chris Gistoff, who just took over for, who was that, sorry, why am I so
Lappins.
Ernst Lappins. A really heroic recovery drive after a big accident early on in the race. And then
Josef Frederick Sudo, who's been driving really consistently and well the race too. It's just Lappins and Martin are going very quickly right now. Although Sudo seems to be lapping quicker now than Gitsoff.
Yeah. GT's been pretty much.
Oh, Kynek's in the car. That's a new.
Yeah, that's another one of the Mugans, I believe. It's a lot of Mugen entries here. Mugen's doing a lot of work to help hack up this field, and it is certainly appreciated. It's really made for some quite exciting racing in all the categories. Michael Rosasa in that Ferrari is just a very unfortunate race. Ramiro Perez in what was the lead CRG got taken out, unfortunately, by events outside of their control. And now it's a battle between David Martin and Chris Gistoff at the top of GTE. And that's how we stand about 4 hours into this event. So, any thoughts as we enter hour number 5?
This is when really a lot of mental fatigue starts to come into play.
Yeah, especially if you're somebody who has not had a driver swap yet.
Yeah, I don't know if you have only had one, or you swapped a couple times. It's hard if you're just doing between two people for what's been 5 hours now, right? So
yeah,
be interesting to see. And as they spread out more and more, the night stint will be interesting to see if people make mistakes, because at night it's the track might cool down. Florida doesn't cool down a lot really, but we'll see if any humidity or anything rises. If there doesn't look like it's supposed to be rain, so.
So here's a curious thought that I want you to think about. I just happened to be going by through the Twitter for Visk, which you can follow at RF2Visk. Jesper Eriksson was supposed to be doing the VSRA race today. Now he's leading in the Visk race.
Oh wow.
He's supposed to be running for Team Iris in VSRA in LMP2.
He's made the right choice by running Visk today.
But yeah,
we should just post a link to our stream on the VSRA page there.
Oh, that's a great way to
get enemies.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm spicy enough for that, friendo. Yeah. I'll have to
in the pits right now. Anyak is going through the bus stop as Sudo's in the pits. I think they're same team. Yeah. Both Mugen cars. A swap here. Anyak will take third in the GT if he can pass Sudo. Gitsoff has lost a lot of time to David Martin.
Well, I will say this. It takes some time to get up to speed.
And Sudo's out of the car now, and Christoph Toth's in the car.
Alright. So that'll be a change for the number 69 Mugen. I think that's the leading Aston Martin as far as I'm aware. A little bit of damage on that car.
to kind of look at the the live timing, to see what gaps are going on, because it seems like everyone's starting to really spread out from each other.
Yeah. I think what happens when the driver swaps happen is you're going to see the people who can get up to speed faster pull away from the people who are going to take a few minutes to catch, because it's very hard to just jump into a car.
Oh yeah.
And just be on the pace that's been being set by people who've been racing all day. Or people who've gotten in the car an hour ago or an hour and a half ago. You gotta get into that rhythm. Because if you push when you're not in that rhythm, you can make all sorts of mistakes. But that is the nature of the beast. Which is how it goes.
Because leader right now is going to the Western Horseshoe towards the start of the NASCAR, and Pankatoy Bence, who is currently second, is now just going by the start-finish straight right now, passing the finish line. Chambers in the pits.
I messed up the tweet. I'm going to have to just live with it. It's Dayton. It's the Visk Dayton 24, not Daytona. Dayton. I'm terrible. I swear, I had like 2 hours of sleep, people. But yeah. So, it's looking pretty nice out there, actually, on track.
It does look really nice. I don't know. There was supposed to be bad weather, but I guess not.
That's why I said don't toy with my heart, talk about weather. I am not doing the 6 hours again, where we talked about weather for 5 hours and 50 minutes, and then it decided to give us a slight smattering of rain. Woof! Perez way off track! Getting out of the rain, way for Ericsson there. All sorts of out of shape. Saved the car though, no damage. Carry on. Nobody saw that. Ramiro, you're okay. We'll keep your secret.
Daytona Beach weather. It's 66% humidity right now. Yeah, it says rain, but I think doesn't know what it's talking about. Radar.
Watching the two CRG Ferraris. Close together on track. I don't think they're actually close together in terms of actual position.
We might have rain in a couple hours, but
yeah, it'll be through the night if we have rain.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. They are both 5th and 6th, but it's actually about. I'll put it this way: Weisercheck is ahead of Perez, but he's behind him. It appears behind him on track. So that's the gap. So he's sort of setting up Perez to lap him.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate for that number 75 Ferrari. It's such a good race going. Just caught out that incident at the bus stop.
Well, Weisercheck is ahead of Perez.
Yeah. Oh, Weisercheck's going to pit, so that will make things make a little bit more sense, but it certainly won't give a Perez a chance to equal out the difference.
Oh, and Miller has an off at the International Horseshoe. Good now, but
it's the little mistakes. And the thing is, the little mistakes might not damage the car, but they definitely make it... Oh, geez, we had a spin there, though. That was Stokes, was it?
Yep, James Stokes spins at the Western Horseshoe. Let's see how the entering the track again works. Oh, good, good.
Good, sensible re-entry. Going around that Fernando Alonso Virtual Le Mans 24 livery.
That was... At least they're driving better than Fernando Alonso did.
Yeah, it didn't go well for them.
They yeeted it into a lot of corners.
That is one way to put it.
They took out a couple people, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. That was a chaotic race as well. We have the leader in LMP2 pitting. That's Gabor Havesi.
Go sideways in the pit box.
Yeah, fine. So the thing you'll see a lot of people do in VC is they will come into the pit box so that their nose is facing out. So it's easy to just lay on the gas and get the car out, whereas you see he has to nurse it a bit out. It's a little thing, but details, man. But I guess it doesn't matter. Gabor Vessi is decades ahead of Mergully, I do believe.
Margoli's coming around NASCAR 4
I lied.
here.
Wow. Never
Gabor's
mind.
coming
That's
out
really
of the track.
close.
Margoli could take the lead right now.
It's going to be close.
Very close.
It's a very long time you got to spend on the pit road speed limiter here in IMSA's version of Daytona.
Here comes turn 1 for Margoli, and Havesi is just
pit
leaving
exit.
now. So
Drivers, be aware it has started to rain. Please be aware it has started to rain.
I was about to say, I see Martin Mergully's wipers are on. I wonder, is it raining? And
did he get to pit for wets though?
no, and I don't think you'd want to be on wets this early because they'd burn up. It's probably not raining enough.
No, it doesn't get wet enough. We'll see if he can catch Havesi. He seems to be quicker through the sector, but we'll see. The wipers are on, you're right. This will be interesting to see if anybody... This will be... If it starts to rain, that'll really cause drama, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey,
Someone will have hit the curb too much and... Are the rain lights on?
Well, they've had their lights on for a while. In R Factor 2, it forces you to turn the lights on quite early. Long before you need them. So there's two things the rain will do, depending on how bad it gets. Let me bring up the weather, actually, for Daytona. I got very used to doing this.
Vessi has a better sector too.
Yeah.
By 5/10.
Rain and a thunderstorm ending in 3 minutes.
What?
What? It says light rain. And it shouldn't rain for a while after, so this probably will never get bad enough to just like if they pit
Mergully with a better third sector,
yeah,
and Havesi goes wide into turn 1, but Mergully seems to be a bit away.
Yeah.
Hey, wake up.
Let me see who I was following. There we go. Yeah, you can see the rain building up on those cars now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have Derek McCord in here shortly.
Who's Derek McCord with?
He's the CRG esports. See, here's the thing. This is why it's not the commentator's fault, okay? In the skin pack it says GRG, on the team speak it says GRG, but the team is CRG.
Yeah.
I think
CRG.
this is both an attack on the whole CRG squad and the commentators. I will not stand for this. Jokes, please don't fire me, Alex. But yeah, rain's building up.
Well,
Says it's only light rain.
Ericsson has now lapped Bence.
All right.
Now
Yeah.
Bence a lap down, just though.
Yeah.
Having to pit, I think, for tires.
Yeah.
A lot of
has
lap traffic ahead.
Everything's really gone the way of that leading number 10 DPI. The mistake in the bus stop by Silvassi. It's just been
that
an
was
unfortunate.
bad. That's 16-second penalty, I think.
Yeah.
There's a stop go too.
Yeah. So it's
That's terrible. It did, and it went bad for Einquist because they were forced to because of the damage from that crash, right?
Yeah.
That's probably one of the worst crashes I've ever seen on this track.
So who's the yellow in Sector 1? Was that?
Oh, Miller off the track. I think the rain's starting to affect. Miller's off the track in the western bus stop.
Yeah. It's not raining hard, but
Vessi's going through.
That can be
Mergully's
the
losing
worst
time
rain.
at Vessi.
Hey, wake up.
Oh, Stokes spins. Going into the NASCAR turns. Oof.
let me see if I can find that. Yep. Man, we're talking about that Fernando Alonso livery not having a great history.
Rob Gibson going slow into the pits there. I think the weather is worse than the rain's worse than we're seeing. You know, because people are going deeper into corners than they're wanting to. I think.
Well, the thing is, even a little bit of rain can really, especially this early on, You've gotten so used to your braking points, right?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, you have
But
to
wets right
completely
now
adjust.
seems a little early.
It's too early for wets for sure.
Because I'm looking at the track and it's not that wet at all.
Yeah. No, it is definitely too early for wets. Definitely too early. You would just kill those tires.
Matthew Clip going into the pits now. I don't know. Maybe they're seeing something we're not.
If I can't imagine he's putting on wets. If he's putting on wets, I think that's a mistake. Because it's not supposed to rain for long. And yeah, it always says it's not raining on the AccuWeather. So if he put wets on, that's really gonna hurt him.
On the race view, it says it's rain still on the
Yeah.
live time. Oh, now it's sunny. Oh, and Stokes is off again into the turn 6 for the...
Did he get the wall there?
No, he didn't. I don't think he did.
So the thing is, for Stokes, he just has to finish to get the podium in LMP2 now because of the DNF from Santu Enqvist.
Well, he is, but Gibson though is. If he keeps making mistakes, Gibson could pass him.
You know what I didn't notice, actually? I'm just noticing now. Santu Enqvist had the fastest time in LMP2. He had the fastest lap. Still does.
Wow.
Unfortunate for that car.
Yeah. Well, that was bad, but we undo.
So
there was nowhere for them to go.
Yeah. So it will rain again in about 2 hours, it's telling us. There's a bigger rainstorm coming, but we probably won't see that until quite a bit into the evening.
The CRG car of John Weitrek holding up the LMP2 I think of Havesi. Pretty big, honestly, through the first couple corners there into the International.
Yes. Well, it's tough, right? Because you can't. It's dangerous to overtake in the dog leg, and there's nowhere
It's already
for the
ran out
GT
right
to go.
now. That was
Yeah.
it.
That's what I was saying. It wasn't going to rain long enough. It was just like a smattering of rain. There is a big weather front coming, but I still think that's a whiles out.
Yeah.
Clip now in the pits, coming in from 3rd in DPI.
He was just in the pits, I'm pretty sure.
User joined your channel.
I'm not kidding. I think he just...
Yeah,
he's out.
He must have put wets on. How's it going, Derek?
He went in and out quickly. Sorry.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sorry, you want to bring me in right when that started, so
yeah,
had to hold off a little bit there.
No, it's all good. So, been an eventful few hours for you guys.
Where do we want to begin?
Because Casey Soul and Perez, their car was running up to 2nd, I think. And then the incident between Enqvist and Silvestri leading to Casey Soul getting just smattered into.
Yeah, so I'm doing comms on car 57, and Julian's doing 75. I had just stepped out to use the restroom when I came back, and John said, you wouldn't believe what just happened. So we had gotten hit first, and then the lap after that, car 57 got hit. So when we brought it up to race control, they were like, "Oh yeah, Case got hit." I'm like, okay, then go back and look at the previous lap when we got hit. So, then before that, we were sitting pretty in 3rd, holding up with the solo 14 car, trying to fight for 2nd, and driver swap turned to hell. Our driver John was in the spectator cam.
Oh no.
So he tried to get out of that, spent good 6 minutes or so, some sort of server issue, have no clue what happened. He drove from the stands around the lap and got Dom in the car. So,
That's an impressive effort, then, at least.
he didn't know what gear he was in, didn't know what speed he was going. So yeah, it's been interesting. Let's just say that.
That's true. Well, at least at this point, it looks you guys are
Oh, and I forgot Danilo, when he was on his stint, somehow ended up shifting down to reverse and spun the car. So that was the third incident I forgot about. But
yeah,
we are where we are.
Yeah. Both cars are still running, I guess. You can
And
take
there's
that.
tons of time left in the race for you guys to get yourself back up to position.
But with the driver swap issue, we're kind of shuffling our stints right now on who's going where and who's doing what. So luckily some of the drivers are U.S. based, so I have been able to call them and text them, and so yeah. One guy, I gotta find out when Jake's getting off work to put him into the car.
So that's an interesting thing, is having to work your real life, day-to-day stuff, and then come into a race car and have to like be in that mental space for it.
Yeah, so we have John, who's in Vegas. We have Danilo, who's in Brazil. We have Jake, who's in Boston, and then we have Dom, who's in England. So we have kind of a range of people throughout the world. Of course, I'm based in the United States as well. So yeah, the good thing is I can at least text people outside of Discord, at least two of the drivers. I had to wake John up because he works late night in a club in Vegas, so I had to call him to wake him up.
That is the most Vegas thing I've heard.
Yeah, he helps to run a nightclub in Vegas and works overnight, so he's kind of doing a triple right now, and then he's got to go to bed and be ready for his shift there with his job. So then we'll go with Dom next, and then Danilo, and then Jake says he gets off work at 7:30, so we'll put him in the car at 8.
Man.
But yeah, it's getting people sleep, just like in real life. It's how far can you go, how far can you stay awake, and when do you need to sleep and eat?
Yeah. Gotta do the human stuff at some point. So
unless you're the guy that ran 6 hours by himself. Well, we have a car that's running only two drivers for 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
The car that's in the lead.
Yeah. So crazy things happen in sim racing, but yeah, I'm cheering for you guys. I'm rooting for you after that accident. I'm hoping it works out for you.
We had two guys earlier in the year that tried to do a 24-hour race in iRacing with just two drivers and just quit after 12 hours.
Yeah.
They couldn't do any more, so good luck to those guys.
Yeah. We will see. Yeah, you guys seem to have a lot of organization and a lot of people you can call up if you need it, so you're set.
Yeah, we definitely have a good group here at GRG. We've invested a lot into this.
Is it CRG or GRG?
GRG. GRG Esports is our team. We have a great sponsor and some stickers. A sticker company out of England that is great for wheels, button boxes, you name it. Real good, high quality stuff there. GRG 10 if you want to get 10% off your next order. But yeah, they've been going to partner with us. Their logos look great on our cars, and so yeah, we're trying. Oh, almost just got hit by a T2 car there. So you guys got any more questions for me?
Nah, man, we'll let you go. Get back to it, man. Woo!
All right, yeah, I better get going.
Have a great one.
Good luck out
Thanks,
there, man.
guys.
So yeah, that was
Derek McCord there, the team boss for GRG Racing.
User left your channel.
As his car's just in some waters there.
It's all interesting waters, man.
I think that was Stokes again. It spun.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna have to use that sponsor of theirs. I got some stuff I want stickers for.
Yeah.
The joys of sim racing, getting to learn all the cool sponsors that are out there and wanting to spend more money on things that you don't have. But, yeah. Like that, half an hour's gone again. Time's flying when you're having fun.
Look at the gaps now, you know, because no one's really close. I guess the closest right now is Kynek to Toth.
Yeah. It's close. Yeah, Kynek, that's exactly... I clicked, I was like, oh, that's a close fight. Well, I wonder what... Oh, yep, that's exactly what you just said. 3.2 seconds is close, though. That is not a,
It's 8.2, hey?
It's 8.2 now?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Because Toth is through the bus stop and Kynek
I was about to say, yeah.
into the bus stop now.
Yeah, watching Kynek go through it, following a DPI, you can just see the massive gap.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shoot, the DPIs are fast. It's funny, the GTLM cars feel fast, and then you see a DPI, you're like, oh, yes, that's correct, I forgot. There's so much faster you can go.
There's a new guy now, Tien Louver is in now for Ericsson.
Yeah, so that was who McCord was saying they're doing that between two of them. That's a 12-hour race
Well, they also
each
had,
way.
It's just Ericsson and him. I thought they had another guy in there earlier.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I have not been here all day, but I can check, see if they might have another person.
Wrong. I thought we interviewed him. Nick
Newcomb. Yeah, so it is 3 people. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's at least 3 people. You're correct. We had Nick on. Wow. Can you believe me? It's almost like I had 2 hours of sleep. But man, as you can see that Ten Lure just getting past that Mugen. Oh, was there a little bit of contact going into there?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting flashed by the Aston Martin.
Cognac, yeah.
Did not appreciate that. Still flashing. Really didn't appreciate that.
I don't know if it was... Well, I'm gonna watch it again here, see... I don't know. I think that might have been on Cognac there. But I don't know.
Well, it's up to the DPI to make this pass safe.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They're both still running. Part of multi-class racing, I'd say.
Happens. It was light contact anyway.
That split livery on the Mugen is so interesting. The white and the blue. It's very distinctive. Yeah. Very distinctive.
Cool.
I think that's
Miller's in the pits.
Yep. Martin Miller has been at a very eventful stint.
Harrison Miller there, yeah. David Martin.
David Martin. There you go.
He's leading still, and Harrison Miller is...
Maybe he was referring to David Martin when he said they're doing it between 2 drivers and not the overall leader.
Yeah.
He was thinking about his race. Derek was. That would make sense, actually. Is that rain? Didn't do much.
Yeah, it rained for 2 seconds.
Almost vet, says Erd Slappins in the Discord. Yeah, so yeah, that pit stop that we were both mentioning, was that Clip, was it? He took the really quick pit stop just before he had McCordy on, Derek on. They were fitting on wets, because I thought it was going to rain longer. That's just confirmed by Pascal Eggert.
Who's on wets then?
Well, you know how they pit and they came right back into the pits?
Oh, they pit for wets. That's brutal.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. Gotta have somebody on the weather stand, man. That's the tough thing about doing these races. If you don't have a big, you don't have people
Someone
supporting
had a little
you to check
off there.
That. Any damage?
Oh.
Or?
It's gets off big onto the international.
That guy was in for Ernst Lappens.
Yeah, for Lappens.
Warning for the trip number 999 for an unsafe rejoin. That is Chris Gitsov warning for an unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, he came out right in front of the LMP2, and he's off now, just letting them go.
That was not. He shouldn't have done that though.
Yeah. So that car will be slowly falling into the clutches of David Martin, I do believe.
No, it's already. David Martin's already ahead.
Somebody's just off in the Western
yeah.
Horseshoe there. Or the International Horseshoe, I believe. Couldn't quite make who that was out, but it was a Ferrari. No, it was an Aston Martin, I do believe. It was one of the Mugen Aston Martins. I think it's running.
I think it was either. I think it was Cognac. I think it was Toth, because Toth was in front of Cognac, right? Now Toth's behind Cognac, so
yeah.
I think Toth had a bit of an off.
Hopefully nothing too damaging to that car.
Yeah, Martin's catching up to the back of Gitsoff now.
David Martin going to put that car a lap up on the field. It could be, I think, by the end of this stint. Got one of the Acura DPIs just passing him now into the bus stop. Nice and safe there. The amount of off tracks these people will be getting in iRacing or Assetto Corsa Competizione is always hilarious. But it's our factor too.
Oh yeah, they'd be happy to take a lot of penalties in the pits.
Yeah. Just refresh the overlay page. Yeah, I would really love to see, this is not to diss on R-Factor 2, because I love R-Factor 2, so I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with my undying love for R-Factor 2.
Ooh.
I would love to see Kunos do an IMSA game. Not going to lie.
Instead of just always doing GT and...
Yeah, instead of just GT3s and GT4s, I'd love to see them add GTEs and DPIs. Who knows how long GTE will continue to exist as a category. We've got the Porsches dropping out. The Aston Martin's only running in Europe. The Fords having dropped out. But I would love to see a IMSA game.
Big spin.
For who?
By James Stokes, I'm pretty sure. Yep, at the bus stop.
Yep. That car is having a time. That Fernando Alonso livery is cursed, I tell you. Gotta wonder if he's got those tires feel like garbage. Because once you do one, it compounds, right? Because you start flat spotting the tires. You wear them out faster than you planned.
Yeah.
So one thing you don't want to do is have your tire and your fuel strategy be out of sync. Because you got to think the water's gone on the course, so that must be the main issue at this point. Either there's not enough there's not enough grip in that car in general, or the tires are just shot, because it just seems like each spin's following each spin as he's about to be lapped by one of the Mugens.
Yeah, that's Bessie there, Gabor.
Yep, the leading. Put him another lap down. I think that's 5 laps down now. Will be. Well, so long as Stokes finishes.
Stokes is 10 laps down right now.
Oh jeez. Well, 10. He's
and a spin again. Oh no.
Yeah, he's got to pit and change those tires or something. Oh jeez.
Gibson. This is Gibson's chance to get not last in the LMP2.
Or the LMP2 DPI battle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he almost took out. I think that was Gitsov there. Coming back on track, Stokes didn't though. That's the key thing.
Well, there you go. That would be Gibson will be close enough now to have a battle. Stokes does. Stokes. We'll see if Stokes goes in the pits.
I feel he should. That car is having a rough time.
Byler's right on him. Oh, I don't think he's gonna go for the pits because he's trying to go around Lappins. On the outside, see? Not going to the pit lane.
That wouldn't be Lappins. That would be Chris Gitsoff. Yeah. So it wasn't.
But he's getting lapped by, this is number 7. passing number 8. Gibson now entering the first turn, so we'll see if Gibson can pass and get 8th back. That's really the closest. I guess Toth's 5 seconds behind Kynak, but I think Kynak got by Toth, so that'd be interesting to see if going on there. And then the only other close battle right now is Gibson.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in
Code 80.
10 seconds.
Who is that for?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
So who is that code 80 for?
If we can...
It's gonna be hard to tell now, of course.
Will they put in announcements?
I don't know. There's no recent incidents marked. Michael Rosassa's all over the place, though. Going through NASCAR 3, I believe that is. So if he comes in, we can guess it is Michael Rosassa.
If I go to the in-car view...
No, he's going through NASCAR 2.
Solve any damage or anything?
I do not know who that is.
Michael Rosassa just hit the wall.
Or was Rosassa?
It just did it right now.
Oh.
He
Curious.
does have damage on his car.
Yeah, I'm betting it's him. I'm betting... So that's going to be a big thing for Twin Lure. Because that's going to...
Well, who does slow lap? Stokes at a 151.
Well, it's going to be hard to tell this late.
I know, yeah.
Pankatai... So if it is Rosassa, that's going to hurt Pankatai Bence's challenge to 10 Lure in DPI. Because it would mean Rosassa gets to the pits, code 80 ends, Lure...
Because Lure's in the pits right now.
Yeah. And Bence won't get the chance to pit. So he's going to have to hope it is not Rosassa for his sake.
Lure leaves the pits now, so that's
big for
beneficial.
Lure. That
yeah,
really
big
helped Lure.
deal. That's the Ericsson, Newcomb?
Yep.
Newcomb? That's his name terribly wrong.
No, you're right. Newcomb,
and then Ericsson, so... Oh, they're all on the apron.
Get off the
yeah.
infield of the banking. You've not got damage.
Getting called out.
As I said it, yeah.
Yeah.
We will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, a bunch of people in the pits now, too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. It must have been for Raza.
User joined your channel.
How's it going, Mr. Lappins?
What's up, bro?
Watching you guys race. Man, you did quite the comeback in your stint. That was pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, it wasn't really. We just we basically only lost like 60 seconds because maybe more like 100 seconds because of that crash. But yeah, it's a shame it had to happen in the first place, but
Yeah. So, how many people do you have in that car right now? Because we've sort of been bouncing back and forth. We actually don't know.
3 including me.
Okay.
That's good.
It's not
Yeah,
great. It's not good. It's
enough.
better than, yeah, that's good enough. So now looking where you guys are, how do you guys feel about going into the night where your position is? Is this kind of where you were hoping to be?
Well, really, the other 2 drivers, I'm just here to develop them. They're in the academy team, if you would say so.
Yeah.
And so I'm just we're just here for experience. I'm expecting us to drop quite a lot of positions through the night, but I'm gonna be getting in like 5 hours before the end, and I'll see where I can bring the car up to by then.
Okay. So how long is Chris Gitzoff been playing R Factor then? Because now I'm curious if you say they're in the academy team.
I'm not too sure how long he's played, but I don't think it's that long. I think he comes from the F1 series, so he's having some trouble adjusting. But he's trying his best, and that's all that matters, really. And obviously, he's been thrown in a deep end here with at the top of the field, so obviously he's feeling a bit overwhelmed. But you know, it's good experience, and the Corvette is fun to drive. I don't know why more people don't pick this car, because in my opinion, it's better than the Ferrari. Way more stable. Maybe not as fast, but
stable is really important in an endurance race,
especially here in Daytona Turn 1. That's like it's pretty hard corner to do in the GTs.
Yeah.
Rear steps out every time almost, if you aren't careful.
Very true. So you're gonna be coming in with 5 hours to go, so you get a nice long break.
Well, yeah. Now I'm actually planning to get in at around an hour and do one stint only, and then I'm just gonna go to sleep and let these two guys have fun over the night.
Yeah. Well, wish you guys the best of luck. You guys have put on a show for us, I would say that, but much.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's been good. Obviously, it's a shame, but what happened to happen. But yeah, we're just here for championship points, and hopefully we can improve for the next rounds and challenge for the title overall.
Yeah, second is a good place to be right now.
Well, yeah, at the moment, yes. But I think the 6 hour mark is coming up soon. So that's gonna be the first points of the season. After that, hopefully we don't drop too much and get a decent result.
Yeah, very true. Well, hopefully you get something to eat and have a bit of a moment to catch yourself before you get into the car again there, Mr. Wow, I'm terrible. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I had like no sleep last night, so I'm just kind of commentating off the cuff here. Ernst,
I hope you're gonna get some sleep at least this night.
Yeah. I'm hoping so as well.
It's gonna be pretty funny in the morning.
Yeah, I'll be calling people all sorts of weird names. But yeah, you have a good one, man.
You too. See you.
Thank you.
User left your channel.
That was Jesper. That was not. See, this is the thing.
It's
Ernst Lappens. Wow. I keep saying everyone. I'm going to call everyone Jesper Eriksson by the end of this race. I'm on broadcast here. I'm Jesper Eriksson with my co-host Jesper Eriksson. Live to you from Jesper Eriksson. This is the Fisk. Bang. Sleep. But yeah. That was Ernst Lappens. In the car for him right now is Mr. Gitzoff, I do believe. Chris Gitzoff.
And David Martin got out of the car. Now Edgar DeRidge is in the car.
Okay. It's the leading Ferrari. They've had a very quiet race, I'd say, in that solo number 14.
Yeah.
Just kind of avoided the drama. See some flashing lights from the DPIs in front. That's Pankatai Bentz. Trying to get around. I think that's Harrison Miller. Might be wrong. That might.
I think it was Heinrich Beeler who's going side by side with him. Okay, good. I was like,
yeah,
I thought they were gonna go side by side.
Yeah, no way. Don't go side by side with the leader when you're 4 laps down. Not the brightest move if you do that.
Not the move to go.
Yeah. So we got out of the way. Very smart. But yeah, that was a good point. Ernst Lappens brought up. There's points every quarter of the race. So every 6 hours, you get points as if you've done a race distance. A sprint race distance, I do believe. So, points will be on the line fairly shortly, actually. So these positions do matter, even though we are still quite early in the race. And it's starting to get to our factor's golden hour, I would say, when this game really looks its best. Right before right around sunset. Game gets that orange hue on. Cars lights.
Vessi gets held up, I think, by his own team.
Oof.
Bus stop.
Yeah. Well, both Mugans, but they're not exactly on comms with each other, so I don't know how much coordination there is. But yeah, if you're just joining us now, really appreciate you guys being around to follow us as we take you in. If you're in Europe, into the evening. If you're in North America, well, it's still the afternoon, but this server is running as if it were. It's following British or GMT or whatever the heck it is. Whatever the British people use for clocks, I don't know. I am just North American colonial, but but yes, thank you for joining us at the VISC. 24 hours of Daytona. We're about almost 5 hours in.
Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman.
Oof. Oof. That hurt.
The worst news.
Wow, just had to make this stream sad. You know, Black Panther was a really... I think that's... Here's the thing. I'm going to make a rant. A completely off-topic rant. But, you know, as Tom Dillon said, nothing is on topic in endurance racing, and you know what? I'm going to take that to heart and have an off-topic rant here because you brought up Chadwick Boseman, and it's pertinent. The reason I loved Black Panther is it wasn't a movie about a black person dealing with, like, slavery. It was just a cool superhero movie with an African person as the lead character. Like, that is so uncommon to have a movie where the person's a black lead and that's not the main thing the movie's about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so... Yeah, great
Badass
movie.
King.
Badass King. Sure. Let's bring up the person whose name I can never get right. Let's bring up Jesper Eriksson.
Not in the car right now.
Not in the car right now. Just got out of the car from 10 lower, I believe. Woof! Just watched Pankotai Bent's dodge a Corvette coming down the front stretch.
That was the Corvette of Gitsoff.
Yeah.
The only Corvette, I think, today.
No, I think there's two. I do think there's actually two Corvettes. I can't remember who's in the other one.
There's a Ferrari, there's two Ferraris. There's three Ferraris. I don't think there's any... I think there's only one Corvette, and it's Gitsoff. Everyone else is in Ferraris or Astons.
Yeah, what do you know? So, let's just give a little bit of a hand to Michael Rosasa for keeping that Ferrari going.
Yeah, because they had some bad damage at one point there.
Yeah, 18 laps down, but, you know, I respect it. You know, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. Just finish the race.
See, that's the live time. In the, on our factor, he's 40 laps down.
Oof! Oh, I think he's 18 laps down from the GTE leader.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Well, 19, but hey.
I respect the hustle. Stay in there, Michael. It might be Mitchell.
You can do it.
I don't know. So many names.
Yeah, it could be Mitchell. Raza, who knows?
Damn, first RF2 commentary and I've already been quoted. I may not have a great memory for names, but I remember things people said, I guess. I don't know. So we have Bence coming in from second in DPI.
There was a change of driver because Sandor Lengiel is
Yeah,
now
taking
in.
over the lead LMP2.
That was from Havesi, I think. Gabor Havesi's out now.
Yeah.
Here comes Mergully, but it'll be close again. I don't know Mergully will have behind as Vander gets out in front.
Yeah, so driver change for the lead LMP2. So we'll have to keep an eye on Sandor's pace. Because as I said earlier, when you get into a car fresh, it's hard to be at the same speed as someone who's been in the car for a while.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I just heard a big crash into NASCAR 1.
Yeah. Oh, it was Harrison Miller having a huge off into the tire wall for NASCAR 1. That car does not seem to be... Oh.
Have to see if he seems to be going again. How's it going, Jesper Eriksson?
Oh, he's having to hold the... It's here. The steering wheel at a very bad angle right now.
You came right as a crash happened.
Yeah, I heard that.
But
no, it's good.
That's good, man. Yeah, you're in the... Took the car to the front. I think you were in front when I came on. And stayed there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the leading car at the moment.
Yeah, strategy's gone your way.
Yeah, at the moment it sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well. Yeah, we were talking to your teammate Nick there, and
yeah,
he was talking about the pit strategy you had with that one code 80. It was like perfect.
Oh yeah, it worked so good. It's absolutely perfect.
It allowed you to get this minute gap that is just not. They've just not been able to claw back at it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It helped us so much. So at the moment we can just be at the front and relax.
So here's a really critical question I have for you, as you guys are going to take the GTE leader. How is the pizza? What kind of pizza are you eating?
This is a American pan pizza with cheese and meat and tomato sauce. It's awesome.
That's good. Sounds awesome. It's jealousy is all I feel.
It's not thin. It's quite fat. It's
taco
perfect.
style, deep dish.
It's the American way, man.
Yeah. And then I have some Fanta Exotic too.
Nice.
Can't be better, to be honest.
And yeah, well, it's so crazy how and you guys have been so consistent with lap times. I don't think it's always been 132s and 133s.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's the thing I'm sort of wondering, and I've asked a few people within the GTE cars, but we see a lot of people running the Cadillac. So is there a reason you guys chose the Cadillac over the Acura?
Coming to code
or the,
80 in 10 seconds.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Nah. I think it's just preference.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 in force.
No, but it's just for me it's the car that looks the best, and of course Wayne Taylor, my favorite team. So I guess that's why you picked that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
but
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
And the engine sound is the best.
That's very true. I've heard that they spent the most time on the Cadillac of all the cars in the DPI pack, so
yeah,
it's not surprising.
The Mazda just doesn't sound good at all. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So, I guess you guys know you're coming up to the 6-hour mark. It's about an hour away now. And that's the first time points will go out. So you guys will be top of the driver's standing in DPI. How you feeling about that?
Oh, it can't be better. It just can't be better, to be honest. Leading the championship for the first time just can't be better.
Yep. First championship leaders in VISC history.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
First 5 points ever.
Yeah.
Just dream come true.
So, are you going to be back in the car today?
Yeah, later tonight, I think I'm gonna go back.
All right.
A triple stint.
Oh boy. So how is the... I know Daytona's... To me, Daytona's a track that isn't immediately, obviously draining to drive, but how are you feeling kind of after one of those longer stints in the DPI?
My arms are kind of tired after just holding the wheel at like 45 degrees at the bankings.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's quite easy, to be honest.
That's
Quite
good.
relaxing.
Yeah.
It's not like Le Mans where you're just going on a straight for 5 minutes. Just let's turn. Let's turn. There's actually stuff happening, so you doesn't fall asleep.
That's interesting, because I always think of Le Mans in my head as a harder track than Daytona, but that is true. There are longer dead periods in the lap of Le Mans than there are at Daytona.
Yeah.
Coming back to green flag racing in 10 seconds.
Like Le Mans is just, it's more mentally hard than physically hard.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Especially during the night when you almost hadn't had any sleep at all, and then just driving down this straight in your second hour in the car.
Yeah.
You just want to fall asleep. There's nothing more you want.
Yeah, I feel ya.
Yeah, so that's why Daytona is much easier to race at during these events.
Well, it'd be interesting because second place right now is going through the bus stop, and you guys are just coming out of NASCAR turn 2, so
yeah, there's
second
some
place is
space
gonna have
there.
to really push.
Is it that far ahead at the moment?
You guys have you guys have a gap of 123 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things are going really well.
Yeah, sure are.
Let's knock on wood and not jinx this car, man. Let's not do that.
Oh, give it the commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that before when I was leading a TCR race at the
Getting crazy stuff. Nothing could go wrong here today.
Not exactly. Nothing good can go.
There could never be a problem for this team today. Like the car just explodes.
Yeah, I think we're like one of the only teams that had any problems. at
Okay, drivers, to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh no.
all. Again.
5, 4, 3,
Ooh.
2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
I didn't even have a chance to take the code 80 off from the previous
I think
code
the
80.
same guy got a code 80 again. I think it was the same car. Got a code 80 twice.
Oof. Well,
Harrison
before we
Miller,
curse your
number
car,
6.
I'll let you finish your pizza.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have a great one, Jesper.
Yeah, you guys too.
Thank you.
See you guys later.
See ya.
User left your channel.
I
Jasper Erickson there, part of the leading number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car.
Christian, you need sleep. I'll have you know, Tom, I am Iron Man.
Not Iron Man.
I'm not Iron Man.
The liar.
I tried. I really tried to put a good foot out there. That's a 360s Motorsports car with the Wayne Taylor
right.
livery. But yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
that's not my fault.
yeah,
I think Harrison Miller may have gotten, because it seems to like be his steering column is bent.
Did he? I don't feel.
He went in the pits,
but he couldn't have. I don't think he got the damage repaired because that was not long enough.
No,
a
I think
pit
he's
stop for a
tires and
damage
fuel,
repair. Yeah.
And now we're waiting for him to get around so we can do
it properly. Like I think that was the problem. I don't know if he crashed.
It's really
twice.
overcast right now too.
Yes.
Part of the track there, it's starting to become really.
Don't
overcasted.
Do the weather thing again. We're not doing
I'm
that.
just saying it's overcasted. I'm just saying it's overcasted.
It looks blue on the stream. I'll say that. It just looks like it's
overcast.
setting. Okay.
It looks like it could rain on the stream.
Don't go breaking my heart. You know, I'll look at the weather.
Okay, drivers, back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
So he's in the pits
Matt?
now.
Sorry, back to green in 10 seconds.
Clip is
5,
pits 2.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Yeah, I think that was a scheduled stop, just trying to take advantage of the code 80.
Harrison Miller, look at has Heinrich Byler parked right in front of him in the pit lane.
Is there anything worse than what we're currently looking at? I would hate to be the car.
Heinrich Byler. Oh no, yeah, no, he's still in front. That'd be horrible.
Yeah, I don't like exiting under those conditions, man.
Oh, Bent's back on Ferrari almost had it off at turn 1, but he kept it together.
That's good. Yeah, there is some overcast over the track, but it doesn't look... So it will rain in 3 hours. That is what the weather report is currently saying. It will rain for a bit, then it will be dry. It will rain again in about 7. So we're going to have like on and off rain about every... So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 5 hours. So that's... I'm trying to do math with very limited sleep, and it's not good. So that's 2 hours... 3 hours to rain, then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours again until it rains again. So it looks like we won't have continuous rain overnight. It'll just be on and off. And that should be dry to the end after that second spout of rain, which should be around 7 a.m. I think in game. 11 p.m. for us. I don't know. 5 a.m. I guess. I don't know. Numbers. It'll be around 5 a.m. and it'll rain again. That'll be the last rainstorm. Then it'll be dry to the end. There you go. English. My first language. I swear.
You were talking about adulting and how how life just gets in the way of trying to do these events sometimes. You have to work around them. I was like, on my first break there, have to go grocery shopping.
Yep. And I will have to call the drugstore. So, you know, whenever we leave, we all got life going to be coming at us at 500 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, you gotta get that drug addiction under control there, buddy.
My addiction to breathing. I must end it. I could stop breathing at any time, I swear. It's a choice. Headlights are starting to matter now.
Oh, yeah.
The sun is below the horizon.
Does it really get dark enough in the game, though? Because in Raw, it definitely got dark. But there is a lot of lights around this track.
Yeah. Depends. One of the GRG... Is it GRG or CRG? Now I'm confused.
CRG.
CRG
cars.
It's
GRG. It's GRG.
Yeah, one of the GRG cars just unlapped themselves.
Oh, nice.
Who was that? It was Ramiro Perez. So that means John Weitzerchick from Las Vegas, who works at a nightclub, as we learned, is now the lead GRG car. Oh my goodness, we made a huge mistake.
What?
We didn't do our hourly race rundown.
For the worst.
I know. So, on this
Miller's
topic
still in the
of
pits.
GTE. Yeah, that had to be a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So, as we look at it, going from the bottom up, not to say that GTE is at any... The drivers of GTE are any less competent than those in LMP2 or DPI.
Back in Vari, almost losing it again to turn 1. He's running 5th right now, but huge four-wheel drive, four-wheel skid.
Gotta wonder if he's getting to that part of the race where he needs to pit for tires.
I think he just got in the car. I think it's a new driver.
Oh, well, that is when I talked about earlier about getting up to pace then. If you try to push, you're not up to speed yet. But yes, in GTE, we've got Edgar de Rick. That's a very Dutch name. Leading in GTE. In a Ferrari, that is, I'm not going to lie, in that position because of their pure ability to not make mistakes. Or at least not get caught up in other people's mistakes. That's half the battle, really. And
that's everything there, yeah.
Yeah. And that is a... Let me see which team they are with there, Edgar de Rick. That is the Solo Sport Racing number 14. So, followed by Chris Getsov in the only Corvette running incredibly well in that car, might I add. That's the Abstenio Force Polonia. Holy shoot, you Europeans need to calm down with your names. Oh my god.
Now they go hard in the paint.
Yep. And then we have the two Mugen Aston Martins. Christopher Kynek in the leading Aston Martin, Christoph Toth in the second Aston Martin. Then we have our GRG. It says CRG there, but it's GRG, we swear. The two Ferraris there. Both of them getting caught out by a little bit of caution.
Kynek has been gaming every lap to get soft too, so Kynek could get second in the...
But it was mentioned by Ernst Lappens that Chris Gustav is a new driver, and this is just sort of more of an experience thing for them. But if he can keep second until the end of the hour, though, that's points. That's second place points for that car. That's a good haul for a new driver, I'd say.
And they have like a 50-second gap right now, so...
Yeah, it's coming down, but that's a pretty good drive, I'd say, thus far. And then we got Michael Rosasa just having an absolutely... Not of any fault of his own, it's just he got into that cart and was already in the doldrums. But that's the situation in GTE. So let's take it over to LMP2. And it's Sandor Landgale in the leading Mugen, followed by his teammate Bence. Wow, I can see why you struggled with that. Bakon Uvari in the second Mugen. Then we got James Stokes in the rather unfortunate thus far Fernando Alonso live read Orica. But
yeah, they've had a hard time of it.
They've had that is an understatement, I would say.
But they didn't have a worse time than Santu Einkvist, who got the worst of it out of the bus stop and had one of the worst crashes I've ever seen.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest incidents we've had in the race. Took out...
Yeah. And that really ruined the race for the car of Ramiro, Perez, Casey Sol.
Yeah. That was the GRG there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's our only DNF, by the way, which is really impressive. This deep into the race, only have one DNF. So let's take it over to DPI, the top flight, where Ten Lure is leading the race in that Cadillac. That's the, I believe that is, let me make sure, that is the 360 Motorsports Cadillac. Hopefully they'll have a livery in for the next race. Probably no fault of their own that they don't have one here, but...
Oh, Matthew Clip going wide in turn one. Keeping it together, but wide onto the grass, sorta.
Yeah, no worries. It's good to keep us up to date here as I try to run us through the field.
Oh. Jan Louvre's about to try and lap all of his competitors here. He's got a couple people in his sights now. Sandor, Langil, Matthew Clip, and Ankatoy Bence are all
really unfortunate for that Mugen DPI because they were doing so well and then that
streams there we go.
Messed up that one corner and then suddenly you're almost a lap down.
Yep.
Did cause that incident though. The penalty was deserved. We'll put it that way.
It was unfortunate, you know.
Yeah.
Because he was out in the grass. When you're stuck on the grass, there's nowhere. You're just stuck with the wherever it wants to go. And then it just, could have entered a little better. But what can you do?
What can you do?
Eichvis had nowhere to go, and then Eichvis slammed into the wall and spun a bunch and came down the track. And Casey Sol did all she could do as well and got clobbered into.
Yeah. It's getting into that part of the race where the cars look really pretty with all their headlights.
DPI passes first place GTE.
Let's see. What can I do?
186 laps have been done so far.
Wow.
Matthew Clip in the pits.
So that would be from third. As part of that ongoing fight between Langoil in the LMP2 and Clip in the DPI.
Well, Langoil's a whole lap behind, so let's see.
Yeah, it'll be hard to overcome that then.
I'll catch up a bit, maybe. Ankatoy, the only one on the lead lap so far, other than the leader. Matthew Clip, Langil, and 3 laps down. Bakken is 4 laps down. Vander Smissen is 8 laps down. Miller, 10. Gibson, 11. Stokes, 12. Direct and Gitsa for 20, and then Inyak Todd 21, and then Weissrick 22, Paris 23, and then Ross is 42 laps down for the leader. Matthew Klipp still in the pits, though.
Is that accurate? Let me refresh the overlay.
He's still there. Yeah, he's still there. Sandor's flying into the bus stop right now. On the back of
that might be closer than you thought.
Yeah, here comes Sandor out of the bus stop, so this is all speed now. Matthew Klipp's still in the pit stop.
It's a long stop, I think. Go. So this is an interesting part of the race.
Oh yeah, Matthew Klipp's down to 5th now.
As got to be damage on that
gets by him
car.
As well.
There's got to be damage on that car.
So the new order of things is Louvre still leading, Ben's still second, but Lengyel now P3 and back on Viari now P4. Put down a P5, just leaving the pits now, still in the pit exit. So I don't know what went down there. Well, maybe if we can get somebody on the team to get some info to us, we'll find out.
Yeah, let's see, what car is Klipp in? I'm curious if we can pull someone in to explain what happened there. Is that car running on song, though? Yes. They're now 3 laps down, and they're now back to having an LMP2 in 3rd position. LMP2 is going to be on the overall podium at this rate.
Yeah, LMP2 is 3rd and 4th.
Yep. It's a close fight, I think, for that 3rd position, too. That's not a...
They are within...
15 seconds of each other.
Yeah, 17. That's close, though, because we'll see how the lap times go, because that's the closest battle right now on the track.
That is going to be... I still think that is going to be the most that is the most up in the air fight to me right now. Still, is third over. It's going to be 3rd overall, because you'd think Klipp in the DPI would have the pace, but that was a long stop. So that's what I was going to do. I'm going to see if we can figure that out. Unpack that mystery.
Someone, Pascal Egger, says that Klipp unfortunately hit the inside wall of turn 1.
Ah, so there you go.
Got it too tight.
That'll do it. That's the thing, is you're playing this dangerous game every time you do that corner. Yeah,
because if you hit that too, the steering damage is just ferocious.
Yeah. So what's interesting is in DPI, we've been seeing that they've run 133s. They were running 132s earlier, but they're now up to low 133s.
Track's cooling down, right?
Yeah, the track's... Well, it's still going to be midday in Florida, right?
Yeah.
So it could just be the drivers that are coming in aren't exactly the people you had qualifying, where you're going to be your absolute fastest boys. Not that these times are not respectable. These are still faster times than I could probably do. But it's interesting to see that develop over time. But it's the same thing. We're seeing the same thing playing out in GTE. Holy shoot. The fastest time in GTE is a 142. Yeah. Nobody's close to doing 142s in GTE right now.
No, but that was when Ernest Lappins was in his car.
Yeah, which...
He was getting consistent 142s, 143s.
Yeah. If you could just have an entire car of Ernst Lappins, you would probably win GTE. If you stayed out of trouble, of course. Staying out of trouble has been a big story in GTE, so... Part of the reason we see the Solo Sports number 14 leading in that category. Here we are. 18 hours and 40 minutes to go about. And we only have one DNF. That says something for driving standards, I will say that.
I think in the next hour, is there a new commentating team coming on, or is that in the following hour?
I haven't been looking, but you know what? You poked my curiosity. So let's find the heck out. Gonna look through our incredibly top secret, super organized, professionally run commentator Discord chat. Let's see if I can find out the exact schedule. Although I know you guys love us. We gotta live. So, we are getting off at 4 p.m. So yeah, we'll be off at the end of this hour. You will be. I won't. I'm gonna be joined by Oscar, and then I'll get a break, and then you'll get on an hour before I do.
Yeah, I'll get on at 7 with Tom. That'd be good to talk to Tom. He's nice to talk to.
Yep.
And I'll be on for 2 hours there, but I could stay for longer if need be. And then my last stint, I stop at 1.
Yeah.
Then I'm back on for the 7 to 9 hour.
Yeah.
That's good. Then I have to go to my real life job.
Oof.
And work till 9 p.m. then.
Big F.
So working 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. over a 2-day period.
That's unfortunate. See Matthew Clip put another lap on James Stokes. Brief yellow in Sector 3, but that could have been anything, and I honestly don't know what it was. So that's a Mazda.
Yeah.
I just put together that 137 fine car is a Mazda. That just never fully registered in my head until I was listening to it. It's like, that doesn't sound like a Cadillac.
We've been lied to.
I've been lied to.
A clip with a purple first sector.
Man.
19.9 to the bus stop. That's not too bad either. And 19.5, so you get a 132.3. So that's a quick lap there by Clip. I knew they were quick. They just got they messaged us that's hitting the wall there. Just
Who's coming out of the pits? Was that Lauer there?
It's
Yeah, it was.
Ben Canviari. Ben Canviari.
Okay.
I think, right?
No, because it was a black DPI and Benz is just going past NASCAR 4.
Oh.
I wonder if Lauer slid the
yeah.
car? I don't know, because I didn't see a pit stop thing come up. That's why I'm curious.
Let me see. Lap times. I'm going to go all the way. Lauer got a 132, a 133, and then a 206, so I think Lauer just hit.
That's
like
too
normal.
short? Is it? No, it must be. That can be a pit stop.
Here,
for a
let me
DPI.
see.
Yeah, that could have been a pit stop.
Their last pit stop was... I mean, only like 10 laps earlier, though.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he messed up the first corner and actually had to go through the pit exit.
That'd be weird.
Figure that. Yeah, because he came through the pits, but I never got a message that he took a pit stop. And he had a slow lap, so I'm wondering if he spun that car. Obviously no damage on it, so I guess it's all smooth sailing. Just curious, a curiosity here. 3:30 in the afternoon if you're with us in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. That's where New York and Toronto are at, as is Daytona, Florida. But in-game clock is following Euro time, so it is closer to 9 in the evening. Almost 10 now.
Silly Euros.
Silly Euros. Having a different time zone than us. So, Bentz? Yeah, so here's the other thing that's making me think something happened. So we see Pankatai Bentz trying to get around a lapped DPI, and now just trying to get onto Derick now.
Only 30 seconds behind, yeah.
Yeah, something definitely happened to Lauer. That was not meant to happen, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Their first bout of problems. That was it.
Yeah.
So far, I mean.
Now we're just waiting on that something to happen to that Ferrari. Haha. Not hoping bad things happen. Just saying.
It's mean.
I know.
There was that Ferrari. Had a nail in the tire or something.
In before. Matt drives down to Daytona Beach and chucks some nails onto the road right in front of a...
Everywhere. All in turn 1.
All in turn 1 right in front of a Ferrari. Hats off to Chris Gitzoff. That gap is not coming down. I was really left to believe by Ernst Lappens that he was going to be a little bit out of sorts, but that he's actually doing okay.
Yeah.
Second place in that Corvette.
Once he got his legs under him, it's got a little better.
Yeah. Like, people...
He lapped faster.
Yeah.
This lap than Peter.
Yeah, his lap times are actually pretty much competitive with anyone in that field. Perez is the only person who's...
bull-sharking us.
Yeah. He's trying to lower expectations, so we're way more impressed by him.
New. He's not going to do well. Oh, wait. Lapping faster than most of the field?
I think Perez is the only person faster on track right now, but Perez is a lap down. Of no fault of his own. 1 second here.
And John Weisrek is pretty fast as well. 145s. But the 146s, they're rail skin.
Some lingering effects of happening there, but I'm back. But yeah, Chris Gitzoff actually doing pretty well in that Corvette, especially if he's new to R Factor. People say F1 is not a sim game. I'm just gonna put that out there. I think the F1 games, perhaps more than Forza.
I think they're like at the far end of the sim arcade, you know?
Yeah. Especially the recent ones since like 2015 when they changed the engine. Got a yellow briefly in Sector 3 there. No idea who that was. Miller in the pits there.
And Gibson in the pits.
Yeah, they're both there right now. Harrison Miller's just had a torrid run in that DPI, in that Mazda. And the second of our 2 Mazdas. So here's the thing, right? As we're talking about, as I like to bring up the different types of DPIs we have. Matthew Klipp has been on pace in that Mazda.
Oh, apparently Bentz is his first name, so his name is Bentz Pankatoy, but he's put his name...
Oh!
Backwards.
That makes sense.
It's on the chat here, someone was like, his name's not Pankatoy. I'm gonna hit all of the exit cones there.
Yeah.
I think it was Lucas Slickton. I think he might have done it on purpose. Have a little fun of himself.
Might as well.
As Matthew Klipp gets the fastest lap of the race, the 132 flat.
Whew!
That's pretty quick.
It's about... Wow. That's almost a second faster than Tunlauer in first. But yeah, on the topic of Matthew Klipp, as I was saying, like, the Mazda, I think, actually could be really competitive. It's just we haven't seen a Mazda have an uneventful race. You've just had bad luck. Now, of course, if some things happen to Bence and Twen, or then you never know. Things can come back. Matthew Clip certainly has the speed to be racing with them. But, yeah, it'll be a deserved podium if he can get that car up there. Just needs to not hit the inside wall of turn 1.
There's two Bences in this. Bence Pankatoy and Bence Ferrari.
What culture is the name Bence from?
We'll search here, let me know. Probably, well, Pankatoy seems like it could be Greek, but then I say that and there'll be some other Baltic country I'll get yelled at.
How dare you, a Macedonian. No
God.
one's...
Let's start, it's Hungarian.
It's Hungarian, okay.
In origin anyway, so who knows if it's actually Hungarian. Which is a form of Vincent.
I don't believe that. I refuse to believe Bence
I feel like
is related to Vincent.
Wow, around the outside of turn 1 there, Clip tries to go dangerous.
Oh! If I saw that way back there, yeah.
Tien lower, yeah. That could have been a little better. I think it was not intentional.
See. Lauer getting around one of the
gap
GLG
between
cars.
Clip and back in Viari now is 2 seconds.
Wow.
So that's to watch, I think. That should be, we should put it on back in Viari so we can watch Clip scarily get closer to him.
Just to give you a sense of just how much faster the
Because back in Viari went at 135 and Clip did a 132.
Woo!
Differences there. And that is the closest gap right now I'm seeing. There's a 4-second gap. Oh, never mind. That was a 4-lap gap.
Slight difference.
Oh, here's the leader here. Edgar DeRick getting passed by Matthew Clip.
Woo!
I know, yeah.
These kinks out of turn 1 are sketch.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to judge where the other guy's line's going to be because there's just the 2 options, and if you choose one and they chose that one, you're like, ah, crap.
Yeah.
If you look there, Matthew Clip's right in front of him there. That is Bence back in Viari in the Mugen Orca, number 95.
Yeah.
And Matthew Clip went 3 seconds faster than Bence the last lap, so this should be interesting here. They're
So the
coming
thing
to bus
is,
stop.
Bakanivari can defend. This is a race for position.
But would you want to defend with 18 hours to go?
Nope. No, I would not. I would not do that. Because they're not racing in the same points championship. It's just all, what do you call it? Bragging rights?
Yeah.
Getting that third, like, this is for 4th overall?
And then 3rd overall is 17 more seconds up the road from back in Viari. That's Sandor Lengvial.
Sandor must be much faster because that gap has grown considerably.
Sandor is... Let me check here. Oh, here he goes. Matthew Clip's going for it. Around the outside, and he's got it cleanly. Going in turn 1. Here we go. Oh, with back markers.
Yeah, it's one of the GRGs.
I think that's Perez. Yeah, it's Perez. Clip goes wide. Ooh, that was sketchy.
All nice and tidy throughs. We see Stokes exiting the pits in the back, if you're wondering.
Yeah. So let me see here. So Sandor did a 135, Clip did a 133, and back in Viari did a 135. So I think Clip could catch and bet himself at the 3rd place here. Got a purple last sector. 19 flat. That's the best been all day.
Yeah.
He has the best lap all day too, though. So not the Clip's the fastest on track.
That Mazda is flying.
And Bence Pankatoy in the pits. This will surely be him lap. Oh, and Tien Louver comes down to NASCAR turn 1-2 here. So this could be what puts him a lap down finally, or what puts him close to being a lap down finally.
Yeah. Which isn't really any fault of Bence because...
Oh, no, it's a penalty. Nothing they could do.
It's a penalty, and the leading DPI has really been able to take advantage of some fortunate code 80s.
Yeah, it has actually been pretty helpful.
Closing in now on third overall CP. Back in Vari take first in LMP2. Refresh that overlay page.
Yeah, Sandor's in the pits, so Clip's third now overall now.
Yeah.
Sandor pitting, and back in Vari gets first now in his
Clip
in his
also just
class.
got a lap back.
Yeah, but Luer there is right behind all of them.
Yeah. But he's probably not going to catch Clip. Clip is really fast right
Luer
now.
had a purple second sector too in the bus stop last lap. And he went really fast sector 3, so this is interesting.
But he's full of fuel now. That's the flip side of it.
He is as close to Bence as he's been in a long time again.
See a yellow in sector 1.
I wish there was a sector camera that showed you the whole, you know?
Yeah.
I think it was just something. I see this one going slower to the pit lane. I think that's what it is. You know, when because the pit lane's extended now.
Yeah.
So I think when they're on the pit limit of that part, I think it uses.
Yeah.
So Clip now is 3 laps down of Bence and Gatoy.
I think it'll update to 2. I think it should only be 2 laps down. He's almost 3, but it should be 2.
But he's on the same lap as Bence back in Vari, right? And Bence is also 3 laps down and Luer hasn't pit yet. And they're about to be lapped again. It looks like as.
Oof! We're going a
Ooh,
bit
he goes
wide.
wide.
Yeah.
Who is that by him there? That's 4th place in front of him, so he's about to lap 4th.
Yeah. Vandersnissen in the Acura. I
Hey
believe.
everyone, can you please send all incident requests and direct messages to Chris Tompkins? He's in the same channel as me on TeamSpeak. You can message him on Discord as he's online there as well. I'm going to be taking a short break. I will let you know when I am back. But everything, including Code 80s, will be down to Chris Tompkins and / or Nick Newcomb.
Lauer now giving the lights to Bence back in Vari, but he's not really. I think it was just a hey, I'm just so you know I'm here.
Yeah.
Less of a get out of the way.
The thing is,
they're passing nicely now.
yeah, when you're in that rhythm, it's very hard. Like sometimes when you're in that rhythm, you just do not realize who's around you, especially when they're behind you.
Yeah.
So it's always good to have that flash.
Bence is rounding NASCAR 3 as Tien Lauer exits onto. Now he's on a NASCAR turn 3, so that's close here. A lap around this track for Tien Lauer is 133, and the gap Bence and him is 128, so that's how close it's been.
Yeah. So Clip is definitely
and Bence back in Vari in the pits. So Sandor Lengyel will get his position back, it looks like, and will gain first place in the LMP2. Yeah.
That'll be a big gap because he's just going through NASCAR 4 now. Sandor is in the Mugen,
Yeah.
so that'll be a big gap. Still on the same lap though.
I think Matthew Clip's passed Bence and Gatoy.
That would not surprise me. Matthew Clip is faster than every other LMP2 out
He's
there.
unlapping himself there, but he needs to get past and lower, which is going to be
More challenging. 22 minutes away from points for the first time.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see now who will be leading the points.
That solo Ferrari in GTE. It's the only car. So GTE, most cars, lots of cars running really similar competitive times. In fact, Edgar de Rick isn't even the fastest GTE by far, but he's got a lap on the field just through pure not getting involved.
Oh, Matthew Clip with another purple.
Jeez, that guy is flying. I'd be surprised if we see the times fall into the 131s. You know what we should do? Let's just sit on board with Matthew Clip for a bit. Get that Mazda. The fastest car out there right now. 18 hours and 21 minutes to go here at Daytona.
Fastest man in the game.
Fastest man alive! Oh geez, there's a big crash. That's one of the GRG cars. I don't know if it's a big
That
crash.
is John Whitestrick.
Just went off there. I think big crash was me being fast on the gun there, but he was off. That car seems to be running an on song though. So everything is fine, I would say. Oh, he's off again. So there might have been damage to that Ferrari. The man from Las Vegas. One of only 2 or 3 Americans in this race right now, I believe. I cannot remember the exact number.
Yeah, you might be right.
See if he brings it into the pits. Yeah, he's gonna pit. Hopefully that's nothing too long.
That's some tragedy for that team today.
Yeah.
They're doing so well.
That will most definitely put them a second lap down, though, unfortunately. Sweet Edgar DeRick going through the NASCAR. I'm going to guess that's 4 he's going through. That might be 2. That's 2. He's going through NASCAR, too.
Here comes the bus stop for him.
Ferraris on both ends of the GTE field right now. Some are doing really well. Some are having a rough time.
Don Bessel's in the car now. They've replaced the driver.
Yeah. Sometimes in endurance racing, when someone has an off or a spin, it's just best to get them out of the car because they will be heated, they'll be frustrated. Just time to put someone in fresh. Yeah, we'll put them 2 laps down, unfortunately. See them just exiting.
Vince Pankatoy still holding this gap, though, not letting Chandler get close enough to lap him down.
Yeah.
And they're on different pit strategies now, right? So
yeah,
that'll be a hold.
They're on different pit strategies, but I think the way things will work out is I think Lure almost has a pit stop in hand. If he doesn't take any damage, of course. Just see Mueller in one of the 2 Mazdas. Just getting past the lead GTE.
Through penalty for Michel Araza. That is the number 51
Lock-in.
Ferrari for causing a collision in turn 1.
That was with one of the LMP2 cars, I think, or with Clip itself. Sucks. They're already last.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ernst Lappin's back in the Corvette.
Oh yeah.
And for that
That's
one
our number
stint
one.
he
We're number 1
advertised.
fans of Ernest Lappin's, right? So.
Oh my god, we can't say that. We're not allowed to say that. It's against the rules.
Well, I thought you had like a shirt made and everything.
People can't know that. Jeez.
This is Lappin Stan.
Hey, you know what? You know what I just found out casually by accident that I was not intending to do?
What?
This is the most viewed R Factor 2 stream right now.
Oh, well, good for us.
Good for us. Hey!
Now everyone's gonna leave just to make us feel bad.
I know.
What about you losers?
You losers. Proud of your 25 viewers.
We are.
We love you guys, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're stuck with us now. Until we leave.
With the Canadians.
The next hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah,
You're stuck with the
I have
Canadians.
20 minutes going.
Yeah. I will take the moment then to run to the bathroom, get some water, and then I'll be set before you go.
All right. Lappin's lap times will be now that he's back in the car. Well, Lappin's with a 1:43.2, so that's really quick. Edgar DeRick leads the GTE class. He leads by a full lap right now, which is excellent news for him. Oh, he's in the pits. Overshot his pit box a little bit. That's going to lose him some time. And Justin Vandersmissen in the pits now. Feels very spread out at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how the strategies work out through the night stints. And see how the mental fatigue wears on people, because staring at a screen for this long is hard on the eyes and in the brain. Edgar DeRick goes wide into the Western Horseshoe, but keeps it together as he comes to turn 6, I believe, to the start of the NASCAR turns towards the bus stop. Oh! Contact between Ben Spankatoy and, I believe... You? Could have been Justin Vanders. Might have been Evan Mueller. Not good. Contact there. As the gap now, Keanu Lure can see Ben Spankatoy in his sights as he chases him down. Justin Vandersmissen. Is that in the pits again? Maybe that was who he had the contact with. Not good for them to be stuck like that. Julian Vrack in the car now. Placing Perez after his stint. Andor Lengel gets a purple last sector at 18.7. That's faster than most times by a full second. That's crazy. Pankatoy with a 133.7 and Flower with a 133 flat, so he is catching slowly at lat traffic here.
"30-second stop go for Ben's Pankatai for causing a collision, and that is a 30-second stop go for Ben's Pankatai causing a collision."
What did that Mugen Orica do?
Ben's Pankatai they made contact with, I believe it's the car of Justin Vandersmissen. They came to contact in turn 1. He moved out of the way. He gave him all the space, and they still collect each other going to turn 1. So that's terrible, because that second place now has been handed a 30-second stop-go penalty, which is surely going to put them a lap down. Could even put them another lap down, as he doesn't come in this lap for it. Stays out.
It hurts. It really hurts. But such is the night in endurance racing. I'll do that to you.
I have with Evan Mueller at contact, but I'm not really sure. I couldn't place their car, but
Oof. The GRG Esports car just goes way off.
yeah, Laura's right there on him now.
Julian Vrack.
Taking over for Perez.
Unfortunate race thus far for the GRG cars.
Yeah.
Not for a lack of pace.
Just incidents and stuff.
So 8 minutes now until the first points haul. Back in VR, he might have that penalty, but it's not going to put them behind Stokes at least. Who's way off the pace. I say as I munch on some chips and some salsa to help me through my next hour. Matthew Clip coming into the pits.
Ben stays out again. I don't know how long he has to serve that, but he needs to not stay out too long.
Where is Benz?
He's second place, going to turn 1, and Tian Lauer is going to turn 1 as well. At this point, it's like just penalty, go lap down.
Very curious.
Matthew Clip's leaving the pits now, so that was a pretty quick pit stop. He'll stay in his position at third.
Yeah, it's quite a big gap to the Acura of Vandersmissen in fourth.
And then there's a gap from him to fifth, and then there's a huge lap gap between fifth and sixth. Oh, spun there. Has Stokes again, turn 6, but he's kept it together, but Ken Lara almost collecting them.
Yeah. I think I will really catch you out. We've both driven the Orica, so we're both kind of aware of this. The rear axle will lock up on you.
Oh yeah.
So easily. Like, you run full front brake bias, and the rear will still lock up first. It's very odd.
And surely this lap there, Ben's Pankatai has to come in to serve the penalty. It looks like he's going to stay out again.
It's got to be in the team speak, right? Yes and no, what happened.
Yeah. Well, it says on your screen. Tells you.
Yeah, he's not in the team speak, though.
Who is
Oh,
Ben's?
jeez. Got a car sideways in turn 1. James Stokes has to come to a complete stop.
Again.
It was Vandersmissen. Yeah, it was Vandersmissen who spun. Was not Stokes this time.
Stokes is in the blue car. So if Pinkatoy doesn't come in this lap, I think that is bad news for them.
Do we have an official rule on how many laps can go without...
It's usually 3. And he's done...
True.
Now, you know?
Yeah. He's not coming in this time.
Well, she's still coming around the bus stop, so...
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the wrong bends.
Looks like he might be... Oh, staying out again. Staying out again. I don't understand.
Nope.
So Tom Pankatoy, Ben's Pankatoy has been given a stop-go penalty, and it seems like now 3 laps ago he's given that penalty, but yet to stop the lap. So we're interested to see if that will lead to further penalties or will that lead to a DQ.
Good evening.
Look who's in the
Good
house.
afternoon.
Back in the house.
I know, I've been looking forward to this stint. It's the night time.
I know.
Which means mainly my computer's jumping all over the place, but it's also night time and it looks cool.
We were just said, did you hear me there? I was saying that Ben Pankatoy is running second, got a 30-second stop-go penalty for causing an unnecessary collision, but hasn't stopped yet, and it's been at least 2-3 laps now.
Well, I can tell you that he is boxing this lap, if that's the correct bet. Because I can look, when I go onto his thing, it has a green bar at the top of his screen, which is basically code in our factor for he is boxing this lap.
Maybe he went as long as he could.
The second place team guy on lap down, and he goes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming in now. Is he? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
No, I think he has
and
to.
Followed by the leader, who's paying at the same time.
So I imagine this will be a stop-go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the leader's going to take the time to pit for new tires and fuel just to... Might as well. You already know you're a lap up on this guy who's in the pit box behind you, so...
Man, so many things going that car's way this race.
I'm going to hop off now as Nick Newcomb takes over now for... they do a driver swap.
Yeah, Nick's back in the car.
I'm going to hop off now, and I will be back on later.
Yeah, see you.
Enjoy. So, how are you?
I'm eating chips.
User disconnected
Enjoying
from
some
your channel.
virtual racing. Yeah. About to get to our first point haul of the season in 2 minutes.
18 hours to go.
Yeah.
It's not an insignificant amount of time, that.
That's longer than Sebring. That's a Sebring and a Watkins Glen race together.
Or about 9 Formula 1 Grand Prix.
Woof. Put it that way.
Oh no, dear, there's one of the LMP2, so it could be a... no, it is an LMP2. It's had a bit of a spin, but he's straight back out. No real time lost. I imagine he's probably lost a couple of seconds, but when you've got 5 laps to the car behind, I don't think he's too bothered.
True. Just don't hit the wall.
Second you hit the wall, that 5 laps can very quickly become 2 laps.
Yeah. So, basically, not much you've missed. Were you there when we had the big accident? Just before sunset?
I was not.
Okay, so that took out our now DNF'd LMP2 car. It put the Benz Pankatoy car a lap. Well, it gave them their first penalty, and it affected the GRG, the 5th place GRG car, I believe. So that really messed up a lot. And the GRG car was running 2nd or 3rd when it happened, so it was a big deal.
I think I heard murmurs of it in the Discord chat, but I wasn't really paying attention to anything but the current stream.
Yeah. So that was the deal. Let me just quickly grab the standings so I can keep that for posterity.
And we should do our hourly report, but not before we answer to Mahal Wozniak. Why is the commentator eating chips on stream? I don't know, I don't like chips, but I thought he could describe.
So, I'm hungry. That is why I'm eating chips. It's an endurance race.
By chips, we've got a bit of a language barrier here.
It's you call them crisps, I believe.
Yes.
I don't know. Yes.
When I say crisps, when I say chips, I mean kind you get from the chip shop. No, I just had an image in my head of you sitting there with a full-on paper portion of chips. But no, just a packet of crisps. No, I don't know. What flavour, may I ask?
So they're like a spicy flavor. I don't know. It's like a tortilla chip, but they're like flavored a little bit. Can't put my finger on it. It's just a little bit of spice.
Are you describing Doritos to me?
No, they're not Doritos. They're from like a store here we call it's a supermarket we have called Farm Boy, exclusive to Ontario. So they're not Doritos. They don't have like dusty Doritos. They're meant to be dipped in salsa. You know, they're not that flavored. Anyways, let's take you through the hour update because this is pretty important. This is where we get to the points paying. If I can bring up the mid-race results, that'd be great. R Factor 2 in Studio 397. Thank you very much. So, right now, we got the Solo Esports Corvette. No, that's not a Corvette, that's a Ferrari. What am I talking about? Edgar DeRick been in there for a bit. He's been leading pretty much since he got in that car. Not the fastest car on track, but they are the car that has avoided the most drama. And that's what matters in an endurance race. So they've been leading in GTE. Got Ernst Lappens and the lone Corvette back out on track. Just took over recently from, let me just check really quickly. It's very easy because it's the only Corvette in the race. It just took over from Chris Gitsov in the Corvette, so they're running second. Chris did a pretty good job in there. Was pretty competitive.
Chris is actually from, he's an F1 2020 league racer, which is surprising because I've driven the Codemasters games, and whilst I have my own opinions on there that probably aren't for mid-race reports, the driving style is very different. I find that people who are decently fast in sims aren't fast on F1 because F1 is just a completely different driving style. For him to hop in the car and do decently well, it's quite impressive.
Yeah. Which was something Ernst brought up when we had him on the Brit back, was that he didn't feel he was going to be up this pace right away, just because they drive so differently. But there he was, out there doing competitive 145s, right around pack, so you never know. In third, we have our two Mugen Aston Martins with Christopher Kynek leading that group. And just a lap behind him is his teammate Christoph Toff. We've got Julian Vrack in the first GRG Ferrari, and Dom Bassell there in the second GRG Ferrari. So that is GTE for all of you. So let's carry on up to LMP2, right in the middle. And it's Sander Lengel in the leading Mugen. And Bence Bakenvari, I'm shocked he's still on the same lap, given he just had a penalty to serve, but I don't know if he served it. Maybe he actually... No. I always confuse Bence Pankatoy and Bence Bakenvari together. But anyways, so yeah, two Mugen Oricas, 18 seconds apart. They are not quickly followed at all. Quite a few laps back. We've got James Stokes in the Fernando Alonso colored Orica, and then Santu Ankvist is our only retirement after that unfortunate incident at the bus stop. So that's LMP2 for you. And then we take it on up to the premier category. That is DPI, where Nick Newcomb just took over in that. What car is that? Let me make sure. So many cars in this race, which is great. Love to see it. Yes, we've got Nick Newcomb in that Solo Sports number 14 GTE. No, that's not a GTE. It's the 360 Motorsports DPI, the Cadillac DPI. That car's been leading for quite some time, and they're now at a lap up thanks to a penalty on our second place Pankatoy, Bence Pankatoy in the Mugen Cadillac. They've had quite an eventful race in that car, so it's impressive that they're only a lap down. Followed by Matthew Klipp, who's the fastest guy out on track in our first Mazda. He's a few laps down, no fault of his own, but that's where he's at. Justin Vander Simpson in our only Acura, a few laps further back. Lucas Lichten heading off in the last hour. Brought out the only code 80 in the last hour. Crashed, then didn't get the damage repaired in the pits, and now he's brought out another code 80, but he's moving again now, and everything's going fine. Then Evan Mueller trooping on in that last placed DPI and our second Mazda. And yeah, that is the hour.
Great hour.
Very eventful hour.
A lot has happened since I was last on the commentary at 5 o'clock my time. It is now 9 o'clock, 10 past 9 to be specific. I believe in an hour's time we have got James Smith coming on for the commentary.
Yes.
He's a very good commentator, actually, with a great Discord name. Not that we're allowed to say that on stream.
Yeah, it'll be, I think you'll have a lot to talk about, fortunately.
Yes. What I want to talk about, though, is it's only not only just occurred to me, what always shocks me whenever I look at an LMP2 car, I'm looking at Lengil right now, is how similar in structure the LMP2 cars are actually to Formula 1 cars, apart from, obviously, the bits for endurance, like the lights, the closed cockpit, and things like that. They're actually, you can kind of see how they'd be almost an evolution of a Formula 1 car.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that, I don't know if you know much about how much you know about random North American racing history, but the Can-Am series in the 80s actually ran Indy cars with bodywork on them to make them look like sports cars, and they looked pretty much like Le Mans prototypes, so you can really tell they have a very shared history, open wheels and prototypes.
Anyway, back on topic. I'm trying to find something to actually talk about.
Oof.
I seem to have come in at the unfortunate hour where nothing's actually happening. We've got Bence coming into the pits. I'm not going to attempt his last name, sorry. because I've got a bit of a history of pronouncing people's names incorrectly. And I don't want to make that mistake. Definitely he is boxing at the end of this lap. I mean, it could just be a dummy, but I imagine it's probably not. I imagine he is actually going to box this lap, going through the bus stop now. I always love this sort of hour of endurance racing. You're just going into the night. Everyone's a bit groggy from what's essentially been a normal day of racing. You forget now we have really crossed into that period where we've got a quarter of the race gone, and now people are, they're basically ready for bed. Most people. But the thing is, the cars will keep going on. You've always got that one guy ready to get in the car. But obviously, night racing, maybe not so much at Daytona, where you've got all of these very effective lights. And where's the Ferris wheel? Completely off topic. The Ferris wheel's gone.
I think it's the version of the track we're using to help more cars keep a consistent frame rate.
I don't know. I know I've lowered my graphics settings because I was struggling last week to hit 60 FPS, only to realise I was running ultra graphics on my potato PC. So that was lovely. But yeah, the Ferris wheel's gone. It was there last week. Never mind. I'm sure the stream can see it. Anyway, I forgot what I was talking about now, but yeah, the night's coming, and now is really when you start to, I say you start to get the real magic of a 24-hour race, is when the night starts.
Yeah. This is, especially at Daytona, that's just such, to me, that's such a part of the aesthetic of the Daytona, because it's, most of Daytona is run in the night, because it's usually in the winter. So, to me, just Daytona night, it's like peanut butter and jelly. It's part of the whole experience.
And of course, the thing about the night is that it actually gives it. Oh, hello, Oscar.
Hello, hello.
We were just talking about the night, and we're saying that the night actually gives its own challenge in that the track over the night naturally kind of. Oh dear. Big off for the Fernando Alonso car. 1000 ping. He's having some massive internet issues.
Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh my goodness! That is a car on another planet. Let me just bring up. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, I see.
30-second stop-go penalty for Lucas Lichten. That is the 224 AC sim car for causing a collision.
There you go.
Would one of you mind sharing in a Discord call?
I got it going there. You can see it. It's there now. I just had to get it going. So Lucas Lichten, that is unfortunate for him. That DPI has been having a rough time. It's funny, in the test race they were running so well. Now here we see them in 5th and 9 laps down off the lead. And it's not that he's off the pace. He just got into that car when it was already laps down, damaged, and having a rough time.
It just shows how punishing endurance racing can actually be.
Yeah. We hear someone typing away in the TeamSpeak.
That would be me.
Oscar has not heard of push talk.
I tried to figure it out earlier, and it didn't want to connect for me for whatever reason.
Interesting.
It didn't want to link the button.
So, have any of you guys had a chance to drive the DPIs in our Factor 2 yet? From this
Yes,
RSS
I
mode?
have.
So what are your opinions on this car?
LMP2, but a little bit more downforce. It's the same car, it just has a little bit more downforce.
That doesn't seem at all off. I find for me, the biggest thing I find driving the LMP2 is I find it locks up the rears less. and you lock up the fronts more, which feels more natural to me and more drivable.
Yeah, I haven't had much extended driving in these cars, but I've had enough to know that it's, as someone who mainly drives the LMP2s in this game, it's kind of my preferred class of car, I guess. Says the guy who was racing a GT car over from an LMP2 today. But anyway, normally I prefer to drive the LMP2, but I did feel quite at home in the DPI. I was expecting it to be a lot faster, I'll admit, because you hear DPI, and for some reason, I imagine someone who, like me, actually, when DPI was, I first introduced DPI, you assume it's going to be based on LMP1 rules rather than LMP2.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really underwhelmed. I was wondering why on earth I was doing lap times the same as the LMP2.
So that's the interesting thing Matt and I were talking about during the test race, is that if you don't do setup work on the DPI, it is not faster than an LMP2, not in any significant fashion. But what's interesting is if you do the setup work, it will be faster. So it's kind of a but yeah, I do find that interesting.
Because, I mean, these cars are quite literally, on any other track, I imagine the DPIs wouldn't be as fast as the LMP2s. Especially on Le Mans, I could see the LMP2 being faster than the DPI. Mainly because, obviously, the LMP2 is designed for Le Mans. But, it'd be interesting to test that.
Yeah, I am under the impression that when they do LMDH, which would be the rule set that would bring DPI to Le Mans, they will have hybrids, and they might be faster because of that, if they have an extra hybrid engine. That electric boost, that might help them.
I haven't done much research on this big Le Mans rule change that's bringing the LMPH, I believe, next year, is it?
Next year or the year after, it's in that range.
What's happening to LMP2 class? Is it merging with DPIs for Le Mans?
So they'll be separate. They're just going to try and make DPI faster than it currently is.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Because at the minute, MP2 being pretty much the same as DPI is a little bit of a joke when we've got 5th in DPI being 7th overall.
That's not a joke. It makes it exciting, man.
Yeah, it's partly because, like, if you look at the lap times, they shouldn't be like that. That's a lie. Sandor's pretty fast. Sandor probably could be racing with the back half of the DPIs, so you gotta do setup work, you gotta have your best guys in the car, or else the LMP2s will be with the DPIs, which is, I don't know, that is different. It's very different from what you see at Le Mans. Except that one year where the Chang LMP2s were, or Jackie Chan, DRC Jackie Chan cars were running first overall for a brief bit in like 2018.
Yeah, they were good there for a couple of races there.
Yeah, so it happens.
I'm excited for those LMDH cars because it's gonna be like taking us back to like the GTP kind of days, or the what was it, the GT, like the Toyota GT1 and the Mercedes CLK, all those kind of cars.
See, that's what they
see something like that.
That's what they wanted to do, but not enough teams bought into. That was going to be hypercar, so they're going to replace LMP1 with hypercar.
Right.
Not enough people bought in. All the manufacturers were looking at DPI, so they're like, fine, screw it, we'll just do hybrid DPI if that's what you want. So they're going to try and merge hybrid DPI, which is LMDH, with hypercar. So you're going to have like McLaren Senna's going against Cadillac DPIs in the same category, which will be.
I am excited to see the Aston Martin. Is it the Valkyrie that they said they're considering entering into hypercar?
Yeah.
I am excited to see that car as an Aston Martin fanboy.
That and the Glickenhaus car, if they go through with it, that'd be awesome to see.
Yeah, I think at this point only Glickenhaus and McLaren have confirmed for Hypercar.
McLaren has now.
Yeah, I might be wrong. I'm fairly sure
I feel
Glickenhaus has.
I feel like it'd be a waste of an entire project for Aston Martin to get. Was it Adrian Newey, the Red Bull connection?
Yeah.
That they managed to design it. Like, I feel like having an Adrian Newey car at Le Mans is the kind of thing that you would naturally do with that kind of specification of car.
Yeah. So here's the interesting thing going on with LMDH and Hypercar. To me, is that now we're seeing DTM as having issues. And one of the rule sets DTM is considering running is they're considering replacing DTM with LMDH cars. A Sprint LMDH series. That to me would be the most exciting thing to come out of LMDH.
It would be... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I don't understand how DTM has got so many issues when British touring cars and things like that are running absolutely fine.
Right. It's because they're part of the Group 1 class. Because they tried to combine it with the Super GT over in Japan. And, I mean, for whatever reason, that, nothing really... I mean, they had a couple of races, but it didn't really work out the way that they wanted to, it seemed like. But, yeah, I don't know how I feel about changing DTM to LMDH. That's just, I don't know. It doesn't sound right. DTM is, that's touring car,
It is, yeah, it's a touring car.
That's what that is. That's not... LMDH is not that.
So, to make it not completely ridiculous, to float this possibility. So DTM was originally DRM, which ran Group 5 cars. But when DRM collapsed, they ran Group C cars through the 80s. Until they took up touring car rules in the 90s. So there is a precedent in the history of that series for running prototypes.
Okay, I didn't know that. That it was all part of the same thing.
Full opposite lock for Evan Muller in one of the DPI cars. Interesting fact about that car, his teammate has got 10 years of real-life endurance racing experience.
What? Really?
Huh.
Yeah, I know. I almost signed them. They were in my car until it turns out they were talking to other teams at the same time.
That's how it goes.
It's like a reputation.
I was talking to my drivers. I was like, boys, we've got the win.
Well, that car, unfortunately, not doing great. So, that's last place in DPI.
I imagine they'll have to get the pro endurance racer in very soon and get him to do some
recovery work.
I think recovery work would be putting it lightly.
That is unfortunate, that car right now.
Hey, we still have... Don't count him out yet, because, I mean, it hasn't been, a ridiculous race yet, but we still have 17 hours.
Oh, dear, one of the GT cars. That is 14th, third in class, has had a spin
That's
in
Julian
the infield.
Vrack.
And he is about to be lapped by class leader, I believe that would be.
See, here's the crazy thing that Matt and I were talking about, is if you look at the timing, Edgar de Rick has not been the fastest GTE car, not by a mile, but he hasn't put a foot wrong, and that's just how he's kept that car in front. Everyone around him has had some sort of drama, and he has just soldiered on without issue. So that's... consistency wins races?
Pace is really only 25% of endurance racing. As long as you're consistent, you can be 2 seconds off the pace and not lose as much time over a stint as someone who is 2 seconds faster than you, but makes one little costly mistake because he's pushing too hard.
Oh, for sure. What all... I had a shift at work. What all happened in the last few hours I missed?
Ah! You haven't been following our Twitter account. I'm deeply offended. No, I'm joking.
I haven't been able to.
So, if we take him through a couple hours into the race, Ernest Lapins, our only Latvian on the grid, had a bit of an incident with one of the Ferraris, lost a wheel, was down in last position in class, and has managed to soldier his way back up, and that was about where I left the commentary.
Oh, okay. Well, it's going to run away, but I'll just say. So, after Ernst Lapins went down, had a big crash, lost the wheel, long pit stop, went to like 4th or 5th. We had another big moment where our second place GT car, I think it's the one Julian Varakis currently was involved in an incident with our only DNF'd LMP2 car and our second place DPI. The DPI went wide in the bus stop trying to lap the Ferrari, missed its braking point, trying to get past it, went way too deep, cut through the grass, car got all kinds of squirrely on the grass, came up, hit the LMP2, the LMP2 goes flying in the wall, comes down and took out the Ferrari.
That's a shame.
Yeah. So it put Bentz, it kind of didn't ruin the race because they're still second, only a lap down, anything could happen. But did put them off the pace because they had a big penalty, obviously, for causing that. It took out one of the LMP2s, and that Ferrari has been just struggling in 5th since, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a bummer for that LMP2 car. They had a rough first couple hours. They had to come through the field a couple times. They were working their way up through the GT cars, making up into the LMP2s. I mean, they were behind them, but they were catching up, and then I guess.
Yeah. So that Mugen DPI's had an eventful race. It's quite amazing. They're only a lap down, I will say.
Oh, for sure.
There was nothing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. This is the thing with virtual commentary. You can't judge someone's body language as to say they are about to start speaking. You can't just have to guess when there's a gap. And it leads to very awkward conversations. What I was going to say was there's nothing better in racing than watching LMP2s, or LMP1s for that matter, just cutting their way through a GT field.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention Ernest Laffins at the very top of the broadcast. I a little cringily mentioned him as one to watch. Like he was in the LMP2 car last week. Now he's in the GT car this week. But I mentioned him as one to watch, and clearly he hasn't disappointed. He led quite a ways up until, I guess, that incident, huh?
I would probably say he'd be 2 laps up now if he wasn't. If he didn't have that incident. And you've got to remember as well, when he exited the car, he was in first. It was his teammate that lost the lead.
Okay. A couple of these guys put on a really impressive drive so far.
As Ernest is boxing this lap, which is a little bit weird, as with 17 hours and 33 minutes to go. No, he doesn't box. He said he's boxing, as there was yellow flags for a split second there, but he doesn't box in the end. Interesting, because if he boxed now, that's putting his stint times out of whack, as GT fuel tanks can last for an hour easily.
Yeah, it could be like, maybe if they come in like next couple laps, that could be a really offsetting to the strategy. Maybe that can get them, in case, well, yeah, because they're behind right now. I might squeeze out a couple more seconds out of that gap when it cycles around.
I don't see tyres being an issue either, because GT tyres can quite easily double stint. I'd say you could probably even get a triple stint from a few of the tyres, depending on your compound. Although I know most of the teams run soft purely because it's just easier to change your tyres at a stop than use the mediums and stretch them out. I know in the LMP2s that the softs really start to die quite quickly at about 80%, as we've got one of the LMP2s about to unlap itself from the DPI of Justin van der Smissen. He's for Valley Sports, of course. They only entered this race during qualifying. They are running what I believe to be default setup, and not going too badly. Although you can see how much Luke Chambers actually loses on the straight, and that is because he is running a Suzuka setup in that LMP2.
That's pretty impressive right there.
They are another one of the teams that quite literally existed in VSRA. And then when VSRA was cancelled, they were like, oh, let's do Daytona then.
I saw that they were having all the issues with that earlier. Did they just not have enough entries or something?
No, they had an issue with the skim pack or something like that.
Oh, that's a bummer. But I mean, hey, we're glad that they're here though too, right?
yeah. I mean, obviously,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't wish any. I mean, I'm racing in VSRA, so I don't wish anything bad upon the series. But it is
Right.
nice to see that Daytona's managed to go and get basically double the attendance it would have. It is a little bit disappointing that everyone's running stock skins though. A great thing about sim racing is that you get to see liveries that you don't see in the real world, but at least we get the people racing.
Oh yeah.
And oh dear, there has been a spinner in the GTE class. It was the GTE car of Musion Sim Racing. The number 88 has had an accident, the Aston Martin. It's going fine now and doesn't seem to have any damage, but a spin at the bus stop, not what they would have wanted.
Alright, I'm back. Delta Autosport are getting a very special guest driver in later. Keep your eyes out. Huh. A curiosity.
Just turns up.
Woo!
So Lewis Hamilton will probably find a way to lap the DPIs in a GT.
Yeah. Lewis Hamilton just setting consistent 1 minute 10s in a GTE car, and we're like, yep, that was a mistake.
Hey, it'd be
It's like
interesting to
you are
watch.
banned from this series.
Yeah.
not because you've done anything wrong.
It's too good, huh?
Anti-competitive. Yep. On the comment of double stinting, triple stinting tires. In IMSA, pit stops are simultaneous. So
Yes, of course.
so there's not really a giant incentive to double stint tires.
Sorry, as a European.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't do that here.
No. One of the many curiosities of IMSA's unique version of racing. Although I think ERC is the same, to put it into a virtual racing context. At least they're the same when it comes to the GT3 cars. I think they're the
It
same.
does
across
make me laugh how you go across all of the R-Factor 2 endurance leagues, even up to VEC, and it's the same people. It's basically just the same league, but with different cars and tracks.
Yeah.
I went to ARL, a league that I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
And I've recognised about half of the people in that league.
It's a small community around this game, I'll put it that way. Which is curious to me, because it's such a well-supported game, but it has such a small community.
I believe it's because whenever I speak to my friends about this game, who are stereotypical Xbox culture, I usually get called terms such as wet and other things that aren't allowed to be said on Xbox on this particular call.
Yeah.
So I think it's because if you look at, I don't want to be derogatory, if you look at Forza players and F1 2019 players, 2020 now, aren't we? People who are from this sort of the more arcadey aspect. You have the few of them that are racing those games because they don't have anything else, and then you also have a few of them who pretend that they know about sim racing and things like that, but in reality are pretty much there because of things like graphics and licenses. They see something like R Factor 2 and how it's on PC and how it's got loads of mods, and how even though the graphics look very pretty, most of the people run it on low graphics anyway. So I think a lot of them will look and go, oh, that game doesn't look very good. It's got bad graphics and things like that. I'm not being mean to people who play those kind of games. That's the kind of thing I've heard when people have seen me play R Factor.
So Jeff Close has taken over that Penske, the solo, the only Acura we have. What team is it? Here's the thing that's really unfortunate is not everyone got a livery in for this race, so I have to look through.
That's Valley Sports, I can tell you that, because I was speaking to them before my stint.
Ah, there you go. I drove the 24 Hours of Spa with Jeff.
Yes, I was offered a seat in that car, but didn't have the right pack, and then when I declined because I couldn't get the pack in time, it went on sale for something that I could have actually got.
Oof.
So that was a bit of a kick in the teeth.
That's unfortunate. I really wish R Factor would clean up how they sell the DLC a bit.
Yeah, no, that does annoy me.
Yeah, they did a bit during the summer sale, but it could definitely be better.
It's like, you've got the GT3 Challengers pack, but the GT3 Challengers pack is only limited edition, so you actually need the GT3 Power Pack, or the GT3 pack. And it's really confusing, because if you buy the GT3 pack, you get all of the stuff that you've already bought in the GT3 Challengers pack, but then you're still paying full price, and it's so confusing.
Yeah.
And I think that's another thing why more casual players and people who are kind of first getting into sim racing, I think that's another reason why they don't play R Factor 2. Because they look at something like iRacing and it's fairly simple. You buy the car you're going to drive, you buy the track, and you race. Granted, you do have to take out a bank loan to play this game.
Yep.
But then they look at something like R Factor 2, like, oh, I want to do VEC. Oh, but I have to buy all of this DLC that's going to cost me like another £100 on top of the game.
Yeah. That's the realities of R Factor 2 and Versailles Racing there. But you know what? I prefer driving R Factor 2, and that's all I need.
I prefer driving R Factor 2. Although it is a nightmare a lot of the time.
Yeah. That's more so the technical issues than the game's driving model, though.
Yeah, just little things. There's just little things that annoy me.
Yeah.
For example, you install something through the Steam Workshop, but when you load into the game, it still has to unpack it and install it again.
Yep. Whew, onto the grass through the Drog Lake. That was brave, Neil and Chambers. Yeah. It's lucky Lappin's had a head-on about that.
That's because last time Lappin's was with a GT car there. We all know what happened.
So, as we're going through the night now, it is worth noting how much brighter Daytona is than Le Mans. Or
It's
Spa.
basically day.
Yeah.
It is pretty much... If you take out the black skybox, it's pretty much the same light as in the day.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what it'd be like without all the car headlights though. But from where I'm looking now, on board with Ernest's, it looks like you could take out the headlights and it would be absolutely fine anyway.
Well, NASCAR runs here without headlights in the night, so not surprising. Definitely
I feel like though in that respect, the Daytona night isn't true night in terms of the endurance side. Like you don't get that moody camera shot where suddenly you just see 3 headlights.
Yeah.
Coming down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah.
Because you could actually see like the track limits and stuff, and the grass on it, and everything. Because you can't see that like when you go to Ma or even like the Nürburgring, any of those. Yeah, you don't see all the extra things that are not on the track.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a challenge aspect to it. Like at Le Mans, if you're in a night stint, it's actually surprisingly easy to forget what part of the track you're on because of how little you can see. All those little references that you can see in the day, suddenly you can't see them. So you're like, did I just go through the first Mulsanne chicane, or am I, which side of the road do I have to be on?
Right.
That was probably just me and my inexperience night racing, but it was something that struck me when I first started driving in the night.
Oh, it probably applies even like in real life. I wouldn't be surprised.
Because you hear, big contact between Newcomb, and I believe that was Bentz. He was trying to overtake to lap him.
Yeah, that's for a lapper right there.
Yeah, that.
I think they're having a battle for the lap right there.
So a thing that's different between IMSA, I don't know if this is definitely different between IMSA and the World Endurance Championship, but it's different between IMSA and a lot of other series. In IMSA, you can race to stay on your lap. You are not obliged to give up your lap to a car in your class. So I think Newcomb thought Bentz would get up, Bentz Pankatoy would get out of the way, but he's not obliged to.
I mean, that feels like a very stupid rule that is
You think?
That's quite clearly there purely just because someone was like, we think our racing is pretty boring for people who are just tuning in. We need something to do. So they're like, right, let's let the slow cars from all the little privateer teams, let's let them race to the lap.
So, in the defense of IMSA, it makes sense in the context of because it's kind of weird to run Code 80s in an IMSA series, right? Because they have 4 full course cautions. So the field's constantly getting concertinaed. So it would make sense to let someone race to stay on their lap, because if a caution comes out, that's a really big thing to them. It doesn't matter as much in this because we aren't running cautions; we're just doing Code 80s. But
cautions like safety cars then?
Yes.
Yeah. That's how they run it in IMSA.
They have Code 80s.
I want to be the IMSA safety car driver because you'd easily. Because judging by other American racing series I've watched, you tend to get quite a few cautions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in IMSA, I've noticed that's part of the reason why I like that so much is watching IMSA. That's my favorite one to watch in real life. Part of the reason I like watching it so much is because it's clean racing, it's hard racing. They'll make contact, but they don't they don't take each other out a lot. Even like in Daytona, like the 24 hours. Like the last few years, there's been cautions, but it hasn't been like imagine like NASCAR or IndyCar, one of those two. They race 24-hour race. Like it'd be a mess.
I don't like as much with the road horse things, like the oval. Sorry.
Yeah.
In terms of the actual speedway itself, I don't like how you can see everything, because I feel like having an oval track and then having the infield layout, it really limits what you can do. There's no way you're going to get an iconic track with iconic corners like Eau Rouge at Spa with an infield, because you're pretty much just same elevation and there's about 3 different corners you can choose from. Basically.
Right.
Or 4.
Yeah. I guess it's tough, right? Because I went to Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca is amazing. If there's a track in North America you can go to Laguna Seca. It's really special. But there's something... What Daytona feels like is it's similar to going to a modern-day Coliseum. That's what it feels like. So it's a different experience. Like, there's nothing quite like, of course, climbing to the top of the corkscrew. There's nothing quite like looking at the run down the hill at Watkins Glen. But there's this different Coliseum atmosphere.
I suppose Daytona and Indianapolis and things are very much like going to football, or as you would call it, soccer game. That is the only time I'll be saying that word. And for viewers watching, if I say football, I mean actual football.
Actual football.
Not
the good
rugby
football.
Not rugby league with head guards.
I learned to be able to tell the difference between Europeans saying football and Americans saying football. It's a whole different.
It's not just the Europeans; it's everyone else in the world.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean.
Anyway, this
Americans
battle's
compared to
still
everyone
going
else.
on for the lap.
Yeah. Same place. Just learn though, Nick has not to try that.
Honestly, if I was Benz, I would just let this guy go. He's not gaining any time by defending.
At this point in the race, yeah, definitely.
I guess the flip side. This is if I was to make an argument for. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Unless he's just going defensive, yeah, he's boxing. So, in his defense, the only reason I could see why you would be doing that is you're saying, look, at this point, Eggert is 4 laps down. This is the only person I'm racing. The closest person you are racing is the person who's right behind you. Maybe it is worth holding them up. That's my
I know
thought.
that is true.
If they make contact, all of a sudden, all of that weight shifts to him. Because it's like, whilst technically you can race, why didn't you just get out of the way? You're 4 laps down.
Well, he's only a lap down. Ben's Pankatoy is only a lap down. If it was a 4 laps down, yes, 100% agree. I don't think you should be racing if you're 4 laps down.
Unless you are consistently fast. Oh dear. Oh no, not oh dear, sorry. Oh good. There's actually a battle now for the GT class lead. And Ernest goes through and he's got the position.
Yeah.
Well,
David Martin's lights are off.
I believe that it looks like he's got a problem.
Yeah, he was all sorts of out of shape when I was on board with him. The car was squiggling all over the place, and there was a big gap to Lappins. Lappins shouldn't have been able to just crunch that. Martins disconnects.
He's disconnected. No, he's black flagged for having his lights off.
That's massive.
You can barely see it, but he is black flagged for having his lights off. They will probably undisqualify him, because I imagine what's happened there is, because of how light Daytona is, it's very easy to accidentally have your lights off and not realise it, because you can just accidentally knock the button or something.
Yeah.
I know my wheels only got like 12 buttons, so I can't, it's very easy to accidentally hit headlights when I'm trying to flip through my display. So it wouldn't surprise me if they undisqualify him. I think it depends how awake and bothered Chris can be on this one.
Yeah.
Right.
That was unfortunate. So that does all sorts of things to GTE all of a sudden. And I found this hilarious. When I was talking to Ernst Lappins about 2 hours ago, he mentioned that, this whole team, I'm the experienced driver on the team. The other guys in the car, they're all new. They're coming from like F1 and other games. So I don't really expect to do well this race. There's a lot of fast cars. I'll be getting in the car tomorrow morning, but, I expect to be down. That car's out front! That car's in first by almost a minute! I think Ernst Lappin's selling us a bag of goods. I think he is super confident, and he's just playing super... I don't even know. He's playing games. He's playing mind games, I think.
Yeah,
Ernest is the best at mind games. As his ban from VEC, EERC. He's banned from a lot of other leagues that I can't quite name right now. I think he might be banned from ARL. I'll have to get back to you on that one. There's a long list of bans for Ernest. Basically, he's a very divisive character.
Oh yeah. We were comparing him. He's the sim racing Ferrucci, is what Matt and I were saying.
Yeah.
He has he has a very edgy humour and sort of manner
Yeah.
And it rubs off on some people the wrong way. As much as I want to say and believe he's messing about, he's one of the youngest here. He's obviously. I mean, but not for a second do I think he actually believes the stuff he says. I think he's very much just trying to have a joke. Not that it makes it okay. I think it very much rubs off on some people the wrong way. I mean, they have a right for it. So, I mean, some of the stuff he said in the past has been pretty interesting. But if you get past that, he is a very fast and capable driver. One of the best, I'd say. I think he's quite easily VEC Division 1 quality, if he was allowed to race in VEC.
But, yeah. Just side note, we've had a driver swap in the 5th place DPI, so Martin Turbrake is in there. I believe that car is that's a Cadillac, yeah. So that's the AC Sim Cadillac, Martin Turbrake in there, replacing Lucas Lichten, I believe. So short stint for Lichten in there. One of the more maligned cars, unfortunately. They're 10 laps off Nick Newcomb in the 360 Cadillac. But that's how it goes. But yeah, we were comparing him to Ferrucci because I kind of know he has that reputation. But then Matt and I, who have no real background with him, just spend the entire race talking him up. And if you've ever watched IndyCar, that is Ferrucci in IndyCar. Any European who knew Ferrucci in the lower formula category said, yeah, this guy's a complete nonce. But he comes to IndyCar, and he's suddenly the darling of...
Use that word.
I'm not an American. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Oh, really?
Really?
Where are you from, then?
Soviet Kanakistan. Canada. But, you know, in jokes. Yes, I'm in Canada.
Yes, but that is a term I've only actually ever heard British people use.
I've watched enough Formula 1 and GT, whatever happened to Blancpain Endurance. I don't know what was it called now.
It's the GT World Challenge.
Yeah, I've watched enough of those broadcasts to have picked up on some Britishisms. So
really, I mean, I doubt they'd use that word in the broadcast. I mean, it would be classed as a mild curse word over here.
Oh, okay, good to know. The other thing is, doing sim racing brings you in contact with a lot of British people. If you want to be part of an English-speaking team.
Yes, we are like a disease.
There's like one American team, and this is IMSA in this entire series, and that's the GRG Ferraris. And they've got the only American drivers. It's a very Eurocentric thing, sim racing.
That's the thing that makes me laugh. It is one of those things that is distinctly fairly British. Mm-hmm. Studio 397 is also British, aren't they? I believe.
No, I think they're Dutch.
Okay, so European.
Yeah. I think the original developer of our...
Attention all drivers, we come to Coda 80 in 10 seconds.
So I thought I saw yellow in the bus stop, but I don't know who that was. Oh, it's one of the Aston Martins.
3, 2, 1.
That
Code 80,
is
Code
our
80.
third place Aston Martin without a wing. Christoph Toff.
David Martin is back running. He has been undisqualified.
Yeah, that's
gonna back in the race.
Yeah,
it's gonna hurt him, but at least they're running, and they have got 17 hours to make that gap back.
Wow.
They are only a minute down to the next driver.
Yeah, they're only a lap down off the leader too. That is shocking. So, still all to play for in GTE. That's how quickly it can change.
There's big dramas right there.
Yeah.
You have a Martin Black Flag.
They'll be thinking to themselves that they can easily get back to P2 easily. I don't think they're going to hold off lapping.
Attention all drivers, we are back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Green flag.
So Max Chambers in the chat said what happened to Martin was he was flashing his lights at a car, and he left them off after the flash. So it's like what you said, it's very easy to not realize your lights are off at Daytona.
Yes. That's unfortunate. It probably explains why a lot of drivers actually run a flash plugin that flashes their lights free. I'm against it. I don't think it should be used because, like, I mean, come on, you have to press a button twice, keep count. But it does explain that.
So suddenly, with Tothoff, we have a GRG Ferrari back into the podium-paying positions. Unfortunately, I missed out on that first points pull at the end of the last hour, but nonetheless, that's pretty lucky.
GTE has been so mad that we have got a car with no wing currently in a podium position.
Yeah.
That's Daytona
Never mind,
for you.
he's gone down to 4th, but he was in a podium position up until about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah.
That American team, I do apologise, I don't actually know their name.
GRG.
The one that's
the
one with the
GRG
massive
team.
American, the GRG, yes, sorry. They were running 1-2 pretty comfortably after Ernest had his accident.
Yeah, and they're still in it because, yeah, they're only 2 laps back. It says, yeah, Ernest and Kianik, if they have any issues, they're right back up there. Which, I mean, considering it's Daytona and we got 17 hours left, that's not a big ask.
No, exactly. 2 laps in Daytona is simply an accident, as Ernest has got 1 minute 7 seconds to the guy behind. The guy behind has got 2 laps to the guy behind him, and that just sums up GT class at the minute.
Yep. See a Mazda running wide. I think that's Muller's car. Turn 1, letting the GTE traffic through, which is weird to think of. We see Christopher Kynick now in 2nd. Pretty good showing from Mugen.
Anyway, we have 4 minutes until I only have 3 hours to go on this particular commentary stint.
4 minutes until I get to take a break.
Have you got someone to do the stream for you, or are you putting it on?
So I'm gonna see how the heck this RF2 TV thing works. If it doesn't, I'll just keep streaming because I just need to step away for a bit, but I can keep the stream up. And then I'll just give myself a break and I'll just keep flipping through, listening to the commentary.
What we should actually do is
a man of action.
This might be a good time to take a 5-minute break from this stream whilst we set up part 2, just so that the DVR works properly. I don't know if we're 8 hours into the stream though. We might only be 7 hours in.
Either way, I mean.
Yeah. I'll start setting up the second stream, and then if do either of you guys want to try and carry this stream?
There is no way I will be able to. I am currently running on minimum graphic with no overlay.
No one here can.
I mean, I don't think I could. I'm getting a constant FPS, but I mean,
yeah, no.
I'm not.
Oh, jeez, big spin. That's Razasa, I think, who just went off.
They've had a really tough race, man.
Yeah, that's that Ferrari Chambers in the Orica Muller. Yeah, that's just been tragic.
Everything that's happened to them so far.
If you're 19 laps down, I wouldn't say you've had a bad race.
That is true. That is true. No, I would say though, like everything that's happened to them, that's like something that happens to you a whole season, and we're only 7 hours in.
Yeah.
So call that a sprint race. That's like 2.5 sprint races. Like they've had an interesting one, and they're only, what did you say, 19 laps back? That's not. They could add a couple more in there. This would be like 23 laps back.
I mean, they could genuinely end up being like 40 laps down on GT leader by the end of this one.
Yeah.
if it keeps going as it is.
I just respect them for carrying on, if anything, at this point.
Yeah, and they're still going.
Yeah.
I respect them for carrying on, but I'm afraid if I was one of their drivers, the only word you can probably use is embarrassing.
Oof.
Not if,
Yeah,
not if it worked out for them.
Yeah, if they come back and win this, who will be laughing then? It would be pretty amazing to come back 21 laps down in GTE, but
Now we know
I
who we're
would-
cheering for.
I would be perfectly happy to do a shoey if these if these end up winning this class. I shouldn't have said that. All it takes is one, like, actually, then the more I think about it, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. In fact, no, they're not even 19 laps down to the GT leader. They're 19 laps down to the next car.
Right. Because then they have another 2 laps on, yeah, so,
So
it's
then-
21 laps back. And 23 to the overall. Which, I mean, likely that they won't catch that. But
No, they are.
Triple nine.
I'm
That is
sorry,
the
that's more than that.
Abstinent Air Force Polonia number 999. That is the Corvette of Ernest Lappins. Stop and go for 60 seconds for a collision and is under potential review for a disqualification due to the nature of the collision. Please be aware.
What did we miss?
If your driving does not improve in the 999 car, you will be at risk of a disqualification. That is final.
what did
Wow.
we miss? We
Wow.
missed something dramatic. You guys will have to bring someone in from that team to talk to them.
And of course, Ernest would have a potentially disqualification incident 420 minutes into the race.
That would
That was
be...
a big wiggle there.
He'd be living up to the reputation, that precedes him.
If Alex uses that tone of voice, then something pretty bad has happened, specifically with Ernest. Anyway, I'll keep on rewinding the my tape here for you, and I'll get back to you on what's happened. Meanwhile, might be a good time for the hourly report.
Yes. Let's do that. Well, that was a surprisingly eventful hour. So let's take it all the way back to GTE. Where right now, that is not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. There we go. But yes, GTE, where we currently have Ernst Lappins, who just got a stern talking to from the stewards for something. We're going to try and confirm what that was. Has, through an absolute turn of terrible luck for David Martin in that solo Ferrari, which had been leading for quite some time, probably 3 or 4 hours, been promoted to the lead after having lost a wheel. There was a point where that car had 3 wheels on it. Now it's in the lead. They're followed by the Christopher Kynek in the Mugen. He's been doing a pretty good drive. He's quite a whiles back in terms of about 70 seconds or so, but
He should take the lead after the penalty cycles through.
yes, after the penalty cycles through, though, he could very well be in front. Then we've got Julian Vrack in the first GRG, followed by Dom Bassel in the second GRG. Quite a good recovery for Vrack to get that car into a podium position after it had some pretty big damage earlier on. Then we got David Martin, who was leading for most of the race, I would say, in terms of like overall time, but had some sort of technical issue. Well, not some sort. Forgot the lights off. Got a DQ. Had to be brought back into the race. Lost a lap. So now he's down at 5th. Christoph Toth was 3rd in the second Mugen, but lost a wing going through the bus stop. Oh, thank you. Oh, taking that. Cool. And, yeah, Michael Rosasa just puttering around, I guess. That's one way to put it. We'll put it nicely.
Slow and steady wins the race.
maybe you need to be a little bit more steady than that. He hasn't necessarily been steady, he's just been slow.
I think they took the tortoise and the hare story a little bit too seriously.
Yeah. So, Take it.
Meanwhile, just for your
LMPs.
information,
Yep.
David Martin has been given his laps back.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
That's really
He's
generous.
now third in class, I believe.
That is super generous. So take it over then to LMP2, where we currently have Zoltan Boda in the leading Mugen Orica, followed by Benz Bakonyavari, which, by the way, we looked it up. Benz is a Hungarian name. Apparently, it's the Hungarian form of Vincent. Don't ask me how. We're just reporting it as Google tells it, I suppose. Yeah, and then Leon Chambers just in that Fernando Alonso colored Orica. Been a rough race for them. Lots of offs, but they're going steadily now since Leon Chambers got in the car. But they're quite a few laps down, so they're just carrying on to keep that podium position in LMP2. Our only DNF is for Santu Onkvist, who was caught in a collision out of the bus stop. He's, yeah, just unfortunate for those guys. So then we take it all the way up to DPI, where Nick Newcomb, having a super easy race in that 360 Cadillac thus far, took it in the lead, and that lead has only grown primarily thanks to accidents made by his mistakes, I suppose, made by his opponents along the way. Then we got the Mugen DPI with Bence Pankotai in. I know it says Pankotai Bence, but apparently we were told Bence is a first name, not a last name. So, had some Hungarians out there watching over him. Pascal Eggert taking over in the Mazda. There was a driver change there. Took over for... Can't remember off the top of my head. See if I can figure it out. Matthew Klipp. And when Matthew Klipp took over, that car was the fastest on the track. He'd actually made a lap back, but unfortunately strategy didn't work out for them and they lost it again. I think they've actually lost another lap since. Jeff Close, friend from Spa, did Spa with him. He's in the only Acura. And 3 laps back from him is Martin Turbrake, who just got into the AC Sim at Cadillac. And then we got Evan Mueller in our last place Mazda DPI. Not last place, last in DPI though.
Can I just say?
You can.
I am 740 seconds in the past and still no contact.
Yeah, I don't know what happened that caused that such a stir, and it might have been so far in the past and they only just now got to the report.
I feel like as well we would have seen it on stream, unless that Porsche that had my M key is making me go backwards slow. That Porsche that had no rear wing, unless that was caused by the AFP car.
Oh. That wouldn't be too surprising.
I feel like we are going to have to ask them on that one though, because I feel like going any more into the past would be a little bit stupid on my half.
Yeah. Just accept.
If you want, I can go and poke some people, ask them what's going on.
Yeah, give it a go. See if you can figure it out for us. Well, I get the... what do you call this? The tweet out updating where the race currently is.
Alright, I'm going into their channel. Wish me luck.
Good luck out there.
Good luck.
User left your channel.
So now it's just the North Americans here to tell you that it is soccer, not football. The British called it that. We adopted the name and they felt the need to call it football, post facto, and now they are mean to us for calling it what they called it. We're just being historically accurate here in North America, calling it soccer.
What he said.
Hopefully nobody comes back to punch me after that side note.
Well, you might want to have your eyes open for that. I would like to mention, closest battle on track right now is between Boda and Bakonyavari, and they're that's a 23-second gap right now. It's not like it's not a battle yet, but they are right there next to each other.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to watch right there.
and that should be all part of the battle for third, because I think Pascal Eggert is on the same lap as them. Lappin's got a DQ. Lappin's just got
Did he really?
DQ'd. Why? That car is not there. It's back.
He
They
did
must have
not-
had to do a reset. Because the car's just getting turned back on again. Oh my goodness. Drama in GTE. So, Christopher Kynek suddenly.
Suddenly.
You got an Aston Martin leading the race. Look at that. That's how fast it changes. That's how fast it can change. This is... GTE has been wild all race.
For sure, man.
Just crazy, crazy, crazy stuff out there. Hopefully we'll get a confirmation as to what happened to Lappins. Toth is pitting now. I imagine that's a scheduled stop.
Well, Lappin, he's right there on the... he's not too far behind. They're all within a lap of each other.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Not together, but like, are they all within two laps?
Yeah, save Razasa, who's in another universe. They're all within a
Right.
lap or two of each other. So Lappins
Wow.
rejoins now.
Yeah, I bet they had to reset it because they're giving him his position back.
Yeah, I think he's rejoining. I wish the timer for the pit stop was working for Christopher Toth so we could get some sort of concept. So we're just getting a bunch of pit stops going now. It's about that time.
Right.
We're an hour in. So anyone who hasn't really gone off strategy, Lappins is back to first. So yes, something got reset.
That will have to come back around because he wasn't a lap down before.
He wasn't. So that really will suck for the Mugen guys if that doesn't get altered. Yeah, because Lappins was a lap up on the field and on the same lap as Kynek. So you know what probably happened is, and this has happened to me before, is what can happen is when they're looking at the files to say, where were you? You might technically be on the same lap as someone, but you've crossed the line and they've yet to cross the line. So when they bring you back, they're like, oh, you were a lap up. It's like, no, I wasn't. You just crossed the line already.
Right.
That got me in a lot of trouble at Spa. That ruined my night at Spa, because that put me a lap down on the guy I was chasing, reeling in. Not that I was racing for first or anything. You're American. You know military time, right? I don't know.
I don't know.
What does
Well, like the 24-hour clock. Yeah. I know that.
So 18 is 6, right?
Correct.
Great. I'm just prepping the next stream. No, it's not made for kids, so I can say nonce without getting reported. But don't restrict my stream because I think 16-year-olds can hear nonce.
I thought of when you first said that, I thought of like a bread knot or something. I guess. Do you guys have those in Canada?
Bread knots?
Yeah.
Probably knotted dinner rolls. That's what I found when I looked that up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure they exist here. I haven't had them.
Yeah.
They look like pretzels almost, like if they weren't.
Right.
That's what they strike me as.
That's pretty much what they are. Just it's like a different formula, basically. They aren't like huge here, but they exist.
I'm sure they exist here. I'm just not a bread connoisseur.
Right.
So what is going on with Lappins? He's back in the pits. Are they holding him so everyone can get their lap back?
Oh, I bet that's what it is. That, or did he serve the penalty before he got disconnected or DQ'd?
I wonder. So Kynek's back on the right lap. Everyone is pretty much back where they're supposed to be. Because I know Suto, I think, in the second Mugen was 2 laps down.
Well, Kinda. He should be. He should be within.
He should be.
He should be right there with Lappins.
Because of the penalty. So I'm betting he didn't serve the penalty yet. So they probably had him do that so they could fix the lap. And now they're going to have him go around, and then he's going to have to serve the penalty. That's my guess.
Yeah, because they should come out like right next to each other within a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Excellent news.
What?
We have got to the bottom of the situation. I don't personally, having seen the incident, I don't personally think. To me, it looked like a brake check from Martin, but I imagine Alex has more angles than what they showed me. But Chris, the other driver of that car, seems to be pretty keen for an interview. If you would like to interview him, Christian.
Yeah. Oh wait, who were we in for an interview? Sorry.
Chris, the guy who was in before Ernest.
Oh yeah, go for it. Let's do it.
I'll tell him to just join waiting for interview.
Yeah, while you were gone, we watched him. Watched them leave the server for a minute. It might have just been like they were like resetting something.
It was a disqualify and undisqualify because something happened with the penalty, but they served it now and everything's okay.
Right. The thing we were just talking about right before he came on is he's still he should come out then like right next to Lappins, and right now it's over.
It's over a minute.
Right. Yeah, it's over a minute gap. They should come out if they're doing it right. It should come out like right next to each other.
Yeah, from the perspective they showed me, it honestly it looked like it was. Okay, he's in waiting for interview. You can go and give him an interview now, I guess.
Sure. I've been bringing people up, but you know what?
Oh yeah, you can bring them up if you want.
I can't. I don't have the permissions. Just come up to broadcast, friendo. There you go.
No, he can't. I don't think.
You can't. You can't go into on air though. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
You're the F1 esports star we've heard so much about.
Okay.
But yeah. So, how was that stint? Was that I guess that's one of your first competitive stints in R Factor, to my understanding.
Definitely in the Corvette.
And how did that go for you? How are you feeling after that?
It was fine. To be honest, it was so last minute call with the whole thing. We were supposed to race in other leagues, so we had practically zero practice, and we just went in, made setup fast, and then went for it. I had to tweak it a bit for my liking, because I like more to the rear to have the setup. But doesn't matter. I had a bit of a clash with another driver, but it was alright. At the end, we did decently.
Yeah, the way you were being talked about when we had Ernst on, I thought you guys were going to be off the pace, but you were pretty much right in the thick of it in terms of speed, and you left that car at first.
Yeah. I don't know what to say more. I mean,
it just worked out for you.
It is like that.
Yeah. So.
Currently,
go ahead.
We have a bit of problem though. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but
yeah.
Apparently, we're being reviewed for disqualification or something for an incident that, in my opinion, isn't even our fault.
Yeah.
So I tried to talk with Alex, but I don't know if he even saw it, or I don't know, but I want to say it here as well. But according to the rules, when the front of the attacking car is side by side with the rear of the defending car, the defending car should give enough space. But in our case, we were left to go to the apron.
Yeah.
And then they said that our driving is bad, dangerous, which didn't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we reviewed the clips up here in the studio, and yeah, it seemed like a controversial decision at least, but hopefully it doesn't escalate from there, because you guys have been doing really well out there thus far.
I don't know. We got penalty. I don't know what happened with it. If Ernest served it or not, I don't know. But it's
in the past now, I guess, the penalty, because I think he served it.
Yeah, it's...
And you're still first in class, so there's that.
So when are you? So how long were you in the car?
I was for about 2 hours.
Okay, and when are you planning on getting back in?
In 15 minutes maybe.
Oof.
Yeah, I came here to express my frustration mostly. The race isn't over yet, so we cannot come to conclusions what's going to happen. If we manage to win, then I guess it's going to be good performance for all of us. But if we don't finish first or don't finish in a place that we want to finish, then it wouldn't matter who drove, how drove.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna not try and take up too much of your break. You
Chris,
enjoy
come
it.
on, it's a jump in the car, man.
You have a good one, man.
See ya.
See ya.
User left your channel.
Alright.
User left your channel.
1 second.
Ernest is getting a little bit of the grass right there.
I think it's important for that team now to not lose their head. Looking at the incident, I haven't seen enough angles to really make a conclusion, but from what I saw, I don't think it necessarily warranted the reaction from the stewards, but at the same time, I imagine there was probably more angles that I haven't seen. So it's going to be interesting to see how that sort of report comes back. But I think they've been done a little bit dirty. I'm going to say that with caution because I haven't seen enough angles, but it certainly looks a little bit iffy on that one. If they sort of lose their heads now, then oh, we have James Smith has just arrived. It's just flashed up on my screen. Anyway, moving on. It's been a very interesting 20 minutes in this Daytona 24 hours. It is currently 22 minutes past 10 in the evening here in the UK. I can't speak for Americans.
It is 5:22 right now. In the Eastern time.
5 hours behind as the leading GTE is in for their stop. A troubled previous 20 minutes for them, but I'm sure they are still in a good position to take this victory in 16 hours and 37 minutes time. This is Pascal Eggert. I've realised I'm going back into mode where I'm on the cameras. I don't know why I'm saying this is Pascal Eggert. It's only me that's looking at Pascal Eggert. Anyway, these are third overall. A solid podium position from them so far, but a 12-second gap, crucially, to Zoltan Moda behind. So that's going to be an interesting battle, actually, to see hot up over the next few hours.
I do want to say, Zoltan Boda, he's pulled away from Bakanyavari. he's catching Pascal Eggert. He's had a good drive the last half hour or so. He's doubled that gap that he had on Bekon Yavari.
It's going to be very interesting, actually, this LMP2 duel. The LMP2 DPI duel, as we should say. LMP2 and DPI as actually, there's a bit of a battle for the other.
User joined your channel.
As hello, James. Welcome to the stream. There's a bit of a battle for this DPI unlapping himself, but it should also be mentioned 3 laps ahead for the for Eggert. So not ideal. Bence seems to be in a fairly comfortable position, as does Nick Newcomb actually in the lead of the race.
They've had a really solid race so far.
Come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
I'm going to try and figure out what that code 80 is for.
5,
oh, dear.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
That is not a healthy engine from Break. I don't know his first name, I do apologise. That DPI sounds completely dead. They will be sitting by the side of the road trying to get that restarted first. But
Code 80 car is stopped on the left-hand side of just after the kink on the infield. Beware, he is stopped on the left-hand side. Stay on the right-hand side of track, please.
But you've come this far. It's 8 or so hours into this event, month or so of practice, and it just potentially ends this, well, after so...
Mr. Martin, that was rather close to the car that was stopped on circuit. I'd advise you don't do that again.
Alex slowly losing his sanity there. But this seems to be... I don't know why these have just stopped. Their engine is off. But I don't know whether it's smoking or not. I can't see any smoke myself.
Good evening.
Good evening, James. You've joined us at just a perfect time.
Yes, with the code 80 and everything.
So, I imagine... I'm actually going to have a look down here quick. I imagine we have got Alex working with this driver, trying to figure out what's happened and get them back into the race, I would think. Yes, Alex is in that chat, and Alex is trying to work with them. That's Lucas Litchen's car, for those who are just tuning in. Currently in that is, I assume Martin is his first name, to brake. Isn't going to need many brakes in his current position. But no, he's back into the pits. He's been disqualified and put back in, so that car will be restarting in this one. Scare from them, for sure. 3-minute 37 lap time. And the gap to the guy behind of Evan Muller in 8th position is just going up and up and up. And, or going down, sorry. Not what you want to see, though, because of the code 80. They have got the advantage of, if they can get this car started again, then they will be good to go. But unfortunately, it's looking like they can't get it started again, or at least they're taking their time.
It's just interesting to note, Tom, the Oreca Mugen number 95, running second in the Le Mans Prototype 2 class, has just pitted and swapped drivers. Rodan Sux now takes control over that car, now 70 or so seconds behind who we're looking at right now, Zoltan Boda, the leader in LMP2, but if this code 80 goes on long enough, I think he'll duck into the pits as well.
Code 80 being practically a free pit stop in these events. And no, that car is getting filled up. They're having a full tank, and I imagine some new tyres.
35 seconds to car behind now.
I mean, why wouldn't you, after you've just blown up your engine, go and get a new tank?
Indeed, you might as well get a new tank.
Right.
Anyway, you have missed out on what has been an intense last 31. Oh dear. That did not sound good. The refueling is over. And I don't hear much movement.
The gap is closing in on from Evan Mueller.
Unless,
in the 8th overall.
Unless Alex has said to them, wait now.
Oh, Boda's missed his pit box. Sorry to cut you off there. He's missed his pit box. Had to reverse in the pit lane, so that might well be noted by a couple of people. I don't know if there's going to be a real penalty for reversing in the pits, but still.
No, I think it's completely.
I'm sure the Horeca Mugen guys are probably going to be furiously typing for a penalty there.
That'd be their teammate right there.
I don't know what camera angle the stream's on, but you can see crawling past at 80 miles an hour is that 80 kilometers an hour. Sorry, I've gone into American mode. I need to stop being so harsh on Americans on this stream.
We are literally at an American circuit, Tom, please.
Yes.
Attention all drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Just in time for the... that is just in time for the leader in LMP2. Then that had been about 30 seconds
5,
earlier.
4,
The car behind would have gained a lot of time.
2, 1, green flag, green
Back
flag.
to green flag racing.
Longest code 80 we've had by far.
And looking at the sector time, sector 1 was taking about 2 minutes to complete for some of these drivers. But yeah, I mean, you might as well catch me up on what I have missed, or if there's anything of note, or anyone who's just joined the stream.
So the biggest thing of note in the past hour has to have been that incident with that Aspentino Force Polona car. Are we live? We are live, yes. Sorry, I was looking at the other stream, the part 2. Part 1 is still live. And I had my phone on. Anyway, so yes, the biggest incident so far has been that one between Ernest Lappins and David Martin. Alex said it was categorically Ernest's fault, but the AFP guys have had some choice words for that decision in the past half an hour or so.
Alright, yeah, alright then. And how long ago would that have been?
We don't know how long. Oh dear, Bence is off and almost collects the GT. That was heart in mouth moment for Russell there.
He's got a 3-lap gap to the car behind their Panquatype Benz. In terms of the GT car, not quite as comfortable, because GT is often renowned for being much closer than at the front. Cars being slower, potentially easier to drive, maybe more room for error with those cars. But yeah, a bit of a scary moment there for him.
So, as Gistov is now in the lead GTE.
Martin DePracker is still in the pit lane, so I don't think they're going to get that car back out on track. Oh no, as I say that, he's left the pit lane now. He has just left the pit lane in 8th position, about 40-second gap behind to Leon Chambers in the Oreca 07 car, and he's lost 2 laps pretty much to Evan Muller ahead in 7th place. That's a long recovery drive incoming if they want that place back.
Luckily though, they have 16 hours and 27 minutes to get their race back on track.
Or 16 hours and 27 minutes for the race to get even worse.
Yes. Not getting any worse though than the... Oh dear, who've spun again. The poor guys down in last of the finishers. 18 laps down. They've gained a lap back. But yes, that Ferrari is 18 laps down. That's not on the GTE leaders. That's on the next car.
Yeah, if we were to look at the lead, the overall leader, that's about 52 laps down on the overall leader. But kudos to them for persisting. If they can make it to the flag, I think that would be making it to the flag in any 24-hour race is pretty much the goal.
they've had a pretty rough race so far, it seems. I would also like to say the LMP2 battle, that's it's closing in for the lead right now.
Yeah.
We have, I guess, pulled away just a little bit. It's about a minute gap between the leaders right now, although they are on the same lap as Pascal.
They are on the same lap, so if the car ahead...
They're in the DPI class, running in third.
Yeah, so if Zoltan Bodier's got half a second to the car ahead in the DPI class, it'd be quite interesting if he could manage to close that gap in. That would be quite a battle to see. Inferior car which is going faster than what should be the faster car. Interested to see them battle, but of course the DPI cars would probably be able to outdrag them on the straights and then lose time in the corners.
Anyway, so I really said anyway condescendingly there. I do apologise. I've been up for quite a long time and I'm running on barely any sleep.
You better get some for you better get some for your second stint then, all right?
Your second stint as well. Bear in mind.
I know. I haven't been running on much sleep very recently either way though, so I think I'll be fine.
So for those watching, me, James, and I think Oscar as well are on all the way till 1 AM this morning. I sound like a radio presenter here. That would be a dream job, though.
Radio reading game.
Getting to talk absolute rubbish for 5 hours during the night, getting to sleep and getting a fat paycheck. That sounds like a dream job to me. Anyway, we are on until 1 AM this morning.
I believe I'm on until be midnight for you guys till 7 p.m. Would that be? I don't know.
It's up to you in the end.
Oh yeah, it's up to you. I mean, we're not gonna send the like a hitman to your house if you an hour early off your stint.
I guess you can't because you're in Europe. It's the other side of the world. It's gonna be a
You mean the superior continent?
Well, man, you guys are throwing so much shade, man.
He's from Luxembourg, by the way.
I'm not from there. I live there. Get it right, Tom.
You've got okay. I mean, but you like to distance yourselves from Britain as much as you can.
Yeah, that's not wrong either.
That's a fair judgment.
But anyway, enough about groggy commentators. All we have to do is say the first thing that comes to our head. Let's talk about the drivers who have been up all day. Some weren't even meant to be racing this race until literally qualifying. So they've had, I think I'll just draw attention to the Val team. Please don't tell me it's a valet. I know, but I call it Val. Fourth in class, pretty half-decent race for them. Could get up to third. Potentially, I mean, it's 5 laps to the next LMP2. And then even more. Well, okay, it's not looking good for Val in terms of the class podium. But they were not meant to be racing today. Jeff Close was meant to be racing today, but not past Wednesday when my team had to pull out. But then once VSRA was cancelled, Val have literally had about 25 minutes to prepare their strategy for this race. They are running default setup and have never driven the car that they are in before. In fact, Justin, I believe, was still downloading his mods as the race started.
That's not a bad effort. I mean, of course, the goal at that point just becomes if we can get as far as we can in the race. Hopefully, no disconnects ruins that. But that's a very good effort on short notice. But that's what you need in a team sometimes. You need them to be not really short notice, but ready. Expect the unexpected, really.
And Luca Chambers in the Fernando Alonso coloured car, they are quite literally running a Suzuka setup. They literally went from Suzuka, or sorry, it wasn't Suzuka, sorry, Matt Suzuka, as the track creator had to call it. They quite literally went from that race, was like, oh, let's just do Daytona then, and are running their Suzuka setup.
To be honest, I mean, Suzuka, when you go to Suzuka, you look for a more, I think, well, Sector 1 is much more downforce heavy, but past that, you need a lot of straight line speed, so I think the setup would probably wouldn't fare too badly around here.
Yeah, but they're kind of like, in a way, they're a little bit similar tracks. We have the you have the tight technical sections. You also have the long straights, and eventually some of the heavier braking zones.
Yeah, I mean, the first corners of both tracks are pretty much the same, except going in the opposite directions. I mean, Daytona's is slightly faster, but yeah, you have a point. They're quite similar circuits, so I would say they wouldn't. Obviously, it's not ideal, but they wouldn't struggle too much. They're still doing a good job. 51 seconds ahead, 13 laps to the car, the GT behind.
Yeah, they're still right in there for get up there.
And they've got the number 224 car ahead of them, Martin Tabraco, who even since I've joined has been suffering a multitude of issues, but he seems to be going again, so if luck would have it, then that would be another position they could theoretically gain, but we'll see how it pans out. For now, it's position 9 for the number 14 crew.
He's just ran Sector 1. The last 2 laps have been his best personal sector.
Personal best, yeah. At the same time, Martin Tabraco is also going personal bests in the first sector.
Right.
And more importantly as well, slightly faster than the car behind, and faster than the car ahead as well. It's 2 laps to Evan Muller that they lost as a result of their engine problems, but they are regaining that time by the looks of it, faster in Sector 2 as well by 0.2 of a second. So with 16 hours to go, Tom said something about it, but they might well be able to catch up to those guys in a few hours' time.
Max Chambers has said the Suzuka setup is so slow in a straight line, even with a way lower aero setup.
Ah.
James, I believe you have a term that you'd like to use quite a lot. That it's been 20 minutes that you've been in this commentary box, and even though it is the longest race you've ever commentated, you haven't used that specific cliche that you'd like to use.
Can you DM me what you mean? There's a lot of cliches I use.
Oh dear, that isn't good. Christian has, for a second, gone into Notepad++ on the thing. No, you usually would have said it's a race of attrition by now.
No, I thought it would be that one. No, I wouldn't say it has been. There's only had been one excursion off the track for the number 22 car, and the problems for Tabraco in 8th place. But other than that, no real problems.
Apart from Ernest Lappin's losing a wheel, almost getting disqualified.
Yeah, but I wasn't present.
You weren't present, to be fair. And wasn't there a massive pile-up or something that I missed?
I don't believe so.
I know there's a big crash.
Oh, there was the one. Was it? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I wasn't.
Sorry.
During that.
Rain. It is raining.
It is.
We have rain. All right. Game on.
This is where the dice is thrown.
Can we go out and call it the Great Equalizer?
Yes.
It is the Great Equalizer.
Every single time. Every single time.
We might as well just go for the next sim racing cliche, which is the cars aren't real, but the racing is.
You can see the wipers at work there on Joseph Frederick Suto's car. Of course, that indicates it is raining, which means the grip is going to reduce, and these drivers have to quickly learn the limits of the track, and the car ahead of them is actually smoking a bit coming through that corner.
This is where it gets so interesting. Whilst you have your rain meter in the corner of your screen telling you not only how heavily it's raining, but the water on the track, this is our factor 2. You have got to be so adaptable. What the earth is that noise? Anyway, you've got to be so adaptable in these conditions. At 100% wet, which is what we could potentially see, then you have got then you basically are driving on ice.
I would say that it's always difficult to take a figure of what the rain is and translate that into your driving. You really have to do a lap or two and just adapt to it that way, I think, which is why you see always more off-track excursions in the first few laps of drivers getting to know the circuit, because figures, they can be trusted, but they can't be made physical, really.
And it is pouring it down now, 12% rain. And whilst the figures can't be particularly, as you said, you can't really say oh, I need to drive like this because of that figure. But it does give you a good indication of, crucially, when to switch tyres.
It does, yes. That's critical. Yeah, when to switch the tyres, because one lap, especially a lap as these GTE cars lap around here in just under 1 minute 45. So that's, if you miss the pits, that's over 100 seconds of cruising around on the wrong tyre, lacking grip while the cars behind you were beginning. And look how furiously the wipers are going on that GT car, left to right and right to left, as quick as a blinker, and either blink and you'll miss one at full rotation. So yeah, it's really beginning to chuck it down, and it was only being a couple of laps, and I think we'll see these guys pitting. And now is a chance, if you are a car, if you're behind someone, for example, Zoltan Boda in 4th place, he's 40 seconds behind the car ahead. Does he gamble, or does he keep it safe, because he hasn't got too much of a gap behind either?
At this
Really
point in the
opens
race,
Pandora's box.
At this point in the race, I'd almost play it safe, because like, you still have, even though it's raining right now, you still have 16 hours left.
You have 16 hours.
You have to make it out of like getting into pit road.
We are nowhere near the crossover period yet. The crossover period,
but
the crossover period, depending on who you ask, is anywhere really from 30 to 60%. And obviously, I don't know about LMP2s, but I know GTs only have wet tyres. They don't have inter tyres. LMP2s do, of course, have inter tyres. So they would be thinking about coming in for inters now. Although, would you want to lose all that time on the inters when you could just wait it out and go for the wets?
I think we have a gambler. Dom Bessel is pitted from 14th in the Ferrari 488, and he has gone on to rain tyres. He's swapped the slicks. He's gone onto the wet tyres. So we have our first man in the pits.
And this is when it does
Nobody
get
else has
interesting.
followed him. So now all eyes. If you're a race engineer, all of your focus, you are glued to that number 57 car at its pace relative to the others. Now,
Drivers, be aware the track is now becoming wet. Be aware the track is now becoming wet.
Yeah, that's a warning from race control saying the car it is getting wet, and they have switched drivers even. Danilo Bottessi's coming now, but now, especially if you're in a GT, you are looking at that car's lap times relative to yours because you're on the dry tyres. If they're faster, you immediately box, and if they're roughly the same, even then you box, because in a lapse or time, equal will become heavily swayed in favour of the wets as the track continues to get wetter. For a DPI though, an LMP2, how much can you really trust these GT cars though, pace-wise?
Well, we've now got 37% wet on track. It is raining 17%. It is really starting to rain quite heavily. And a big loser in this so far has been Chris Gistov. Inexperienced in R Factor 2, and the gap is showing it.
Yep, he's
17 seconds.
He's lost he lost 3 seconds almost in the first sector to the car ahead of him. Is a massive gap to him that's opening up now.
He is looking at his onboard. He is driving like it's a boat. It wouldn't surprise. He's got to be so careful on his horseshoe.
And Zoltan Boda has boxed. He has boxed. So I did say, is he going to go for a gamble? He is gambling, and he has fitted the wet tyres. The wet tyres are on the lead LMP2 car. And where is he going to come out relative to Roland Sux now? I don't think they're going to switch the drivers as well. We'll have to see. I think he's going to come out in front.
I can tell you that was a mistake. The rain is stopping.
Oh, the rain is stopping then. So, just looking at Bottessi's times, he's going much faster in the sectors. He went a personal best in Sector 2 on the wet tyres, but it's come at the wrong time. As Thomas said, the rain has stopped, and now, well, you've got to hope it restarts raining. And the leader's pitted. The overall race leader, Nick Newcomb, has come into the pits. And which tyre is he going to fit?
The GTs have got to consider at this point. I think for Nick, it's very much a case of he wants to cover off the guy behind.
Oh, it's wet! It's wet, and the car behind has pitted too. So all of these guys are pouring into the pits for wet tyres. The top 2 are in.
With
And
the rain,
Sux has also come into the pits, so I think it must still be raining or something. Or it's not drying quickly enough, because everyone is pouring into the pits for wet tyres. No
it's
pun
raining,
intended.
but it's stopping quite rapidly. We're now down to 8%. Just about a lap ago, we were on 16% wet.
So how's this going to play out? Because they're going to have to pit again if it completely stops.
There is 11 minutes until the GT normal pit window. So I think what their strategy is saying is, well, if we can just put wets on, if everyone's going to do it, then in 11 minutes time, we can just pit again for dries. And
Yeah,
no
if you can brave it out, you'll lose. Everyone else will be making 2 pit stops, and you'll be making 0 by the time your scheduled one comes around. Sorry, 2 to 1, 2 to 0 if the track starts drying up and they have to switch back to the dries again. Of the top 5 in the race, only 1 hasn't pitted. Pascal Egger is yet to come into the pits. The sector times now are going to be very interesting to look at between him and Zoltan Boda behind.
The track is still 50% wet. The track is actually getting wetter despite. So I think it's going to be a really interesting thing here. I reckon the rain will probably stop in about a lap. It's about the weather forecast. Have the teams got some more weather on the radar and they're thinking it's going to be here by the time those tyres have worn out?
But again, if you stay out, every time you stay out, that's 5.7 kilometers, 12 turns where you could have made the wrong decision. You have to drive around it on, well, less than optimal tyres. I think, personally, I think it's time to pit now. But ever since that rush we had on the last lap, no one has showed any signs of coming into the pit. So Pascal Egger, Jeff Closer, Evan Muller all stayed out.
The timing screen is showing that it's that's clearing up now. That it's no longer going to be raining.
And indeed, it has completely stopped raining now. It has completely stopped raining. Well, I would say the sun is out, but we are in the night. So the clouds have stopped dumping their waste on the track, on the drivers, on the cars, and now, how quickly is this rain going to dry? The track temperature, 29 degrees. So surely it's going to start drying up very quickly. And if you've stayed out now, this is a very big opportunity. So Leon Chambers is only 12 seconds behind Martin Dubraca. So he's going to get the jump on him.
But the thing is, he's got GT traffic coming up. And the trouble with GT traffic, this is our factor too. The wet line or the dry line, sorry, is so important. On those slicks, which, did you say he was on the slick, sorry?
Leon Chambers is on the slick tyre, yes.
On those slicks, he's going to have to go off of the optimal racing line to pass these GT cars, and that's going to be all of that water. It's going to make his slicks frozen, and he's going to have a really hard time.
Jeff Closer has come into the pits. Jeff Closer from 6th place. Is this a stop for wet tyres? Is this a stop for dry tyres?
Now you can get away with this being your normal pit window.
Wets. He's gone onto the wet tyres. So everyone in the top 6, apart from Pascal Egger now, has put the wet tyres on. And he's probably been looking at Martin Dubraca, who's going 1 second faster.
The wet tyres is it's such a guessing game. You've got to really consider this as I'm trying to look for this GT leader. So Chris is still in the lead, but he has requested a pit stop, so he is going to lose the lead, I assume. And this Aston Martin is so much faster. Chris is struggling so much in these wet conditions.
Well, if Egger can hang on to his car until the pit cycle comes around, how long do you think that would be?
Off of a rough estimate, I'm gonna. Oh dear, he's understeered and he's had a collision with Bentz. Now that car's already on a pretty severe warning. I cannot at all say that was malicious, but they will get a slap on the wrist for that, I imagine. Speaking of Bentz, oh, he almost went round there. He's okay, but this is where it gets interesting with Gistov. He's got 5 seconds behind. He's never driven in the wet before, and at best, I'd say he's got 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes now, waiting for the track to dry, just praying that he can keep it on the road. He's already struggling with understeer. I can't see it looking promising for him.
Henrik Beeler just ran a personal best lap.
That being said, second place, the Aston Martin in GTE, is coming into the pits at the end of this lap. He is, yes. So that is going to take the pressure off of Chris a little bit. But I think it's going to be very interesting now to see what happens. The next half an hour is probably the most important half an hour of the race. And speaking of, it's almost time we did our hourly report. We have got 16 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this race. The 24 hours of Daytona. This is the inaugural VISC 24 hours of Daytona. And it's been a roaring success so far.
Disconnected from your channel.
As James has, I assume, disconnected? I don't know. Either way, we'll either see him later or tomorrow morning. So, Oscar, it's a very interesting predicament that the teams find themselves in right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure how it's gonna work out for the guys that haven't pitted yet. Because as much as I'd like to see them make up some time by saving a pit stop, based on the pace, it hasn't really I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how quick the track dries up.
It hasn't budged in 2 or so laps now, the track. It is wet, and I think those teams that went onto the wet tyres now, I think it's starting to come out that they have actually made the right decision. Half an hour easily it could take for this track to dry out.
That second place Mugen car, they just pitted and switched back to the dry tires, and that is Kruvek Zolt in the that number 16 car.
That is a bold move.
What's the track percentage of the wetness right now?
51%. It is
51%.
Not at all dry conditions. I have no idea why they have made that switch.
They're gonna have to be really confident in their pace to make that work this early on, at least. Because once you make that switch, you normally you'd want to be committed to that.
He's already struggling. He's already regretting that decision. That was a silly move from the DPI car there. I cannot justify in my head why that's correct. He could get loose on the horseshoe, and the second you get loose on the horseshoe, it's pretty much over.
Oh yeah. I would like to play devil's advocate for a second and say, because Eckert is right behind him and he's still on the dry tires, so that could play into their advantage. Because the next closest car is Zoltan Boda in that Oreca Mugen, and he is down. He's down 73 seconds, so a minute, just a little over a minute to Eggert.
If they have done it to cover off the guy behind, I don't understand why they would cover him off now when the track's still wet, rather than waiting out for the track to dry and then covering him off.
Right, I agree. It looks
Unless with the wets they didn't take fuel.
The leader is pitted, and they switched drivers to Nick Newcomb. Or
no, Nick's
he was in the car.
He's been in the car since we started, I think.
Right.
He's got a stop and go penalty.
Does he?
He has. He's got a stop and go penalty, and 1 minute and 15 seconds. I believe Alex will probably come over Team Radio and talk about, not Team Radio, sorry, over TeamSpeak and talk about that in a second. That looks like a classic speeding in the pit lane incident. Not saying that he purposely sped in the pit lane, but it's very easy to do, especially in these conditions. It's very easy to go a couple mile an hour over the limit.
Right. They have also switched to dry tires, so they are back on the soft compound, I believe. So now the top three. Go ahead.
Looking at the raw data that we've seen, as James has messaged me. Okay, he's got to go. That's fine. We'll see James in the morning. But looking at the raw data, it seems almost stupid that they would do that. But perhaps the track just feels okay.
Yeah, it's looking like Zolt in that second place car. He's running a personal best laps or personal best sectors on this lap right now.
Anyway, let me just quickly poke Christian via Discord, because we are ready for the hourly reports. Nick has Max Chambers has left the race. That is the Fernando Alonso themed car. Whether that's a disconnect or a purposeful DNF, I don't know.
They are still in the they're still in 9th place. They haven't left the they haven't gone down to the bottom and reset yet. So that could be out intentionally.
"16 hours remaining" is the call. I don't know if Christian can hear us, but if he can, I believe it is about time we switch to part 2. Whether that is actually going to happen or not, I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. But meanwhile, I will run you an hourly report without the graphics, because it seems that Christian is probably having a well-deserved cup of coffee, or has potentially passed out at his desk, which I couldn't blame him after no sleep. Let me quickly find the leader of. We'll go in the odd direction, as it is a special milestone. So we'll start with the LMP, the DPI leader, the Daytona Prototype International. As the rain is back, it's 10% raining again. I should have noticed that. Anyway, as of now, DPI leader is Nick Newcomb. Very good drive so far. He's got 1 minute 28 to the guy behind. In second place is Zolt in the Mugen car. In third place is Pascal Eggert. And in fourth place is Zoltan Boda. Fifth place, Robert Zux, or is he an LMP2? He's an LMP2. Sorry, ignore that. So, for LMP2, we have Zux. Then we have another DPI of Biela. And then it's Evan Muller in the again in the DPI. Actually, a lot of LMP2s ahead of DPIs, and then it's the misfortuned DPI of Turbacher, and then finally the DNF'd Max Chambers. Chris Gistoff is leading GTE, though possibly not for long. Chasing him down is Miller Twoy. David Martin close, a lap behind him. And then it is Casey Sol back in the car. I'm sure she will be looking to make some inroads in the guys ahead, though the rain is heating up.
Vince Pankato, can you stop riding with Nick Newcomb?
And then finally we have David Batesi, Suto, and then the very misfortuned Luke Mader, 19 laps down. That is your hourly report. It is 11 o'clock in the evening here in the UK, 8 o'clock in the evening if you are going off of what I assume to be Daytona local time.
That'd be like the middle of the ocean. It is 6 o'clock here.
6 o'clock, sorry.
I'm not in Florida, but I'm in the Eastern time zone.
Anyway, we should be switching to our part 2 momentarily, but I will get back to you on that.
believe Prevec Zolt has unlapped himself, as he's run some personal best sectors a lot the last few laps.
Max Chambers is back in the race, and it's 16% range, 62% on the track. It is coming down in steroids here.
So how's that gonna affect the leaders that all switch back to the dry tires?
They have to switch back to the dry tires. If they don't switch back to the dry tires, then they've got a very difficult road ahead of them.
Yes, but the rain is coming back down again. We'll see how long.
Switch back to the wet side is what I meant to say.
Right, exactly. The thing is, Pascal Eggert, he saved himself all that time by not switching the first time, because he hasn't pitted for a little while.
Whilst the rain might stop, I feel like now is the time you just have to commit to the wet tyres and stay there.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, if you don't mind, I need to go quickly get a drink and take a quick 5-minute break.
I believe I do too. Is that alright?
You take a 5-minute break first, then when you come back, I'll take a 5-minute break. I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay.
Because I can interview someone.
Alrighty.
So I'm trying to get Dom Bassel as that misfortune car again. I'm back, guys. Welcome back, Christian. Right, just as you're back.
Yep.
Part 2, otherwise this stream isn't going to work.
Okay.
User
yes.
joined your channel.
That's what you meant. Okay. It's
Okay,
all set
yes.
to go. So
Yes.
I'm gonna put that link to the part 2 stream in the chat for everybody.
It will also be on our channel, and nicely starting off that part 2 stream will be the interview with Dom Bessel, who has just joined the channel.
Good morning, evening.
Hello,
Don't know what time
Dom.
it is. Hello.
Just give us a minute. We've just got to quickly reset the stream, and then we'll get you having an interview.
Sure thing.
So, yes, there you go. That's in the chat. And obviously, if you subscribe and put notifications on to the VISC channel, you'll be able to just see it in your notifications anyway. As you should, obviously, have notifications on.
Awesome, guys. We'll be back in just a few moments. Great.